Go for it.
Okay, I'm going to call this meeting to order. And our first order of business is to approve the minutes from March 25th.
I would make a motion that we approve the minutes from our select board meeting of March 25th.
And I second that motion.
Okay, any discussion?
I'd like to add to the attendees of that meeting, Lillian Riddlehoover.
Okay.
Okay, so with that addition, any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. Next, we have warrants 21, 21P, reappraisal fund number 9, and capital fund number 5.
I'll make a motion to approve bills for payment, warrants 21, 21P, reappraisal fund number 9, and capital fund number 5.
This is Geraldine. I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? Under warrant 21, the total is $55,357.12. That is for Wyndham Solid Waste quarterly payment of the monthly rescue. There were payroll taxes, the power company, salt and fuel for the highway department, and the fire station loan, one of the payments on the fire station loan. So, any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. Doesn't seem like we have any visitors. Any news from the road, Foreman?
Yes, there is. I spoke to Lee this week. They put about 2,500 yards of gravel on the various roads. They have gonna finish off their last bit of grading. That's going well. They're hauling gravel at this point. And then next week, they're gonna start working on the winter sand, which will take them roughly about a month to do. Everything's going fine. I think everybody saw the issue with the Better Back roads. That's been on stall for now. And so we'll just have to wait and see. That would have been, if it comes out, that'll be for Waterman Road area that he was gonna work on. He wanted to let everybody know again that cleanup day has been postponed until May 30th. And the other thing was he was talking to Putney, and between Putney and him with the gravel pit, with a lot of people starting to explore and walk and all that, I think they're going to purchase we'll split it. It'll be probably between 50 and 75 bucks roughly. A trail cam to have down the gravel pit for in case they have any issues. The loader's down there and everything, and I think they feel more comfortable. So he's gonna work with Putney to get that done and installed. So that was basically his rundown, and all the boys are helping.
Great. That's really good to hear, Terry.
Good.
Thank you.
So Zeke, it looks like Harold Newell just joined.
Yes.
So I don't know if we want to ask him if he, we skipped over the recognition of visitors pretty quickly.
Right. So Harold. He's still working on it, I think. Yep. Harold, do you have anything? Okay, and we have another person joining.
Oh, yeah, I think it's also Harold by phone because he's having trouble with his audio. So,
all right.
Yeah, we can come back to him.
Was there anything under correspondence for information that anyone wanted to discuss?
Everybody saw the blimp that went around, and that's all done.
Yeah, thank you.
So that's really good. The only other thing I'd add was I spoke on the sheriff's department. I was emailed Mark because of the fact that the tour to Heifer has been postponed. The strolling has been canceled, but the tour has been postponed. There's no dates. So anyway, he gave me the same update basically as we got by email, but they are seeing aggressive driving issues, and I guess one of those were on the Camp Arden Road. So we'll, but other than that, we discussed a little bit about this, since we're all into this emergency management all type thing. We were discussing the Airbnb and the VVRO situation, where it's under Governor Scott's thing, executive order that they can't be renting. And so it's come to my attention because somebody told me about they're pulling him off that and going to Craigslist. So if anybody in Dummerston feels that there's somebody might be renting a place to out-of-staters, or they're coming in, to just get a hold of your local law enforcement, whether it's the Sheriff's Department or VSP, and let them know, because they're trying to keep track of this under the executive order.
Right.
Okay. Anything else under correspondence for discussion or information?
So I just have a clarification question. Did we get an update from the sheriff's office by email?
Yes, we did last week.
Okay, so it wasn't, there's an email about it. This wasn't a phone conversation between you and Mark.
No, it was email. We were just
Okay.
discussing. I was just saying, hey, the tour of the heifer has been postponed, and he kind of just gave me the same thing about the call volume. You know, domestics and stuff are going up, and all that. But the added one was the aggressive drivers, and he said specifically one on Camp Arden Road.
Okay.
So
great, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Anything under correspondence? Oh, we don't have anything under correspondence for discussion and or action. So we can move on to new business. And we have appointments still to do. What would you like to do there?
Yeah, Maria?
Yes, I'll make a motion that we appoint the following. Social Services Advisory Committee, 1-year terms, Connie Baxter, Sandy Campbell, Carla Lineback, Libby LaFlan, Bill Pels-Walsh, and Terry Robinson. And that we appoint for Pound Keeper, Ron Sveck for a 1-year term. And then on the Farmland Protection, Diana Lesher for 1-year term. And then I'm not sure if we want to do that and then do the other ones that we have not actually interviewed separately, or would you like me to include those as well?
Let's see. So I know Christine Gope, or I don't know how to pronounce the last name, is interested in the Conservation Commission, and she's attended some meetings and has come highly recommended by Mary Ellen Copeland. But I don't know, there's a person for the Planning Commission. Who was that?
That was Rick Contino, and I know he attended at least one meeting that I went to. He might have attended March, but I didn't make it to the March meeting. So,
okay. So, what would you like to do? It seems like meeting people at this point isn't a good idea, and these people seem to have been vetted by their respective committees to some extent.
we've got 2 openings on the Planning Commission. One's a 4-year term, and one's to finish off the term to 2022.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be something to maybe put him into the finish off the term of 2022?
okay, so what I'll do then is I will add to my motion the Conservation Commission, Christine Gope, or Gep, however it's pronounced, for a 4-year term, and Planning Commission, Rick Contino, to finish until 2022 to finish out the term.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. So I'll let Christine know she's been appointed. Maria, could you let the planning commissioner know?
Yes, I will.
Great, okay. All right. Let's see. Anybody? I don't think we have any unfinished business now, and we don't have any other new business.
Other than Roger Turner was looking for a complete list
Okay.
for the views article of all open positions.
Okay.
So, which some of these now I can obviously take off because we just appointed some. So, but we were still waiting to hear back from someone on the Connecticut River Joint Commission.
Yeah.
And there's one spot still left on the social services. I don't know if everybody looked at the list that I sent out. Is there anything there that?
Yeah, I looked
That
at
you-
it, Maria. And
Mhm.
I, so the article that I submitted to the Views mentioned, it was encouraging of people to step up to fill open positions. So I think that was the impetus for Roger to ask us, well, what are the open positions? And I was
Right.
hesitant to say anything because, it doesn't come out until May 19th. So I think whatever we give him, I would be fine with you giving him a list with the qualifying statement that, some of these may, by the time the Views is published, some of these may have been filled, but please, if you're interested, contact and make it clear who people should contact.
Okay, all right,
Okay.
okay.
And then I just wanted to make sure that anybody who still has somebody to call is aware of, that it's still on the list.
I think the only one that we're waiting to hear, I think David's waiting to hear
Yeah.
back from one on the Connecticut
Yes.
River Joint Commission.
Okay.
Right.
And that's,
Yeah. I've reached out a few times, but I'll keep
Yeah.
trying.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. so,
Okay.
I mean, I can include that on the list and see
Yeah,
what happens. So,
good.
okay.
Okay. Great. I guess that's it until 2 weeks from now.
Yeah, so what about, did Harold have something that he particularly wanted to say, or he's just listening in?
I guess he's just listening in.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
All right.
Okay. So then I'll make a motion that we adjourn.
I second that.
All right. Thank you very much. See you in
All
2
right.
weeks.
All right, great meeting. Thank you. Glad this is working.
Yes.
Yeah, great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, it is 6:30. We will call this meeting to order. I would ask anybody that is not speaking, please put your microphones on mute. That will eliminate a lot of the feedback. All right. So,
We don't have Mr. Dunkley yet. Okay.
yeah, he'll stroll in. He'll be here. So, additions to the agenda, I have two. One is another nomination to the Solid Waste Committee. And another is and Sandy, I'm going to ask for some help in bringing this one up so that I don't do it incorrectly, but just that concern that we sent out yesterday for the family in town and the use of that.
Right, it'd be AJ Brooks requesting you'd want to do that executive session.
Okay, so I would add that to the agenda. We will make that number 6, 7. That would be number 8 to the agenda. And that will be an executive session.
So to the select board, when you're sending those types of things out, if I could be CC'd on that, so I know what's going on and can act accordingly, it would be helpful.
All right. Chair's remarks. I don't have much. The only thing that I will say, and it's troubling that we are here. However, this is where we are, but the recreation department, the playground, the basketball courts, the pavilion, as well as the playground at the elementary school, their basketball court, baseball fields are all closed to public use. This was a decision that the school, as well as the rec department, the rec board, I'm sorry, had come to that decision. I agreed with them, as that's what the majority of the surrounding towns were doing, and I feel that that is safe. What brought this on was a large group of kids that were in the pavilion, some of them on the roof of the pavilion, and that needed to be addressed. It's unfortunate, and I will tell you that the call that I got from Seth Dio, where he was very almost shaken by the fact that he had to close the park to our town's children, it clearly bothered him. So I don't want anybody to think that this decision came lightly or it was one that anybody really wanted to make, but it is for the safety of our residents. Additionally, I would like to note that the Holdbrook is offering deliveries. They're offering to pick things up for people. They're making bulk meals to go. They're really trying to help everybody out. So if people have not looked into that, I would suggest that they do. And other than that, let's just be nice to each other. We're all in this together. Having said that, open public comments on agenda items only. Anybody? Guests, I don't believe we have any other than BCTV. Am I correct with that? Jeff Dunkley's here. Brana, go ahead, unmute yourself. What do you got?
I'm a guest.
I'm sorry about that.
No problem.
It's a little bit harder when I have to scroll through pictures to find you. Did you have any comments on the agenda items, Brana?
No, unless you want me to tell you what the library trustees have done now, and then I could just depart, or I can wait to the agenda item. It's up
Sure.
to you.
Well, we don't really have you on there much, so I would roll into department and committee reports, and I would accept that at this point if you would like. Brana, does that work for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
The trustees meet tomorrow on Zoom. So I took a straw poll last week, and we all voted to pay our staff and follow your example. And they're we're very grateful. And I did get an email from one of the staff who was very surprised and grateful. But tomorrow we have a formal motion to consider this, just to make it kosher, I guess. I've also let Cindy know that we are doing that. It seems a little bit like maybe overkill, but I think it really needs to happen to make sure the record is clean and clear. And that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And unless anybody had any questions or comments on that, I would roll into Mark Snow and David Emery with an update on the COVID-19 situation. Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
All right, welcome and thank you. Unfortunately, I'm not clever enough to connect into the video part, so I'm on the phone part. Can you hear me okay?
Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay, all right. I know Mark also is connected by phone, but let me, I'll start and then I'll turn it over to Mark. So first of all, I really want to say thank you out to all the first responders, the fire, the sheriff, doctors, nurses, you know, and especially all the extra support people, the housekeeping, food prep, you know, supply, secretaries, public works, you know, and the real heroes out there are not million-dollar athletes. They are the people that are the waiters and waitresses, store clerks, and the stockers, and all of them that come to work every day. So with that, I'm sure that you all get tons of emails, not only from me, but from everyone else that you're probably connected with. So I'm just going to reiterate some of the stuff that you already know. As of today, the state of Vermont has 575 positive tests. 7,129 total people have been tested. There have been 23 deaths in the state so far. And right now there's 29 critical hospitalized. And Windham County is sitting on 32. So with that said, the next 7 to 14 days are predicted to be the apex of this virus, and significant more cases they expect to rise. So really the worst is yet to come. So with that, Vermont has done a great job. I can tell you the Vernon residents have done a great job. The key to this is personal hygiene, the washing your hands, and the distancing. And that is the best tool that we have right now. And I'm sure you've all seen a lot of the stuff where they're working on antiviruses. They're working on everything that may or may not come about soon. However, what the concern is now is that once we reach that apex and we start coming back towards what we might consider normal, there's a chance of it resurfacing because people are going to not follow directions again. So that's something that we need to make sure we stay on top of. So as updates for the locals for all our stuff, as you know, the school is closed and will be for the rest of the year. The school is actually going to continue with their spring break from April 20th to the 24th. Meals will still be prepared and delivered every day that they are following up. They're keeping up with all the meals. Sheriff's Department, Deputy Whittle has reported that he's had contact with a single person that moved here from New York and needed some education on the quarantine process. And that's the governor's order. And evidently it might become more of a problem throughout the state because they're now looking at cases that aren't resolved will go to the Attorney General's office. The fire department, Chapin, says his call volume is actually lower than normal. The PPE that they have is still okay. The state has put a ban on open fire burning. So therefore, I don't believe Vernon will be issuing any fire permits, but that will be a day-to-day operation. The reason for that is so that firefighters don't have to congregate and violate the 6-foot order, and that you have to do that when you're putting a fire out. You reported on the recreation department that all the programs are closed and the parks are closed. Vernon Green is talking with Skip Sleeper. Fortunately, that man is on top of everything, and he has been diligent in keeping everybody up to speed there. So far, they report no resident or staff cases. And he's working on the inevitable eventually, if it does hit in there, how they're going to deal with the deaths. I'll speak more to that in a minute. Town clerk Kim Arsenal is our person for contact for volunteers. He has created a volunteer list, but is still soliciting for anyone that's interested in being on that list. What we're trying to do is match Vernon residents with Vernon residents to help them through whatever needs that they have. We have 3 people that we've been assisting so far with some volunteers, and that's worked pretty well. Tom Greeno is again doing the follow-up with all our healthcare people in town and our groups that have people here. He'll be calling them this week again and checking to make sure that they're all set and see if there's anything additional we can do for them. And here's the EOCs. We purchased some additional Field Tech Tyvek suits, and we're looking at maybe purchasing additional ones if they become available to keep in stock. And one of the things, mentioning that with Vernon Green, with Skip, and trying to keep up with could happen is there's a short supply, unfortunately, of body bags. So we're probably going to create a little expense and try to get above the curve there and put some in stock. And again, those are as hard to get as PPE. So here's one thing I think that the select board might want to consider. That the town declare a full state of emergency. It would include that the EMP and the staff from the EOC would be active and activated, which they are already. Mostly we do it all by electronics. However, it would be the same duties for the town staff. Nothing would change, but it would give us the authorization to apply for federal funding if it becomes necessary available. I believe that we have everything in place through the years and through our LEMP, and everything is there. But I'm not sure exactly what we need to do. So I'll contact the state emergency management office and I'll get more information and I'll bring that back to you, Chris. But if you want to discuss that so that when I get that information, or wait till your next meeting, I'm okay, however you want to do that. Again, primarily, I think it will be for the ease, maybe federal funding that hopefully will become available if the town needs it. And I'll run it over to Mark Snow. Mark?
Good evening, everybody. I hope you are well and healthy. Thank you for this opportunity to given to us to provide an update for the board as well as the citizens of Vernon. I just have a few things. I'd like to pass along that the health department has expanded its COVID-19 web pages. And they've done that so that the content is delivered easier to specific groups. The new pages include frequently asked questions, long-term care and group living facilities, schools and child care programs, coping with the stress, and more. All information and resources and guidelines on the website is continuously reviewed and updated as needed. So I would encourage folks to visit the webpage. It's healthvermont.gov/COVID-19. Couple other things is in regards to face mask. I'm sure everyone has heard a lot on the news about that recently, and the state of Vermont is encouraging and saying that Vermonters should wear cloth facial mask or coverings if they need to leave their homes for essential purposes. The advice to wear these masks is based on new data about how COVID-19 can spread before a person has any symptoms. Because people may have COVID-19 but no symptoms, wearing a face mask may help keep people from spreading the virus. Face coverings are not a substitute for physical distancing and other prevention measures. The most effective way to slow the virus spread is to continue to follow the governor's stay home, stay safe order, respect social distancing, and be vigilant in washing hands and not touching your face. With that being said, you can still enjoy the outdoors, but there's some precautions that you should take. What is being recommended and encouraged is to stay close to home. Find areas where you can walk or bike to, but if you must drive, please limit the distance to from home to 10 miles and only drive with members of your household that are healthy. Practice social distancing outside. Again, that's that same message that we've heard since the beginning. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. Keep your dog on a leash and close to you. Be cautious in choosing low-risk activities to avoid injury. Because if you are injured, then first responders are required to come provide medical attention and take care of the situation. So you're actually putting those folks in harm's way or possible harm's way. The last thing to enjoy the outdoors safely is to respect signs for closed areas, trails, and land. The state officials have analyzed projections of the COVID-19 cases and hospitalization needs. The current models project the peak of cases between mid to late April and early May. So the worst is yet to come by the prediction. The last thing that I'd like to say is that the Vermont Fish and Game announced today that the Vermont trout season begins this coming Saturday, and that it will be open to Vermonters to enjoy the outdoors and hopefully catch some trout. But they want you to take precautions for that. And again, use the outdoor safety precautions that have been outlined. For additional information from the Vermont Fish and Game, you can visit their website as well. That's what I have to update at this point. I think Dave covered everything overall very well. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Mark, I've got 2 questions for you, or Dave.
Okay.
Just it seems to be a common question, those cloth face masks, what is the recommended, if any, way to clean those in between uses? How often should they be cleaned, et cetera, as well as the use of gloves? We're seeing a lot more use of gloves. Everybody's wearing them, but you know, my opinion on gloves is you wear them so that you don't have to wash your hands and then you touch everything and you spread it everywhere. So could you guys touch on either of those?
What I can say in regards to the use of the mask and maintaining the mask is I would refer you to the CDC's guidance on how to use and make cloth masks. Also, I believe there are some cleaning guidelines on that website as well.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
hearing on VPR today, they recommend that they get microwave for 2 minutes, a mask in a plastic bag, microwave for 2 minutes, and wash once a week in a regular load of wash.
Okay.
And that comes with a huge caution, Mr. Chairman. We all know that microwaves have caused a ton of fires. And you
Right.
put a plastic bag and a cloth in the microwave, and you accidentally set that for more than 2 minutes. So people that are using that method need to be extremely careful and pay attention to what they're doing with that. The washing is probably your best option, is have multiple masks and wash them one day and wear another one and that's so on. As far as the gloves go, I absolutely agree is that gloves were made to be disposable. And going back to the mask, as you know, the mask is designed to keep you, the wearer, from coughing anything or any fluids or anything coming out of your mouth. The cloth mask is not going to prevent you from getting contaminated. It's going to prevent you from contaminating someone else. So that's the other caution, is that it's not an N95. It's not the mask that you would wear in a setting where somebody's truly had the virus. So that's where I am on that opinion.
Chris,
Yes.
I have a question on the microwave. Many of us are putting metal in them so that they can close it over their nostrils. If you put that in a microwave, aren't you going to have a problem?
I wouldn't
Absolutely.
try it.
Any metal object in a microwave is going to cause a significant problem. So if you have that metal nose piece that is sewn in there, whether, you know, one of the suggestions is that you use pipe cleaners or wire ties or something like that are in there. I will guarantee you that the sparks will fly as soon as you hit that start button.
Yeah,
Can we try that at the EOC?
I want to try. No, I'm using the pipe cleaners and I just wondered about that.
All right. And then we're seeing a lot more questions as far as what is considered an essential worker, and we could all debate what's essential and what isn't. So that's not my question here, but more so these essential workers that are coming home and their families have been kind of doing the stay home, stay safe. Is there any recommendations for those people to keep their families safe?
Well, let me tell you what I know for essential workers that are coming home. And I can speak for some of the first responders as well. What's happening is they're having some places that have the opportunity to change their clothes at work, so that you can take the clothes off that you used at work and put on a different set of clothes to come home. Or what they're doing is they're changing as soon as they get home before they go in and greet their family. And some are, as soon as they're getting home, or if not before, are going to the shower. As we said, soap and water is very effective on this virus. So, you know, I would recommend any essential worker that is coming home, that's been in contact or, you know, with the public especially, you haven't been able to do the 6-foot distance, I would recommend that you have a change of clothes, or you have the ability to jump into the shower immediately before you do your hugging and kissing with your family.
Perfect. Any other questions for David or Mark? Let me scroll through all the pictures here. I see no hands. Gentlemen, thank you. We always appreciate hearing from you and staying on top of this, keeping us informed, and always looking out for Vernon. We appreciate that. David, we will talk about the declaration of the state of emergency at the end of this meeting, and then I will wait for some guidance from you over the next day or so.
Okay.
All right, perfect.
I will hang in to the meeting in case you have any other questions.
Are you hanging in just for that, sir?
Well, primarily, yeah.
All right. Unless anybody on the board would have an issue with that, could we move that discussion to number 1 in new business, just so that Mr. Emery does not have to stay on with us?
Sounds good.
I see no objection. We will do that after the bills and warrants, which will be coming up. So gentlemen, thank you. We are going to move along to the approval of March 17th minutes. Does anybody have any changes, corrections, any of that happy stuff? Everybody is good. Jean, I see you waving your hand. Where are you? Tom, can you unmute her or?
Everybody's unmuted.
She needs to click audio.
Yeah, all participants are unmuted.
Jean, it's always you we're waiting on.
Well, while we're waiting for Jean, I had a couple of hopeful, from the board, hopeful amendments to the meeting minutes, as I didn't catch who made motions in a couple of spots.
No, we're on 2 different ones, Tom. We are on the March 17th.
Oh, 17th, not the 29th. Yep. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
But as we are waiting on Jean, we couldn't, well, Sandy, there's no reason we couldn't do the 27th as well.
No, you can do them. You can take them out of order while Jean connects.
Okay, Tom, go ahead. Let me pull that up here so I'm looking at it. So go ahead. We will switch over to Friday, March 27th. That was the special meeting. Can we look at those and accept corrections, please?
Thank you.
Tom, what do you got?
Well, if you look to the latter pages, I think most of the minutes are pretty good. I got the first set of motions, but there are motions on the last page for adjournment and paying folks, the motion on paying folks and reviewing it through the May 5th meeting.
Sandy's trying to chime in here. I think she's probably got that information.
I made that motion on the May 5th.
Okay. Thank you.
There's quite a few typographical things.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Clarity.
Sandy, I know that you've got a lot of notes on this. Tell us what page you want to start on and we'll all get on the same page here.
Well, mostly it was, let me get back to my notes here. It started on page 3. Is that Jean? No, on page 3. Did Jean just check it? We just lost Jean? On the first one, the first sentence needs clarification, Tom.
First sentence on page 3. It was noted by the interim administrator that Bratt had softened on the no reporting to work at all. That should be a comma there.
It should probably be a quote.
It was beginning to bring some recreation and DPW employees back to undertake tasks that require no other person-to-person interaction.
You know, Mr. Chairman, maybe we could write our recommendations and send them to him, because I have a lot.
Okay, yeah, I spell checked it and grammar checked it, so
Your spell check is broken, sir.
Yeah.
that could be. But I'm certainly, why don't you send them to me and I'll make the corrections as necessary.
And then we can address it at the next meeting.
Yep.
Chris, would that be okay?
That's fine, yep.
I apologize, Tom, but you have to realize I'm correcting a lot of English papers right now and everything's jumping out at me.
Yeah, I just checked it. Spelling and grammar check is complete. So, okay, yeah, that's fine. I'm good with that.
What do you think, Chris?
Sandy, I'm fine with that because I've got a few notes here as well, so.
Okay.
So that's fine. Jean, are you on with us?
It says her mic's on and her camera's off.
I think she.
Okay. I'm at a bit of a loss here because she had some questions on the 17th meeting minutes. Did anybody else, Jeff, Sandy, Michael, anything on the 17th meeting minutes?
No.
Sandy, you were all set with the 17th?
Yeah, I typed up, so I
That's
should.
true, yeah. Very good point. I see Jean again.
Okay, can you hear me?
Oh,
Yay.
there she is. Perfect. What do you got for the 17th?
I don't know anymore.
So I'll interrupt real
Okay.
quickly. I don't know if you heard us, Jean. We decided that we would table the 27th and we would email our corrections to Tom on the 27th.
Yeah.
We will look at the 17th right now.
Okay, so the 17th, the only thing I had was on page 5, paying the town employees. I had recused myself.
Right.
I don't know, maybe I did make the motion, but I did recuse myself.
Mhm.
All right. Any other corrections to that one? If not, I would entertain a motion to accept the meeting minutes from March 17th, 2020.
Make a motion to accept the minutes from March 17th, 2020.
I have a motion made by Mr. Root. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Dunkley. All those in favor of accepting the March 17th, 2020 meeting minutes, please say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? All right. Jean, we will run into the bills and warrants now, please.
Okay. Okay. I move that we approve payment of the following warrant: 20T accounts payable, $14,339.51. 11S payroll, $7,842.57. 12S payroll, $8,003.13. And 13S payroll, $8,083.44.
Second.
I just need to ask because those are published incorrectly on the meeting warning. Is anybody else seeing that?
Oh, yeah, the 13S is, got a typo. It should be $83.
So $8,083.44.
Yes.
So we have a motion. Sandy, are you okay with the change to the agenda on that?
Yes, sir.
Could I get a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. So new business, the update of the special meeting, we are going to move that to our next regular meeting, and any corrections should be emailed to the interim TA. So we will go on to new business number 2, town policies update and review process. Truthfully, I have been meaning to copy the policy book so that everybody could take some time, familiarize yourselves with it. And then we could start to discuss making sure that that's up to date, makes sense, everything is still pertinent to the town, all of that happy things. So if everybody is all right, unless anybody had actually looked into that and had anything that we should be discussing. Anybody? Sandy, Jean,
No,
Jeff, Michael?
No.
Okay, so I will get copies of those and I will let everybody know when that is done. Number 3, Mr. Garino, would you speak to the deferring of the bid opening, please?
Mr. Chairman, when this went in the paper, there was discussion of meeting on the 14th. So the bid went in for the tractor sale for the 14th, but the board won't be meeting until the 21st, and I'm just asking that the award of that bid or the acceptance or rejection of that bid be put off until the 21st.
Any objection from the board? Sandy?
No objection, so moved.
So moved. Can I get a second?
second,
Seconded by Jean Carr. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. So next is the, oh geez, I'm sorry. Mr. Emery, you are still there, aren't you?
That's okay. I do
Look
not
at
mind.
how efficient I was. Hey, I'm actually going to ask you to stay for both of these because I think that you weighing in on the Windham County Sheriff would also be beneficial. So if I jump past that, please remind me to come back to the declaration of the state of emergency. So I had a conversation with Mark Anderson, the sheriff, and just discussing the potential increase of sheriff's department hours. We have to be realistic, in my opinion, that because of the stay home, stay safe, we are forcing people that might not be in the most happiest situation of their lives to be stuck inside with some people that are not making them happy. So now we have children that are home that could potentially be home with abusive parents. We have relationships that could be resulting in domestics because of this increased quarantine time. And that's obviously not the only thing, but that's kind of a big issue that it would be nice to have law enforcement a little bit closer in those cases. But I did speak with Cindy today, and she said that it's very likely, as well as Mr. Anderson said that it was extremely likely, that we would get a large reimbursement for these hours back from FEMA. And Cindy did say that for the current time, we could use the reserve funds, which currently has $50,282.10 in it. So the money is there. It seems like it would be reimbursed. Mark's concern was that as this prolongs and more people start saying that they want police coverage, it will then be kind of a first come, first serve, more of a as needed type basis.
Chris?
Yep.
Chris?
Yep.
Question, just so that we're clear, this is a concern about domestic violence?
Partially, I mean,
increased domestic violence?
Potentially, yes. Yep. That's one of the things that has come up. Certainly, we see it on the school side where it's a very large concern that students that would usually be able to escape the abusive parents, if they're in that situation, no longer have that safety net of school, so they're at home with it. And DCF is not making a lot of house calls now, unless it is, I don't want to say intimate danger, but I mean, they're being a little bit choosier on what they're responding to. That is my opinion from things that I have read. I don't know that that is 100% accurate, and I don't know what it is that they will go and won't go for. So I just want to be clear with that. Essentially, if we were to do this, we would have to amend the contract, and then we would be paying the same hourly rate that we pay now. So that this wouldn't be considered a call out. This wouldn't be considered really anything additional other than if we have 40 hours now and it costs us $70,000 and we wanted another 40 hours to bring it to 80 hours, it would be $140,000.
Well, I certainly am sympathetic, but we do have a budget. and state police, state troopers come. So unless that we're assured any extra increase in law enforcement expenses are going to be covered, I'm not really in favor of it.
Okay, Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
I'm in discussion today with the Vermont Department of Public Safety liaison to the towns on the FEMA reimbursement. If this was worded in such a way that it was specifically due to the increase in hours was a result of the COVID-19 emergency declaration. And I think what Mr. Emery brought up earlier about a municipal declaration as well. It could be put in for FEMA reimbursement of up to 75%. And it appeared that that was a legitimate expense in the broad discussion that we had. But it would be something that would have to go to FEMA on the forms, and the reimbursement, just so Mr. Dunkley is aware, if there were reimbursement, it's certainly, if it was approved, there's no guarantee that that's coming within a week or 2 weeks of the time you submit for the reimbursement. It can take a few to several months for the return, but if it's accepted, you'll get a check. If it's not accepted as an expense, you won't.
Okay. So I guess, Jeff, we've got yours. Sandy?
I think we should probably add them. This isn't something that we could foresee happening, and you don't want anybody hurt if you can help it.
Jean?
I guess in my mind, my question is, how are these families going to be identified? I guess kind of like, how are we going to know when they need help? And so how is that going to relate to what hours the sheriff is here? I don't know if I'm making that clear, but as opposed to responding when there's a definite need, even if it's hours that they're not here, which I think goes back to what Jeff was saying with the state police. I guess I wonder what they feel it does if they're just patrolling the streets. I'm not sure.
Okay. Michael?
Do we have any facts from the sheriff, or is he just looking for more money for his officers? Is what I'm thinking. If we have an upgrade in calls and stuff, then yes, we should look into this. But if nothing's changed, then why should we change?
And this could be a temporary situation also. We don't know.
Right.
Yes, so what would happen is we would have to amend that contract. And then if nothing changed from the governor at the end of June, there would be language in there that the contract would automatically extend. It would not renew. It would extend for a period of time. Keeping in mind that usually this is the time of year that we do hear from the sheriff about the contract, and we have that discussion. It's usually, I believe, Sandy, the second meeting in April. I think that we usually discuss that. So we will have to have that discussion still at some point, but I guess unless there's any objection, I would like to have Mr. Emery weigh in on his thoughts on this.
Yeah.
Well, I can probably assure you it's not because the sheriff is attempting to create more hours for his people, because I'm not so sure that he has enough people to fill all the hours that are out there. However, the concern is valid. There has been a number of different cases throughout in different towns that have dealt with the same problem and wrestling with the same thing. I don't think anyone can predict the time or the place or any of that. So I know you're in a tough position about that. The only advantage you have, and it's not 100% sure, is that 75% of that cost could be recoverable. However, again, that's yet to be determined. And I think anytime there's a government opportunity to recover money, that there's always a question mark that comes with that in my book. So, so I guess I certainly wouldn't say it's a bad idea, but it is a tough one that you have to wrestle with.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
Is it my understanding, am I correct, that let's say the select board opted to increase the hours hypothetically to X number, let's say 60 instead of 40? It wouldn't be an automatic billing of 60. It would be a billing of additional hours utilized. So if they use,
that is my understanding from the conversation with the sheriff, is that if we said, hey, it'd be great if you were here for another 20 hours a week, but they are spreading their resources around the county, that if they were only here for 50 hours, we would be billed for the 50 as opposed to just a standard billing. We were both, during our conversation, the word fluidity was used a lot, making sure that there was give and take should we choose to go this way. And Mark also said no hard feelings if we don't go this way. He was just putting it out there because we are in his contracted area and wanted to at least make that offer available to us, so that it was made. He wanted us to have this discussion in a time where he still could say, yes, I can give you additional man hours, as opposed to 2 months from now, if everything is extended and we say, wow, things are getting bad, we could use some more coverage. State police would be tied up at that point more significantly as well. So the likelihood of him being able to say, sure, we'll give you an extra even 10 hours a week may become troublesome. I did not get the feeling that this was in any way Mark trying to twist our arm into this. He was very upfront that this is not a necessity, that there is no guarantee that we will get all of that money back. And he understood, much like Mr. Emery is saying, that this is a tough decision. Because it is different circumstances. This money wasn't planned on, but it is there. So again, I don't think that this was a pressure tactic on his behalf. This was more of a concern from the things that we see. I did get a email today on the school side of it, just making people aware that, you know, there are children that are stuck in these homes. Gene, I understand what you're saying as far as the times. I don't think that there was a desire to put times on that. I think it was more of a roaming schedule and give us the hours and just a better police presence. But again, that is entirely up to this board.
Well, if we're going to increase hours, then we should get a discount on the hourly rate. And again, if there's no quantifiable increase in calls at this point, I believe it's kind of a little too early to start making a decision like this. I mean, that, for example, today there were 2 state troopers running around the town.
Anybody else? I guess that on this, we are either at a point where we could make a motion on this, or we can just say that we will wait to see what happens and move on to the next agenda item.
I just want to move on.
Hearing no motion.
Yep.
Hearing no motion. Mr. Emery, if you wanted to come back and just touch on the state of emergency one more time so that we can discuss that briefly here.
Okay, I'm back in, and I'll just reiterate what I said earlier, is that by the town declaring a state of emergency, I think what it will allow is that if you do get into monies that are recoverable, you know, as you were talking with the sheriff's department, or there certainly could be other expenditures that are going to come up where you have to hire different people, or let's say that you have to hire ambulances, or becomes fluid where people can't pay for funerals. So there's a ton of things that could happen. And the only reason I'm mentioning this is so that we cover our pay base for that. Operationally, I don't see it changing anything that we are presently doing. In my office, we're every day. I didn't sign on for that, by the way, but every day I'm in my computer at home doing stuff with this. And so, needless to say, there are other opportunities or things that could rear its head. And that's all. And I don't know, again, I'm going to tell you that I don't know what we have to do. I know other towns have declared emergencies. And that's kind of where the whole thing is. It's only kind of, you know, being ahead of the curve if something happens, or it would give me the opportunity to spend, I think in our LEMP, that's the local emergency plan, it authorizes me to be able to spend $500 without select board approval. So, but that's not the reason I'm after that. I'm not at all concerned about that. More concerned about being able to recover if we do, and do mitigation if there's any mitigation that's out there.
I'm going to go around the select board here and get thoughts from them, but in the meantime, could we please add Martin to the guest list? I just saw that he has joined us.
Yeah, I have it written down, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, perfect. So Sandy, on the state of emergency, your thoughts?
I would defer to David. I think it's a good idea not to close the door after the horse gets out of the barn. So we need to do it. He will know. He will know when we should do it, I think.
Okay.
I would defer to him, but I think it's something we definitely need to look into.
And should we go that direction, would we have to reconvene as a board to make that decision, or how would that work?
We would, if it's an emergency thing, you can call an emergency meeting like very fast. And I think that would be what you'd do.
Okay. Jeff?
Oh yeah, I totally agree with David. I mean, at this point, it's not necessarily an emergency in town, but certainly if there's some potential in the future, yeah, we should do it, definitely.
Jean?
I agree. So David wasn't asking for it right now.
No.
Is that right, David?
That's correct. I was
Okay.
looking to see if you wanted me to, however, there's no doubt my recommendation is going to be that we take the advantage and do that. But
Right.
I think I need to do a little bit more homework to see how we do that in the process.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Michael?
Well, I agree then.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay, Michael?
I trust his judgment.
All right, so Mr. Emery, if I may task you to gather some more information about that and get that to me, and at that time and at your direction, we would call an emergency meeting and declare that if that is your wish.
Mr. Chairman, could Mr. Emery also look to see if you, when you declared that, if you could make that an effective date prior to the date of your meeting, perhaps to the date when the EOC first met down on Governor Hunt Road 4 weeks ago? That's when it really started to pick up. And if that was the case, you might expand your funding eligibility to a earlier date.
Good
I'm not
question,
sure you
Tom.
can, but it may be worth checking into.
I will do that.
Thank you.
All right.
And it's the recommendation from Mark. I don't think Mark's on the line anymore, but as the health officer, he was in agreement with it.
Okay. Mr. Emery, as always, I appreciate you. Thank you for being here, and I look forward to hearing from you over the next couple of days.
All right, and you certainly will. Thank you to the board. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and we will talk again soon. Thanks.
Thank you.
Stay safe.
All right, next up, as you can all see, we are on Zoom, and it seems that we're going to be that way for a very long time. I think that it is important for our town to continue to move, to have these meetings, and that would also mean that our committees need to be meeting. So the solid waste, who met at 6 o'clock today via Zoom, they're going to start having regular meetings. They're going to report back to us in May with their suggestion, and I would like to see that planning commissions and all of that stuff just continue to move forward. Having said that, this Zoom account is set up on Mr. Garino's personal credit card, and I would ask that we switch that over so that the town is actually paying for that subscription, and that would give us the ability to add multiple hosts, so that Bob Spencer could be a host, I could be a host, Jeff or Martin, you guys could be, I mean, so that would open that up so that Tom does not need to be at all of these meetings to host the meeting. Tom, what was the price on that, please?
I think it's, if you hold on just a second, Mr. Chair, I think it's $15.49 a month. That's for the up to 100 participants at a meeting, unlimited time on your meetings. You know,
And
so if
would
you had
it-
a 4-hour meeting, that'd be okay. But I can
Would
give
it
you the
be,
price in just a second.
Would it be your thought that on the other side of all of this, that that subscription, when we no longer need it, could that be billed to FEMA because we had to use it for this?
It probably could be billed. There is a threshold that you're going to need to be able to meet to become FEMA eligible as well. But it certainly would be, you wouldn't do this, but for the emergency, you wouldn't be meeting this way.
Okay. Sandy?
Definitely.
Jeff?
And thank you, Tom, for taking start us on it.
Yeah,
Jeff?
and you know, I told the chairman, just so everybody, for full disclosure, I don't know everyone in town, and I'm sure everyone is a wonderful person. But if someone got onto my
Thanks, Tom.
account, I'd be a little concerned if they weren't a wonderful person.
Jeff, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think, you know, we had to enact a way to have a meeting, I think rather quickly, and I think if this is working out, and certainly Tom shouldn't have to pay out of his own credit card.
Jean?
Definitely the town should have their own account, and maybe it can go on the treasurer's credit card.
Yeah.
There is a card for that department.
Okay, Michael?
So I'm on Zoom's website. That is, the pro plan is $14.99 per month per host. The business plan is $19.99 per month per host with a minimum of 10 hosts, which brings it to $199.90 a month. So I just want to make sure that is all aware.
Yeah, mine was, this was $15.89 with tax.
And that's just for one host. So
Right.
I guess with that information, perhaps, do we need to look and see if they're actually, you know what, I'm going to, Martin, I see you sitting here. I'm going to ask you to weigh in on this and your thoughts. I know that we had a discussion briefly about this, but I'm just curious if Zoom is the answer for us, or if you know of a different platform that we should be looking at if we're going to have to make a switch. You are muted, sir.
Here we go.
Okay.
I poked around a little bit. I saw quite a number of towns in Vermont were using Zoom. You know, so it seems to be a popular platform. There have been some issues with Zoom bombing and that kind of thing, but there are ways that the host can prevent nonsense and screen sharing, that kind of thing. I haven't looked around in detail at the price plans that are out there. But you know, if there's a way to get something with maybe, you know, 2 hosts or something like that, that would feel to me like it would work, or we could just get started with 1 host and see how it goes.
Okay. We have a number of administrators. You know, maybe not so many hosts, but a number of administrators. I looked at Google Hangout, same type of thing. And then GoToMeeting had one as well, and they were more complicated to use, not more expensive, about the same price, relatively speaking, within a couple of bucks, but a lot more cumbersome to get up and running, at least to me. Other people may find it easier.
Even the post office is looking into starting to use Zoom. I've heard rumors already.
So, but that raises a different issue as far as, I mean, we're either at $15 to essentially stay the same so that there's only 1 host, or we are at $190 to have multiple hosts. So that's quite a price difference.
Was that $190 a month?
$199.90 a month, because the minimum for that plan is
Yeah,
10.
you don't need that big a plan.
No, you could get.
You're looking at the $14.99 per month per host.
If we added another host, it would be roughly $32 a month after the taxes and everything.
Just a suggestion. Is the school using Zoom for remote teaching?
I don't honestly know. I got something for my son called Remind. I have no idea what it is. The software looks entirely different than Zoom, so
Okay.
I'm not sure what they are using down here. I know that my other son, his school is using Zoom, but I'm not sure if they have multiple hosts or what's going on with that. So I guess I don't have a good answer. I'm curious if the board thinks that there should be some more research done on this. And then maybe
I don't see $199 a month plan.
Yeah, I mean, that would be overkill in any case. My suggestion would be just get the 1 host license right now and see how it goes. You can always get a second one of those instead of getting a 10 tripper, you know?
So I get a question. So regarding the free use of Zoom, what are the limitations?
The freebie is host up to 100 participant, 40-minute limits on meetings.
So you got to have a meeting in less than 40 minutes.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Unlimited number of meetings. That would. Well said, sir. Limited 1-to-1 meetings, 40-minute limit on group meetings. You have an unlimited number of meetings, but there was something when I looked at it, there was up to 9 people, but this one is, they've upped it to 100 participants.
Because I mean, for the most part in town, committees are not more than 9 people.
No, but
obviously you want the public to have a potential
right.
involved, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, they all go over 40 minutes.
When you
Now,
do,
go ahead, Michael, I'm sorry.
you lose the security feature when you do the free one. I know the VLTC whatever did a survey about all of them. Maybe we can get some feedback from how their survey went.
Yeah, I filled that out also, so we should get a response on that when they're completed.
Now, if this is on the town's credit card, then there's really no reason that you couldn't give out the host information for the chair of each of those committees, and they could log on. So really, we could just do one, and you just share that information at that point.
Correct.
That's what for the school board that I'm on in New Hampshire, we have it for that. And then for a couple other meetings, we just use Karina's account.
Okay. So, Sandy, do we need a motion for this, or are we good to just switch over to using the town's card? Or
I'll make a motion that we thank Tom for getting us used to using Zoom, and that we have the town now take over the cost of the Zoom for the meetings.
Second.
moved by Sandy and seconded by Ms. Carr. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. Tom, are you all set with getting with Cindy on that tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll get to her Thursday.
Thursday, sorry, yep.
Yep.
All right. During our, I'm sorry, next on the agenda is going to be Cold Brook liquor license renewal. There is a copy, if anybody has the packet that I dropped off today, that is in here. I did speak with the Department of Liquor Control. They do not have any reason to say that we should not renew this license. Nothing that is concerning to them. So any thoughts on this, Sandy?
No thoughts.
Jean?
Nope, it's fine.
Jeff?
Oh, good.
Michael?
To go.
I would take a motion.
I move that we renew or sign the liquor license application for Colebrook store for 2020.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Dunkley to approve the liquor license renewal application that we will sign and send to the state of Vermont. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Yay.
All right. So,
Got it.
all right. And you did get the one nay, yes?
One nay, yes.
Okay. So this will be at the town office to get signatures on, please. I don't know if we could all accomplish that by the end of the week. Get that so that this could get mailed in. Is everybody all right with that?
I'm okay with that.
Okay, perfect.
Sure.
So next on the agenda, Sandy, I'm going to ask if you would get us to executive session, please.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I move that we go into executive session to discuss an Alice J. Brooks fund request.
Second.
Moved and seconded by, I'm going to give it to Jeff.
Oh,
You
just
did-
barely by a nose.
And I am going to say that we are in executive session at 7:43. I'm going to say we are out of executive session at 7:49. Tom, all right. Sandy, I'm sorry, I didn't write it down. What time did we go in?
You went in at 7:43.
7:43. Okay. So we went into executive session at 7:43, came out at 7:48. Sandy, where are we headed from here?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we authorize the expenditure of up to $750 for the AJ Brooks fund request.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Jean Carr has the second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Michael and Jeff, have we lost you guys?
Aye.
Okay. All right. So that is all set there. I will notify Tim of that. Now we are on to old business. Town administrator recruitment discussion. Jeff, let's start with you.
Oh. I guess where are we at? We received some example copies of job descriptions. I don't know. The more that I looked over them, the more unsure I was as far as the direction that we should go. You know, potentially it could be not a full-time position. There are some certain responsibilities that do not necessarily have to be included in a town administrator's job description. Certain authority also. But I guess, well, I'd like to spend a little more time looking at the job descriptions, making my mind up. But, you know, as of right now, I guess I'd probably feel if we kind of went with the same kind of job description, the same responsibilities, perhaps without human resource responsibilities as what we've had for the last few years.
And there are two more descriptions that need to come up. We just have to get down into the basement and pick up two from the 80s that I have now found where they are.
From the old Vernon town administrator position.
Yeah, Irene and Bunny. And that was Sandra brought that up to look at, but we had to find them where they were in the file. So we did find them. We're going to go down and get them.
Good.
Jean.
In terms of the kind of the HR responsibilities, I kind of liked that some of the others used a little bit different wording, because I think maybe the evaluation process still needs to be done by somebody, you know, and I think that could stay there, but some of them word it as assist or oversees personnel services to the town employees. Some are like review, but the administer is, I'd like that out. I think we wanted the discipline out. The dismissal, I don't see any of them. Well, they might have hiring responsibilities, but there isn't dismissal responsibilities. So I feel like those changes could soften this a little bit. And I also feel from talking to the town employees that they're not opposed to a town administrator overseeing them. I think that there just has to be a better match, and that hopefully going forward, the select boards will be sensitive to everybody's concerns and adjust accordingly. But I think we can soften that a little bit and take a little bit of the, I don't know, it's a harsh responsibility that's stated in the job description we have right now.
I agree.
And also under administer all town insurance policies. And I don't feel that's appropriate. I feel they're administered by the town treasurer because she has the relationship. She's really the money person. So I think if administer, again, maybe got changed to review, and certainly be aware of and work together with the treasurer, but the treasurer seems to be the one that has to do the reporting, and she has the financial responsibility to take care of, you know, the insurance issues. So I don't think administer insurance policies is a good word there. And that's on H.
Yeah.
And then the personnel, the HR part was on N. otherwise I feel like a lot of it was the same. The Grafton one definitely had, oh no, that's not the one. One of them had a whole paragraph about, no, it was Guilford, about the select board posting notices, preparing and distributing the agendas and materials. And although our town administrator did that before, it never really was in that job description anywhere. So that might be a good addition. And that was on Guilford's town administrator, A under administration.
Michael,
I agree with a lot with what Gene said. I do need more time to look over it more, I think.
okay. Sandy?
Yeah, I want to go over them some more, but I agree with Jean. She's got a good handle on it. Thank you.
And I agree with both Gene and Jeff. I do think that we need some more time, but as I said earlier when we were discussing the Zoom, I think that it's extremely important that our town, despite this pandemic, continue to move forward. When this is over, we will still have a town to operate, and we will need all systems in place for that. So a couple of things that, to reiterate what Gene said, I would say the insurance and really any of that financial obligation, any of that kind of stuff should really remain in the treasurer's office.
Right.
There should be that overlap. There should be the knowledge of that department, but there should not be any taking responsibility out of that. As far as the human resources, I agree. You know, perhaps they're the ones that do the hiring, they do the background checks, they oversee those things. As far as the discipline, I do not feel that that is in a town with an elected select board. I don't feel that that is another hired position's responsibility to do the disciplinary action. Instead, I think that that position would be more of a liaison for our town employees to the select board, and vice versa. That would be, if there was things going on, that person would be bringing that to our knowledge, and then we would convene and make decisions based upon that. But I do not think that it should be another hired person disciplining another hired person.
Right.
As far as full-time versus part-time, or what we call this position, I'm not sure that we absolutely need a 40-hour-a-week town administrator. I think that there is potential that we could still function and do quite well and be successful if we did an administrative assistant. And that would also give us more, I hesitate to use the word secretarial, but certainly at our meetings, that would give us the note taker, that would give us all of that, the person that would be publishing those minutes accordingly within the timelines that we have. So
yeah, Chris, if I can jump in at that. I don't, if we're going to have a town administrator with limited hours, I don't quite agree that it should be an administrative assistant.
Right.
I think it should be a town administrator
Yeah.
with limited hours, but with administrative assistant help. I mean, because there are a lot of routine things that a town administrator would be responsible for, printing stuff out and copying, that would in some way not best utilize the talent of a real town administrator. So coming back to, you know, if we have limited hours, I think it should be somebody, you know, with a talent of grant money and an actual town administrative experience, not secretarial.
Okay.
Right.
Do you think that that person in that role, because previously we had the secretary, Michelle was the secretary to the board. do we need that additional position, or should this be all within that same contract? This person is at the meetings, and in my opinion, there's no reason that they couldn't take those notes for us, keep those minutes. And that would be a part of this position, that they would be required to publish those minutes within, what is it, 5 days?
Right now it's 10, but.
Okay.
Well, yeah, for
Only
sort
during
of,
COVID.
What are your thoughts on that, Jeff, as far as utilizing that position to eliminate that additional? Because I think that was it $3,000 or $6,000 extra in the budget?
Yeah, no, I agree that there's probably 40 hours of work, whether we want to have it one person do it or 3/4 one person and 1/4 somebody else. But I mean, to me, there is a full-time position here with the inclusion of administrative assistant, quote, secretarial work, quote unquote.
Okay. Anybody else have thoughts on that? So,
Well, I actually do. I think of the times when we've really been working on like ordinances per se, or some of these other issues where there's been a lot of research into the law. And I wonder how you have all that to work on with us and still be responsible for taking minutes. And I'm not sure. Because usually the town administrator has got a lot of information for us. You know, they're not just sitting there through the meeting. You know, as we get back into a mode where we're really cranking through some things, you know.
yep. Sandy, your thoughts?
Well, you're all right. I can see good points on all of it. It would be nice if, you know, when you did have a full-time administrative assistant and she had a secretary, we actually got copies, or the board members got copies of all the committee report minutes. So we knew what was going on with the rec department and the planning commission, and because we had their minutes. And that does take time. But then the board is really, everybody knows what's going on. But also at that time, we had Vermont Yankee paying the bills.
Sure would be nice to have them again.
Sure would.
So I guess at this point, what is because we are into April now. July is coming quickly, and I think that we need to move on this. What is everybody's thoughts as far as utilizing VLCT or somebody of the like to help with this job search? Jeff?
I think we definitely, whether it's VLTC or private headhunter agency, I think whatever money we spend in the job search is well worth it. I think as chair, Chris, you need to tell the rest of us what kind of time frame you want us to get back to you as far as our thoughts and trying to finalize a job description and what we feel we need to look for. So, in a way, you tell us when you want us to finalize our thoughts.
Sure. Yep. And I just, I'm trying to organize myself and my thoughts as well. So that's why I just want to make sure that we're touching on everything as far as everybody's thoughts on the recruitment, kind of everybody's just overall thought of what this position looks like, so that then we can look at what that description should be and start to put some timelines in place. So it sounds like you feel that we should be using some outsourced agency to assist in this job hunt.
Yeah, definitely. But like I said, we need to figure out exactly what we're looking for before we make that step of contacting some assistance.
Fair. So go ahead, Tom. You look like you got something to say.
I think this is where we go back to perhaps we do a Zoom workshop. It won't be as fun as a regular facilitation, but really go through what you want this person to do. Get it honed down, because there's some differences on expectations just from listening to the five of you. There's a lot of common understanding and agreement, but there is some differing approaches to how you want to go after this. And I think that if you spent an hour doing that, you'd get it honed down. A new and appropriate job description could be written up for your review, and then you could go out to, and I'm talking within a week or 10 days. I'm not saying that this has got to be dragged out, but there is enough, at least from my listening, there's enough fuzziness, for lack of a better term, that needs to be clarified before you go out and hire somebody and figure out what you're recruiting for.
Right. So,
and there may be less expensive ways in the league to do this.
All right. So what does everybody, I'm looking at next Wednesday, the 15th. Does that evening work for everybody to have a discussion about this? That would give us all the week to look over this information. Tom, I would ask that we get those other two job descriptions this Thursday emailed out to the board. And then that would give everybody,
and email them.
Perfect. So that would give everybody 6 days from that point to finalize what their thoughts are on this. And we could meet next Wednesday at 6:30 if that works for, and we could say that we're going to keep that to an hour. Everybody has their thoughts, and then we could discuss it and make changes at that point. Sandy?
Sounds good.
Jeff?
Yeah, no, we'll do it.
Jean?
Good.
Michael?
Sounds good.
All right, so Tom, if you would so kindly warn that meeting for next Wednesday at 6:30.
As a work session.
Yes. And then we will wait for the additional 2 job descriptions that are lingering in the town office. That will give everybody time to go over the ones that have already been provided, make changes. I truthfully don't care if somebody rewrites the entire thing on going a different direction, if that's the way that you see fit. I think that this is the time to do it. We've heard the employees' issues. We've heard the squawking around town from people. So, and then we all have our own feelings as well. So I think that we have enough information to be able to put something together that makes sense. And we can reconvene next Wednesday about that. And I just lost my agenda. There was one more thing on there, wasn't there? Review of preschool and after school staff. We had said that we would readdress this at this meeting. Obviously, everything has been extended. It is still my feeling that that money is there. It is budgeted. It is what it is. My suggestion is that we do the exact same thing that we did in our special meeting last week, where we extend this out and look at it again. Thoughts, starting with Michael.
Sounds good.
Jeff.
That's fine. I guess one suggestion I would make, I suppose probably to the rec board, as they administer preschool, is, you know, maybe some suggestion of an online preschool gathering. Probably there's some parents that would appreciate their preschool kids being distracted for an hour or two. So I would propose that if we're paying people, I mean, with high school, there's a lot of online learning that's still going on. So I would suggest that, you in preschool, maybe try, try some kind of online activities.
I like it. That's a great idea. I will reach out to Seth after this meeting. I like that a lot. I think that would, as a parent of a younger child, he's not in preschool, but man, I would take a break. Somebody could entertain him for a couple of minutes. That'd be great. So I will reach out to him for sure. Jean, your thoughts?
Yep, let's revisit it. Do we want to say when?
When did we decide that we would revisit the other ones? That was May 5th, I believe. Is that right, Sandy?
Yes, May 5th.
Yeah.
Well, do we need to do it on May 5th? The governor's decided that school is not going back. So I think that this one, we could almost decide that we're just going to carry this out to the end of the contracted year. And then we don't have to revisit this one. Is Sandy?
I guess at that point, as I think I mentioned the last time that we had talked about the after school program, those expenses for after school are contingent upon budgeted income.
I do remember, yeah.
And there's no after school income coming in. So I really wouldn't be in favor of continuing to pay after school staff through the end of the school year, because there's no income.
There's no budget.
To offset their expenses.
Right.
Well, I think you could say the same for the preschool, because those kids are paying tuition, and the grants that they get, that all carries that program. So they're,
yeah, but their grant money, there is some money coming in to continue to cover.
well, hopefully.
There's not an after school. I mean, that's totally funded by parents. There's no grants to run the after school program.
No.
All right.
No, but the kids are, there's a lot of tuition coming into the preschool program too, so.
Well, yeah, I guess it depends on who you talk to. I don't think it's ever really covered the cost of the whole program. I mean, the tuition,
No.
I mean, my daughter went through preschool, and frankly, it was a great deal.
Right, well, I know they get a lot of grant money.
Yeah. And again, the after school program, I mean, they have to be self-sufficient. So
Yep.
I wouldn't support continuing to pay the after school staff for the whole year. I got no problem to May, but.
So what if we were to continue this to May 5th?
Yeah.
But we ask Mr. Dio to join us at our last meeting of the month and have him explain the budget that you're questioning, Jeff, and just how the finances of that after school work, so that we would have that information prior to the May 5th meeting so that we could have and make an educated decision. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, but if this situation, shelter in place, goes on for all summer, do we pay lifeguards at the pool? Do we pay?
They're not currently on our payroll. I think that's
No.
a huge difference.
Oh, but
I see what you're saying, but those are people that are going into the summer knowing that they have nothing right now, whereas these other people had their feet taken right out from under them at.
Yeah, I don't dispute that, but I mean, there are a lot of other people that they've lost jobs through no fault of their own too. I mean, unfortunately, that's kind of the life that we're facing.
Right, but those people are taking unemployment, and if these employees took unemployment, it's just coming out of another line item in our budget anyway. That's not coming from the state, is my understanding.
So I guess my
correct me if
question
I'm wrong.
again is, as far as the after school staff, these aren't
Right.
full-time jobs. I mean, so I don't preschool program, those are full-time jobs.
Right.
They have benefits, and I wouldn't agree with taking away pay for preschool. But again,
No.
after school programming, these are part-time jobs.
Well,
Yep.
and two of the preschool teachers are part-time. I believe one of them's only 10 hours a week. So does that mean that they're excluded from this?
Well, in that case, yeah, I would.
If there's
Now
a
that you bring it up.
Wow.
Michael, you were trying to say something?
If there's a time there's no kids enrolled in after school during a normal school year, are they not paid? Are they paid?
I don't have that answer. I think, again, this is where we may want to have Mr. Dio join us.
Yeah.
To give us some answers at the next meeting, because these are all certainly valid questions and valid points.
I can tell you that in Brattleboro, they're interviewing for their summer help, but they also, it's with the understanding if they're able to do their programs, you know, they're not guaranteed jobs.
Right.
So, you know, they're not employees and they know they may not be.
Sandy?
I think we're going to revisit it, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I will speak with Seth this evening about the preschool, and I will also ask him about that meeting.
Can we get recommendations?
I've lost my connection.
Oh, you're still here.
Okay, my internet is unstable. It keeps going in and out. I missed that last comment of yours, Mr. Chairman. It froze.
I don't honestly remember. I was making a note over here, so.
I
Right.
think you mentioned you're going to talk to Seth about.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'll
Okay,
reach out to Seth about Mr. Dunkley's suggestion about the preschool staff reaching out to those kiddos and potentially just entertaining them for a little while. And then we will invite Mr. Dio to our April 19th, 17th, 21st, April 21st
Yeah.
meeting. And we will, I believe we're in agreement that we will continue to do what we are doing as far as the pay for those two departments until May 5th, with further discussion on the 21st. Does that sound right to everybody?
Yeah, I've got that noted, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Perfect. So that I believe is, oh, wait a minute, there's two spots. So I guess at that point, town administrators report.
I'm looking at what there is here. Some of this we've already discussed. I think Mr. Emery went through the COVID issue very well. I'm working with him on those things as well. Tim and I are working well together on things as they came up. The tractor bid's been discussed. Trash and recycling was discussed at the last meeting, where the committee will be looking at the contract for Triple T and making a recommendation back to the select board. I don't know, my notes are buried on that, but they're also going to look at bag prices and things like stickers like Westminster does that the chairman brought up.
Could I jump in here, Tom? I'm sorry,
sure.
because we missed a agenda item. We need a nomination for Sandra
Oh, yeah.
Right.
to the Solid Waste Committee. Could I please get?
That's Ms. Rule, right?
It's Rulowich, isn't it?
Rulowich.
Yeah.
Yes. So
I
need
move
a-
that, whoop.
Go
I
ahead.
move that we appoint Sandra Rulowich to the Solid Waste Committee.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Harris. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Perfect. So Tom, if you could also let her know that she is now nominated and that her motion, or the motion to nominate her as chair to that committee this evening, will now be okay. And you can continue with your, and on that, yes, they did organize this evening. They are already, they will start meeting, I believe, next Thursday, or it's the 16th. And I have tasked them to get us their information and recommendations by our second meeting in May. And that way we could sign that triple T contract as long as everybody is in agreement. And that gives us a little bit of wiggle room before July 1st. That would give us an additional meeting to discuss and raise any questions that we might have. So Tom, back to you as far as the admin report.
Yeah, I just wanted to note to you folks that North Star subcontractor contacted me, and again, this is more of a learning curve. You folks will probably already know this. They're going to start building on the property that they bought off of 142, where the substation was. They're going to have a garage type facility there. It's right by where the high tension, where the high tension wires come through. And they will first need to go to Act 250 relative to their, and to Agency of Natural Resources relative to the septic. I was checking with the assessors on some things on that. It's just a heads up, you're gonna see some work going on up there in the near future by the sub. In case there's no building permit necessary because of the, no zoning and things. And then I've been in contact with Representative Coffey on a number of issues over the past that have to do with COVID specifically. And she's been more than fantastic about responding to my queries, especially the Department of Labor stuff that I'm interested in, because we need to know how, if we're paying people that are currently not essential and they're at home, we want to see how we may be able to get that recouped. And there may be a way to do that.
That it, sir?
That's all, Mr. Chairman. The rest of it we've discussed.
All right. Next meeting will be on next meeting will be next Wednesday at 6:30.
Right.
That will be a work session followed by our normal select board meeting on April 21st. Could I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Dunkley. He won that one. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right. We are adjourned. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you.
Thanks, you too.
Okay, we are officially starting the new Newfane Select Board meeting. It is Monday, April 6th, 2020. This is the very first time that we're doing some virtual meetings, including Zoom and somebody on the phone. So Chris Williams is on the telephone, Shelley Hubert is on Zoom, Angela Sanborn is on Zoom, Mike Fitzpatrick, Jay Wilson, Lynetta, and myself, Marion Gallen, are here at Town Hall meeting. And in the future, if the public would like to join in our meetings, and this is probably the way it's going to be for a while, it's going to be virtual meetings. The town hall will be open to the public to come in and sit and participate. Tonight, we don't have any people as of yet. So, I'm calling the meeting to order. The first item is additions or amendments to the agenda. Is there anybody who has an addition or an amendment to the agenda, please? Okay. So we're moving to approval of minutes. And we have the minutes of,
Marion?
we have no minutes.
Two things I wanted to bring up to talk about was the emergency management plans, if it's been updated with the forms. It's kind of important that we all kind of know who is on that and what the document says. And also the town finance discussion that came through the Vermont League of Cities and Towns recommendations on how to handle certain things. I had asked Juanetta to make a copy of the town finance FAQs related to the COVID-19.
Okay, the first item that you mentioned, repeat that.
Excuse me? Oh, the first one, where are we on the emergency management plan update? Do we have the forms filled out?
Jay Wilson was here at our last meeting.
Okay.
And he reported at that time that basically he's following the emergency team is following state of Vermont rules. And we can have Jay talk about that maybe at the end of his road foreman report. The purpose of tonight, really, Shelley and everybody, is that we're going to try to get through this meeting without many extra things on the agenda, because some of us are sitting here without masks and gloves on. This is the first time we're trying virtual. And also, after this meeting, Angela and Mike have to stay here for quite a while doing the pay orders. So, because it's the first time working on all of this, I think Jay can talk about emergency.
Well, I think I can, we can wait on the emergency. I just wanted to know what the update was, because I know there are forms that need to be filled out, and I think each board member should have a copy of it. So in the future, let's put that back on the agenda as something as a follow-up. And the other is the town finance discussions. I think we need to discuss some of that. That needs attention.
Is that an emergency?
This isn't an emergency meeting. This is a regular board meeting, correct?
Yes, it is. But tonight we're only working on things that have deadlines that we have to deal with. And also a letter from.
Well, I think it's going to come up regarding the.
We'll put it on the future agenda.
People.
Chris?
No, excuse me.
Oh.
Never mind. I made my table and I'm saying what I think.
Well, I think it's really inappropriate, Chris.
You think it's inappropriate? When I sit at my table, I can say any goddamn thing I want to. Well, just realize that.
Okay, Chris. Chris, can I just remind you that this is going to be on public TV?
I don't care.
Well, I'm asking you to please be respectful to everybody the way we will be with you.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much, dear.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Okay, so we don't have minutes to make.
Oh, I guess somebody off already.
So can we just table the minutes for the next one? It's not a big rush. And keep moving right along, please.
Make a motion to table.
I make a motion to table the meeting approval of minutes till the next meeting that we have, date uncertain.
Okay, Mike second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. I'll have it and then we'll postpone that for next meeting. Okay, the next item on the agenda is road business and it's the road foremen and road commissioners report. Start with a motion, please.
We had another burglar alarm at the town garage Friday morning. It's the same motion detector as 2 weeks ago. The home security came, replaced that detector, and replaced all the batteries.
Excuse me, Jay, can you speak just a little bit slower? It just comes muffled. Thank you.
We had another burglar alarm at the town garage Friday, and it was the same motion detector as 2 weeks ago. So home security came and replaced that detector and replaced all the batteries in the rest of the system. The permitting process continues on the sand salt shed at the Depot Road box culvert. Both of those, the people continue working. Still doing stuff. They're falling partially over and taking the bank with it on South Woods Road. I'm working on somewhere to remove the trees. Mark Pickering and Scott Jensen are looking at it to come up with a plan for permanent repair. We're busy getting roads repaired from mud season. And I've been on a daily basis wiping down all the common surface Clorox spray at the garage, either after everyone has left for the day or before they come in. We're doing our best at having people drive only one vehicle or wiping them down if we do have to spray. If this goes on for a couple months, it's going to be a very annoying process.
I'm not sure what he said.
Wiping down everything.
They're wiping down everything with Clorox.
Okay, so my thought here is, again, if it's not a, what is it called, like an emergency, I don't think that the highway crew should be out unless there's a failure in a road or a bridge, et cetera.
Well, that's what he was saying. They were fixing a spot on South Warsboro Road that needed to get done for people that need to drive on it.
But is the staff on duty now, though?
Yeah.
Because the governor has made an emergency declaration, and it's only for essential services. So unless there's an issue, I think we need to discuss about what their role is, and if they're not essential, they should not be out working. There's $1,000 fines that are going to be imposed.
The highway crew is considered essential employees.
May I say something?
Yes, Chris.
The town crew works on the road. They aren't together. They're working on the roads, grade the roads. One person is doing one thing, one person's doing another. Let the road crew keep working on their road. If you don't, you're going to have a real problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
I just wanted to bring it to your attention.
Well, I think that the roads are very essential.
That's
Because it specifically talks about municipal employees and road workers. So I don't know if we need to call a vote on it. It sounds like you're all, allowing this to happen. So, I mean, I'm just worried about people getting sick.
Okay.
May I say something about that?
Yes.
These gentlemen work apart. Jay has separated them. Each truck has a driver. The loader has a driver. Everybody has a driver. They're not doing anything that makes everybody sick. Now, let the road crew do their job if you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Thank you very much.
Okay, my suggestion.
Chris, it's really inappropriate the way you're talking. Really inappropriate.
Okay, Shelley, I would like to say that probably, but my guess is that Jay Wilson and Chris, who are the people who oversee the roads and the road crews, would not be working if it was detrimental to anybody. I think right now what Jay and Chris are saying is it would be detrimental not to work on the roads because it's a very difficult time of year with mud season coming, trees falling down on the road. It would be terrible if they didn't work. So in my opinion, and I think in others, it is considered an essential job.
Mary, can I say one more thing?
Yes.
The road crew is working on the roads. They're working, just like I said, separated. They're doing what has to be done. And if the town would leave them alone and let them do their job as it needs to be done, everything will get straightened out. Everything will be all right.
Well, I think as a select board members, we have the right to have questions, to make questions about what's going on and to follow the law.
Shelley, it's fine to have questions, and that's not the problem. The problem is that I think that right now the road crew.
I get it, Marion. I understand that the springtime, the roads need work.
Yeah.
I understand that part of it.
No, so I'm saying that Jay as a road foreman and Chris as a road commissioner, I think are going to be the ones who know the best about what is important and essential for us.
Yes, but Marion, we are a select board member, so I mean, there are staff. They're hired to do the work of the town. So, I mean, if you guys want to make a ruling that we're going to overrule what the governor's law has stated, that's, I'm just stating that I'm not real keen about it.
But that is only if they're considered not essential. If they're essential employees, they can still go out and work. And unfortunately, with mud season, our dirt roads need to be taken care of. They can't just sit and wait.
Hello?
Well, I'm just saying that if they're not out, if they're out there doing an emergency thing, that's one thing. We have a gentleman over in Wilmington that died of this virus. It can happen to any one of us.
Like I told Jay, I said, the town of Putney over there, the crew is not allowed to drive.
Can you speak up, Mike?
Town of Putney, when I was talking to Karen, their road crew is still working. They're not allowed to mingle with the bride street. You can't go and have the lunches and stuff like that. They're there, they're assigned a vehicle. They all come in the morning, they get the vehicles to go to work.
Well, that's what Chris is saying.
But I mean, right now, they're still running out the drive. Still running out the drive, and just like that, one, Christopher probably shouldn't be up. You know?
Okay, so is my understanding that when the men show up from work, they go into the garage to get their vehicles, and then one by one, with their each their own vehicle,
So
they
Buddy's
leave?
actually parked all the vehicles outside. They don't do them outside, they're not in the garage, not allowed to. You can find-
I can't hear what they're saying. Can you, Angela?
No, I can't hear Mike.
Okay, what Mike is saying is that in Putney right now, the garage and road crew people are not going into the actual building of the road crew. They are picking up their trucks which are parked outside. And I think right now without the snow anymore, you could probably do the same, right? And then the gentlemen just come in the morning and pick up their vehicle, and then they go off on their own to the business.
I think that's fine. And then I also think that if any member of the road crew feels that they shouldn't be at work, they should take it upon themselves to talk to Jay and explain that. I mean, we all have that decision, whether we go in or stay home. You know, anytime you should make that choice for yourself.
They're aware of that any one of them are welcome to not come in. So, there's days like you get a heavy rain, you can't go out too much on the road. What do you want to do? If they stay home, how do they, do we still pay them? How do they do it?
Oh, that's a good question.
I think the road foreman should work with the road crew, tell them what's going on, tell them how things are, let them do it themselves. I don't think we should micromanage them and tell them what the hell's going on. They know what's going on. They know if there's a problem. They know if it shouldn't be there. They know everything. Those people are not ignorant people. Just leave them alone. Let them do their job.
Mike Maine has the butchering to do so with Dr. Bell, and they gave him whatever.
I can't hear him.
That's fine, but I just didn't know if we have a day where we feel we can go out and do something separately. How do you want to handle it?
Thank you. I think we have to leave a little close to delegating.
I don't like this whole thing no matter what either, you know, like I said, I'm no different than work. I go to work and buy myself. As of tomorrow, they're gonna find me out what's up. And I said, I don't know why the hell, what's the difference between us and the road crews or anybody else like that? There's a lot of jobs, a lot of guys that are logging. They're working by themselves off this. Yeah, just to come out of this water, that they don't start finding everything, people go to work, and maybe they'll have to be in money backing it up.
I can't hear Michael.
Michael was saying, he's talking about the rule that's supposed to be in effect as of tomorrow, that people shouldn't go to work. But at the same time, it's essential work that the road crew has to do, that Mike and other people, loggers, have to do.
Oh, I know, I said, we're no different than the road crews or anybody like that.
They're no different than the road crew.
Yeah, we're not with a bunch of cops. You're by yourself all day long.
Right.
And all that stuff like that, but as of tomorrow, they can either find here, they even said they even put 15K out there.
So, Jay, I was out calling the state first thing in the morning and saying, did the new thing road crew foreman, we would like to know.
I mean, I know this is serious shit going on.
No, I know.
It's really going to be looked at, no matter what. I mean, it's can't just take it for granted. I mean, you know, we all know how very long to, I mean, it's not good. But, you know, I mean, on the other hand too, you know, people have to survive, you know. You can't just shut everybody. Places they tell you can go to work, and places you should be going. That's the stores. You know, you go in there and there's 100 people in their shop and touch you for gambling, you got the place, you know. And that's everybody's all right, you know, you can go to that.
Well, would everybody agree that Jake could call the Vermont State tomorrow, the governor's office, whomever he has to call, and ask permission and see what they say about road crews being essential?
Sure. That sounds great.
I agree with that. Can everybody agree with that? Kelly, do you hear me? You're muted. Kelly, don't mute.
I didn't hear what you said. Sorry.
What I'm saying is I would like to have a vote, so to speak, in terms of having Jay call State of Vermont tomorrow morning when he gets to work and ask, is the road crew considered essential for the people to work on the roads where their trees have fallen, where there's mud, or do they want those people to stay at home also?
Yeah, I think you need to get clarification. If in case of an emergency, yes, I could see the road crew being out there, but it's supposed to be, everyone's supposed to be staying at home and away from other people.
I want to know what the governor's office says to Jay as road crew foreman. I can't hear you.
I said I read it. I read the material. What's essential?
Get them going. The guys are not working tight together. They're away from everybody. Let the gentlemen do their job.
Okay, well, I guess we're going to take a vote on it. I think Jay should go and contact and get the essential, who's essential, and regarding the road crew.
Does everybody agree?
Get clarity on it.
Andrea, is that okay with you?
Yes, that is fine.
Thank you. Chris, is that okay with you?
Repeat that to me, please.
That I suggested that Jay call the state of Vermont first thing tomorrow morning from the road crew garage, and ask if they are considered essential workers.
Yes, no problem.
Okay, great. And Mike, you agree? Okay, we all have voted yes, that Jay will call.
Great.
Yay.
Yay.
Thank you, everybody. We need a motion now to accept Jay's road crew. Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, any further?
I'll second.
No. Okay, motion and Jay's report. And Chris. Okay, moving right along to administrative assistance report.
A very brief one. I've been working from home remotely in the evenings, checking emails, looking at the mail, talking with Mary and setting up conferences and planning what's going to be essential to the select immediately, and just trying to keep things moving and efficiently.
Also, whenever you're doing training with BCTV to get this Zoom on and to get the office working to have this happen. And Peter, who is the assistant to Carroll Town Clerk, has been in here working with Renetta this afternoon and maybe before that. So there's good teamwork going on in this building.
That's wonderful.
there a motion to accept Juanetta's report?
I'll make the motion to accept Juanetta's report.
Further discussion? No, thank you, Juanetta, very much. Okay. Now, we don't have any unscheduled events to cover. So we are moving on to the important business at hand tonight, the old business, which is now has a time limit to it, and that is to review the lease agreement for the cat excavator. And the question will be to consider renewing the excavator for at least another year or return it. And we need to know this within a few weeks.
I'll make a motion to renew it for another year. Thank you very much.
Okay, is there a second to that motion? Okay, we have a second in order to discuss it. So now discussion. Jay, do you want to start?
So the guys have their ideas of what they would like. They feel the track one that's a little smaller would be handier. Logistically, I think that could be a nightmare moving it around all the time. It has to be trailer. This one's nice. You're able to drive where you need to go. So it's very hard to find one machine that will do everything we want to do. I think this one's a little more versatile than a smaller tractor would be. I just can see if we were able to go through the covered bridge with this one because we're able to sneak through, whereas the other one we have to go over the.
Can't hear you, Jay.
We're able to go through the covered bridge with this one, and if we had a track one, we'd have to go over the detour, which if it's slippery at all isn't always good. I don't know. I think we've been able to do quite a bit of stuff with it.
How often is it used?
We put about 340 hours of move on this summer.
40 hours in the summer?
So we've had it for a year. And so what are the projects that have been done up with it?
Like two spots. We did ditching on Newfane Hill. We did ditching on Elmsville. 20 plus culverts. We did the work for the Hunterbrook bridges, moving of the old ones and the.
Can't hear you.
What was that?
Can't hear you.
We did the Hunterbrook bridges with it. Pulled the number of stumps and rocks that were, hitting lanes, plows. Quite a bit of stuff that we haven't been able to do with this tobacco before. We had a rock that was thrown inside of a small car. We got out of one of the roads.
Have you been able to use the brush cutter?
We used it some. We ran into a lot of problems with neighbors. The power company had come through and everybody was still a little raw from all the cutting they did. And so it was a lot of people were coming out and questioning why we had to cut the road back and so forth.
Why you were cutting it back?
Yes.
Really?
Did you say 340 or 500?
340. I think the normal usage for now, was like 3.
I can't hear you.
I looked up what they usually figure the hours. They base our warranty on how many hours the towns usually use them.
Yep.
The range was 350 to 500 hours was the average for a town per year. The machine that we rented the previous year,
You have to sit forward, I think, to project.
the machine we rented the previous year, the wheeled excavator, was $5,900 a month, which comes out if you rent it for the summer, like $29,000 or something. If you rent a smaller one, I think it comes out to something like that.
Well, the track one, they'll talk about 3,500 a month.
Right.
And like I said, you wouldn't have to rent for summer, you can rent for fucking.
I can't hear what Mike's saying.
No, the thing is, if you only putting 300 hours a year on it, that figures up to like $100 an hour. Right?
Yeah, it's cost-wise.
Losing it, and then you got the guys running it, you got fuel, you got your insurance. Almost to the point where it's a lot cheaper to hire someone to do the work.
So you're saying the cost of using it versus the cost of renting something or buying something, it kind of is the best situation.
Kelly, wait, let him finish and then you can talk.
I couldn't hear him.
Yeah.
Oh.
Like I said, probably, like I said, if you put on roughly 300 hours or so a year, that's $100 an hour.
Right.
Then you got the operator running it, which is costing, what's the guy cost it down, 30-some bucks an hour? So then you got 130-some bucks an hour there. You got your insurance on that. You got fuel going. That's where you're done. You're spending probably. You're probably spending goddamn 150, 60 bucks an hour for that machine. Where you could hire somebody for a hell of a lot cheaper.
A lot of our ditch work, though, you can't just do all of it in one shot. You have to do pieces, place the culverts, so the machine sits a lot. Whereas it's not like you get to go out running for 300 hours. It takes you months to get that done because there's so much time has to sit while you do the other part.
You know, like I was saying before, right? And this grant, that should be off the market. That should be good, but you get a better deal. Cheaper if they put a contractor doing it, the town does. And furthermore, it takes away from the town doing the maintenance on the road. The way I look at a road crew, so road crew is the maintenance. Many of them do it on the road. And they never have, and most of them don't. They just finish the project, they put it down there. And I think that's the way to go. I mean, especially if they right now, they got people out of work, get it done trouble going down. I'm not the, like I said, when we first started about getting one of these, we were looking at randomized, a good used machine for when they're operating the road, they can figure that out. Everybody I talk to just think this thing's way too big for our road. I don't really give a shit one way or the other. I've had a lot of people back there pissed off and pathetic.
The grant money paid for $16,000 worth of it this year.
So 16,000 is paid. About 13,000 is paid, but people who got the town. Is that a grant that you can apply for on a yearly basis?
Yes, we apply for 2 every year. And we've got 1 so far.
That's the good work. That ain't for doing what he's saying is, by what they get by hours on it, you figure so much an hour, that they get that out.
It's not,
No, you don't, they're not just gonna give you a grant.
They give you a grant to do the work, all your equipment, so our backhoe gets reimbursed, our dump trucks get reimbursed, guys, based on how much use you use.
So the grant is also a salary? So let's say we didn't use it. What would the alternative be? Anybody?
Use one for you need it for again, send it back.
And how much is that?
That's one for it. The one that set up grocery shop is out there.
Can you hear? No.
The one they thought they wanted is $3,500 a month. For the rubber trash, for the buckets and all that stuff.
So that's more than,
Marion,
yes,
I make a motion to renew police. The taxpayers have paid it. They have already offered it. Renew the lease for another year. That's what I got to say.
They've already come back. I said, now we discuss it.
yeah, you made that motion, Chris, and Michael seconded, and we're in the discussion period right now.
Okay.
So we're considering it.
I think what we should do right now is go over it for the next 2 weeks. There's no way to get out of it. So I do say I think these grants. Broker has always got plenty to do by maintaining it. You know, last year when they were on Sunset Lake Road, they all get off and they put them behind over a month and a half because they were working on that road. Instead of working on the town road.
We can't hear Michael.
I'm just saying, I think what we ought to do tonight, we'll look this thing over a little bit more, take it the rest of the next, between now and our next meeting, look this contract over, go through it. And if you can't get out of it, so you gotta rent it one more year, we'll rent it one more damn year. But like I said, I still think all this grant money that we get for different things can be put out to bid. And the guys, they only use that to work on the road as maintenance, use it for that. I heard that the head got that too, and that something that kind of brush. And you got Chris use it. Now that's so much, they said that that's a vibration to it now too. That's what they said, they don't. Be like a balanced shack for it. I don't know, I tried it. Well, it's really good. But I mean, balance, there's vibrators, it's gonna pull the bearings out of it, you see it out of it.
I would like to reword the motion, and I don't know if that's allowed with that. So you correct me, you and Chris is right. And I'm not Robert's rules of order. But what your motion is to look over the lease and see if you can get out of it. And if you can't get out of it, then the lease is connected. I would prefer to say, to make a motion, second, that we look over the lease in the next 2 weeks, not with the purpose of getting rid of it, but then making a decision based on real facts. Should we keep it? So that it's still, we're not wiping it out. So that we can be respectful to both
I mean,
sides.
it's just like what I said that I wanted to do last year.
Can't hear you, Mike.
I said what I said last year, even when we got it, I didn't like the idea of just putting it as a lease payment or rental equipment, you know. And the thing, I'd rather have it go as a damn article in the town vote if they want to buy it. But like I said, right now, you're hearing a bunch of pissing them on. I think that should have been put into an article as in the warning. For us to vote to spend $30,000 a year to purchase. Just that's right.
Yes.
Right now, we're going to put it in, right now, every year, but we're going to put it in rental equipment. Equipment money that we pay for rent. Doesn't say that we're buying it.
Well, no, I remember talking that whether we would buy it or rent it.
Mary, we can't hear you.
Chris would like to say something. What would you like to say, Chris?
I got one thing to say. That loader we bought, it's the same type of purchase. And that was perfectly all right. Nobody complained about that. Now, what the heck is the problem with what we're doing now? Thank you very much.
Because it says that it goes to that loader, doesn't it? The payment every year goes to that purchase, that loader. Bratt, the buyer of the bucket. This is just in there with a bunch of money. There's not a separate line item that says that. There's a grand total of X amount of dollars that they voted on to put in the bucket. What I'm saying is if it should have been put as an article, that's what Caterpillar is saying. We should have an article in our town report saying that we're going to allocate $30,000 to rent and purchase the rubber tire excavator.
Are you talking about this year's town report?
That's what the Caterpillar thing says.
That's what the lease actually says that we should have brought into the town.
So I think what we should do is take this thing and get a rejudge copy, let's look it over, talk back and forth with the Caterpillar guy. And if there's no other alternative, we're gonna have to pay $30,000 this year. Another year, put it in a goddamn article that we're gonna vote on. Everybody knows it. If they don't like it, they come and vote the thing out. You can even have it go into an article like the Australian ballot, not just a show of hands. Throughout the day, people come in, they put their yes or no if they want to purchase that thing. If they don't, the thing goes bye-bye.
Did you get that, Shelley? Shelley? Okay, Shelley.
It's better if you speak towards the computer, I think.
Okay, what Mike was saying was that, I think what he's saying is that it's possible that we might have to lease it again.
Yes.
But we have to talk to the person, the company who owns the excavator and talk about it. If we don't return it, then Mike is suggesting then we have to rent it, lease it for one more year, and then it must be an article on the time when town meeting comes where even the public would be able to vote on having this equipment being leased the third year or not. Is that correct?
Well, if they voted on it one time, to put this money in every year, to go to a rental purchase of this excavator. Right now, we're just throwing this in as a one thing in the budget. So that, you know, like I said, it's comes up to what, $100,000, $120,000, it's crazy for different things. And you know, half of them don't even know what it's for. Now,
Is there a reason that it wasn't?
and according to Caterpillar, it should have been voted on at town meeting in an article, unless it says it's one that you removed.
Well,
so that was overlooked.
Caterpillar didn't say that.
So as I said, we'll have to go over this thing, talk to them a little bit, see what it is. So they can't get out of it, we'll have to lease it one more year. Come down meeting, then we did it as an article. We'll get the vote on it, we'll show them ballot throughout the day, just like we do the rest of the thing. And at the end of the day, they say yes or no, there you go.
So it seems that it could have been voted on at town meeting this year as an article. And for whatever reason, that didn't happen. So Mike is suggesting that we might lease it again for one more year. That we might have to lease it again for one more year and then put it in an article for town meeting day where the public will vote on whether to spend the money on this excavator or not.
Well, I read the lease, and the lease did state that it...
To make sure that we will put an article out, we will discuss it, we will go over the leases, we'll make sure that will be done correctly.
Does the rest of the board agree with me or not?
Do you agree, Mike?
Well, that's what I said, I want everybody to copy now, the story is complete.
Yeah, we're gonna go.
Well, I just like to say that we can get out of the lease, but we would have to pay a penalty, and it would be, if we wanted to push it on the lease, so that we could break the lease. But at this point, if he feels that he's going to be using the machine and it's worthwhile, we're into it for another year. And
We got by the end of the month to figure out what we do.
Right. We're going to go through the lease next meeting. Everybody has a copy of the lease, is that correct?
yes, and I think we should also ask the dealer to give us a summary of what the lease requires us to do.
Right. Right.
I mean, there's no sense of point down there, it's out here. I haven't looked over there, I think Shelley's looked over it.
I don't
think never has.
We never mind.
So,
Spent a long time.
I mean, it's just like I said, what you told me the other day, that wasn't in the article, the vote on it. If someone pulled it out, you could get out of it.
I can't hear you, Mike.
Well, then talk to them. I don't care if it keeps fucking them or not. I don't care. He's been saying it all night. So.
Okay, we're gonna clean it up.
Now, I just want to say that,
Is that good for everybody? Angela? I can't hear you. Can't hear you.
April 20th?
Yes, Angela, you're not on. Angela, whatever the decision is. And we will discuss, we will vote on it.
Regarding how we can go forward as far as another year.
That's what we're talking about.
The motion on the table was, Chris made a motion.
Yeah, I know, Marion. I just wanted to clarify because I understand what's going on.
Mary, the motion on the table, we need to vote on the motion. So the motion was made by Chris to review the lease. I seconded it in order to discuss. You either need to vote on it that way, or you need to amend the motion. Anybody can.
that's the case, and I just, we'll just go through this contract and our next meeting, we'll vote to.
I can't hear.
No, I'm not gonna vote.
Well, Chris, we had your motion and we added to it that we were going to read over the.
We need a microphone on the table.
I can hear Shelley and Christopher clear.
So if we were all,
Yes.
then it would be easier.
Right.
Yeah.
We have to, what we have to do.
Well, you have to have two people come in and do the pay order.
And that's supposed to be myself and Mike, so that's fine too. I could also do a Zoom meeting in another room at the town office with my laptop, so that's fine too. It's all good, but I think we need to start wrapping this up and moving along so that we can get all of our business done. And
Fine with me.
All right.
Everybody got a letter, I think, by an email from the letter that Bob Fisher wrote a letter regarding the select board to follow the oath of office. Yeah, I was here when she sent it out.
Oh, I didn't get it. Sorry. I just saw it this afternoon.
Okay. Well, thank you. We're just trying to struggle a little bit through this technology, but what we're going to do for the next hour or so is go through some landlord-tenant issues in terms of what the status of the court orders are right now, vis-a-vis evictions and foreclosures. And I wanted also, we've been mostly looking at residential evictions and residential foreclosures, but it's come to light that there's similar issues existing in the commercial area as well. So we want to get our bearings on what's going on now and what, if anything, the legislature can do. We have at least one person from the administration here. I know that they're looking at this issue very closely as well. Several states have instituted moratoriums, so we're going to try and collect information in the next hour and 15 minutes from various witnesses, and then probably next week we'll decide what, if anything, we're going to do further than the efforts that the court has been able to do. So I'd like to start with Judge Grierson. You've testified before our committee, and I know there's been a subsequent amendment to the administrative order and where we are now. And I know I wrote you, and I am a little confused between the process of starting an eviction and a writ of possession. And once a writ of possession is on track, is there any way to slow that down, and how there could be some intervention? So if you don't mind in educating us a little bit, Judge Grierson, that would be great.
Oh, there's Cheryl. So I will try, and thank the committee for allowing me to appear today and asking me to appear. The Supreme Court, although they have issued AO 49 and have also amended that, I think we're up to at least 4 amendments, possibly 5 as of this morning. None of those amendments would have a direct bearing on eviction proceedings. So in that sense, the testimony I've given previously remains the same, and that is the Supreme Court has not issued any directive. I shouldn't put it that way. They have not imposed any stay on these proceedings. The trial judges have reviewed their authority under the AO 49, and their position has been that eviction proceedings in and of themselves are not considered emergency hearings. So that if a new eviction is filed, they are not taking any action on that to set, for instance, a rent escrow order. We're talking about a residential eviction now. That's usually the first step in the process. They are not scheduling those unless either a landlord or a tenant seeks additional relief from the court, asserting or alleging that there is an emergency situation that requires the court to act. So those, to the extent those are filed, the court will consider those on an individual case-by-case basis. So there is no blanket order either by the Supreme Court or the trial bench regarding all evictions. They will continue to handle them on a case-by-case basis. In any of the cases that are pending, if they have gone, prior to the pandemic, if they have gone to the next step, which is a rent escrow order, and the individual tenant stops paying rent under that order, the landlord is entitled to seek a writ of possession for the premises if the rent is not paid. And those orders presently, under the current statutory framework, can be issued without the necessity of a hearing being held. And I think that's what I had addressed in my earlier testimony, and I believe in response to the written request, Senator Sirotkin, that I was just going to try to track that down. Let me see if I can find that.
Well, while you're doing that, let me ask a question. I fully understand the court's position that if we were going to do if there were to be any moratorium on these kinds of proceedings, that should come from either the executive branch or the legislature.
Yes.
However, it seems like the court has taken a position that would result in, other than in emergency situations, evictions are being stayed. So I was curious as to why that can't be pushed up one level to this ministerial act of a writ of possession, to say that if execution of a writ of possession, execution of a writ of possession could take place, but only on an emergency basis and after a hearing, which hearings would be allowed if an emergency was suggested.
So I want to make sure I understand your question. You're asking me if we get to the writ of possession stage, that there could be a hearing?
Right. I'm wondering why. I honor and respect that you're keeping a distance from the policy, and the way you've done it so far is, or the court, the administrative order has done it so far, is generically saying that unless there's or the trial judges have said, unless there's an emergency, we're not going to take up eviction proceedings. And I'm just trying to understand why that philosophy couldn't be bumped up one level to writ of possession.
The best answer I can give you, Senator, is that the way the statute currently reads, that the writ of possession is something that's already in place and it's just issued without the necessity of hearing. So as we look at the scope of our authority under AO 49, that, at least at this point, is not considered an emergency.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
So
I want to make sure I'm answering your question. That's.
I guess the follow-up question would be, under AO 49, you're saying a writ of possession is not considered an emergency.
It's not considered an emergency, and so, but no one has to ask for a hearing, and that's why.
Right, but so you're saying that. I mean, it's sort of what I'm suggesting is somewhat of a middle ground between a moratorium that I guess could be passed by statute by us or ordered somehow by the executive branch. This is sort of a middle ground where it says, you know, there may be individual cases, and trusting the judges and the judiciary to sort that through, that warrant the writ of possession to go through and served and enforced. But if there was if we could have the ability for the litigants to ask or need to ask for a hearing to get that to happen, that there's an emergency on either side that would require the writ of possession to go forward, then we wouldn't be shutting down all evictions, but we give people an ability to continue to argue their case given the virus. Some of these writ of possessions were in process before the virus came upon us, so it seems like same kind of rationale you're imposing for new cases that are starting. I'm failing to understand why you couldn't do that same thing for cases that are in the pipeline.
Yeah, I'm just, I understand the question. The problem is that the Supreme Court, as I've said, has not weighed in on a blanket or stay proceedings, so that the decision would be left up to the individual judges. Whether it's on the, whether or not they determine that as a result of a filing an eviction, there are issues that create the emergency that allow them to have a hearing, or if someone were to bring the issue of the writ of possession to the attention of the court on an emergency basis, then under the AO 49, they could consider it that way. But the trial bench is not in a position to issue a blanket position on these without guidance from the court.
I appreciate that. So so I guess what I was looking for is already possible, that somebody who has a crisis situation that is already subject to a writ of possession could go into court and get an emergency hearing to have that writ of possession stayed.
That's what I've said. Let me read. I did find the earlier response I gave you, and hopefully it'll give the committee some further direction as to where we're headed.
Okay.
After meeting and discussing this issue with the trial judges, there is a consensus, and I use the term consensus because there are 34 trial judges independently appointed, and they are able to exercise their own discretion. The consensus means just didn't hear from everyone. But as a result of the limitations brought about by AO 49, they would alter their procedure. This is in relation specifically to writs of possession in the following manner. In response to any motion for a default judgment, a writ of possession, or other relief that include the issuance of a writ of possession, the court will schedule those hearings after April 15th. They may be continued. That's the deadline of AO 49. So essentially, they would not be holding those hearings or something that would trigger the writ of possession until after April 15th. I think that gives some relaxation of the current rule, but maybe not as far as other individuals would want to go. In the interim, a request for emergency relief filed by either landlords or tenants may be filed seeking more immediate relief. Motions would be handled, as I said earlier, on a case-by-case basis. There is also a provision if the trial judge does not feel that it's an emergency, they can refer it to me, and I determine not the merits of the proceeding, but whether or not conduct hearing.
Linda Sorokin, I apologize. This is Faith Brown speaking. I'm the moderator on the call. Could we ask people to mute their phones if they're not on, and or their speakers on their computers if they're not on? And any people that came in that have phone numbers, we'd like to identify who is on the call. So if we could just pause a moment to find out who the 3450 number is and the 6018. I apologize.
3450 is Wendy Morgan.
Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you.
6018 is Jamie Fian. Faith.
Thank you.
So, and for those of us who are not lawyers, the writ of possession is the point at which a tenant is informed of a decision?
No,
Can you just tell us quickly what that is? Because you're using a term that is, I'm beginning to understand it in the discussion, but it would be helpful for those of us who aren't lawyers to understand that.
If the rent isn't paid according to the rent escrow order, the writ of possession can issue that allows the person to be dispossessed from their apartment. In other words, it gives the court, the sheriff, the authority to issue the writ saying possession of the property now belongs to the landlord.
Thank you.
It's the ultimate relief in an eviction proceeding. In other words, it removes the
landlord,
removes the tenant from the property.
Thank you.
So, Senator Sorokin, that is the sense from the trial bench that if these matters come in, other relief that include the issuance of the writ of possession or seeking writ of possession, the court will hold hearings after the date of this of the AO 49 order.
Okay, so the point in time that I am and other people are concerned with are whether a someone who's in violation of a back rent order has already reduced that order to a writ of possession that's in the sheriff's hands or on its way. We've had an intervening event here of COVID-19, and there may be new factors that would justify slowing that process down, just as there are factors that are justifying slowing the beginning of the process down. So I understand that somebody might have an opportunity, even in this late stage, to go ask for a hearing and say, I'm going to be homeless and spread the disease. But how would they know that they would have that opportunity to go to a judge, a trial judge, and say, this writ of possession is happening now, and I have some circumstances here that it's not good for anybody to kick me out or whatever, evict me. Is there a way we can somehow, or would it require a act of the legislature to at least get notice out to these folks, directing the sheriffs before they serve the writ of possession to say, to give some sort of notice to say, if you feel you have a circumstances here, you could always apply on an emergency basis to a Superior Court judge?
I mean, obviously, that's something that the committee has to consider, how to get that type of notice out. Keeping in mind that a large majority of the individuals we're talking about are self-represented litigants. So they are a population that, for the most part, does not have access to attorneys in many of the counties through legal aid or local bar associations. They do provide limited representation at the beginning of a hearing. In other words, at the rent escrow stage at the very beginning, we have some programs that provide them with legal counsel, but only for that limited hearing, which often results in an agreement to pay rent and pay rent into court. But once that order is in effect, my understanding is that the legal representation, for the most part, ends with that hearing, and the attorneys may not continue to be involved in the representation at a point when a writ of possession could be ordered. So I'm not sure how that word would get out to individuals unless at the very beginning of the case they're given that advice if they have the benefit of counsel.
Okay, so essentially what you're saying is there's, because the courts do not want to get involved in this policy decision, there is nothing more that we can expect forthcoming from the courts in terms of notice or slowing these writs of possession down. You know, I guess the executive branch could do this fairly clean and swiftly if they wanted to, and I know they're looking at it. The legislative process tends to be a little more clunky. So I'm just trying to see what our options are. So am I correct in saying that, at least from where you sit, you don't see the court able to do anything more in this area other than what you've already done?
The short answer to that, Senator, would be yes, but let me qualify it a little bit. These are essentially policy decisions, which, as you know, the court and I certainly don't get involved in when I'm testifying. And although I'm appearing for the judiciary, there are levels of authority in the court process, and if the Supreme Court has not taken that position to impose a stay in these proceedings, and I think you understand from my prior testimony that they do not view that as something they can do. They view that as a executive or legislative decision. So you go to the next level of authority, and although in my role as Chief Superior Judge, I have some authority, if you will, over the trial bench. We have to keep in mind that they are, as I've indicated, independently appointed judges who exercise their individual discretion, and I'm not in a position to issue a blanket order as to how they should handle these cases. And that's why at this point, it is handled on a case-by-case individual basis. And at this point, I would have to say I don't see anything changing, but I will tell you that the Supreme Court meets almost daily with themselves and with the trial bench. So these are not discussions that are closed. We continue to talk about these issues and will continue to do so.
So let me just wrap up, Judge Grierson. I very much appreciate your testimony. You've been very clear. I guess from a lay perspective, I would say I find some inconsistency in the fact that the Supreme Court has effectively stayed these eviction proceedings in their initial stages, but has not stayed them to the extent and I assume that the original thing was stayed because of the virus and resources and things like that to protect people and others. But cases that are a little bit further down the line, they have not stayed. So I find some inconsistency there. And I believe I'm a big fan of the courts, as you know, and individual judges making decisions. But my suggestion, and maybe you can bring it to the court, is that it's not a blanket stay. There's still be the ability for people to go to court to lift the suspension of executions of the writs of possession. So it could be a case-by-case basis. It's not a moratorium on any evictions. Some could go forward, but it would be the default position would be that they would be stayed, just like you're doing for new evictions.
So
emergencies.
Yeah, let me just clarify one part of what you said. The Supreme Court has not imposed a stay of any kind. What they have said is, in particular with respect to landlord-tenant matters, AO 49 sets forth that all proceedings are suspended except emergency proceedings, and then they give a list of what those proceedings are. Included in that list is emergency landlord-tenant hearings in the discretion of the judge, meaning the trial judge. So there is no stay on eviction proceedings. Trial judges are interpreting AO 49 and that clause to be that an eviction proceeding filed, if one is filed today, the trial court will not take that up, not because there's a stay imposed, but they will not take it up because they do not view it as an emergency proceeding that they have to take up under this AO 49.
Right. I understand that. I'm using the word stay loosely. That's all.
Yeah, I understand. And I think I've been guilty of that probably myself.
Okay, I guess I have one last question. How does our discussion fit in with commercial landlord-tenant relationships, like restaurants that are leasing property and have now been shut down?
This is a big issue with the other parts of our jurisdiction. A lot of our businesses, this is a big concern for many restaurants.
No, I understand. And my answer in many respects would be the same, Senator Sorokin and Senator Clarkson, because the reason, I mean, the court is a neutral party. And therefore, the approach they take on these cases is not one that favors landlords or tenants, whether it's in a commercial setting or a residential setting. And that's why
That's fine. I just wanted to make sure that AO 49, when they say leave it to the judge to determine whether it's an emergency or not, that applies to both commercial landlord tenant and residential landlord tenant.
And the way I'm reading it, and this would be my interpretation when it says emergency landlord tenant, I read that broadly. There's nothing in here that otherwise says this is how we're going to handle residential evictions. This is how we're going to handle commercial proceedings. I view that as landlord tenant, whether you're commercial or residential. If that became an issue, and I'm not aware that it has been, I mean, I certainly haven't heard about it, then we could go back to the Supreme Court for clarification. But I view landlord tenant in the context of AO 49 as either commercial or residential.
And Judge Greer, Michael, may I ask a question?
Yes.
Judge Grierson, how, just to give those of us who don't deal with this on a day-to-day basis, a notion of how far along in a rental dispute, how far along in that proceeding would it even get to court? I mean, we're dealing hopefully with a matter of 2 or 3 months, ideally. If there are rental issues now that have just cropped up as a result of COVID-19, what's the timing? I mean, how far along in a proceeding is it when it actually gets to court?
Well, if the issues arise today, obviously we don't control when they come into court. So if you're saying that the issues arise today and someone files an action today under AO 49, the trial judges do not view that as an emergency that would require any action at this point.
Right. And I get that.
Okay.
The question is, from the beginning of a rental problem, how many months, and maybe Wendy could answer this or somebody else. I just would love, I think all of us would love a sense of how long it takes to actually get to court.
Well, when you say get to court, you're talking about getting to a final hearing. Is that what you're asking? Because on a landlord tenant, the traditional residential setting, the issues generally speaking are not that complicated. A commercial landlord tenant dispute could have significant issues that take, months, if not longer, to resolve. But
yeah,
but a residential proceeding, we have normally that quick hearing right away on the issue of paying rent into court. And that obviously speeds up the process in terms of how long the tenant can continue to pay rent before this writ of possession may issue. But those are the hearings that we are not scheduling.
Right.
So,
no,
okay.
I understand. I'm just trying to get a sense of timing with rent.
Maybe we can ask Wendy that question. Judge, I really appreciate your time once again. And we may take this up again next week. I don't know if we'll have to hear from you yet again. I think we've got a good picture of things where they stand right now from the judiciary's perspective. So thank you very much. And
Michael, may I ask a question?
Yes.
I'm encouraged by what I've heard from Judge Grierson today, that judges are making decisions as opposed to following a blanket rule of one kind or another. You recognize, and we should, that we want to protect people who are financially imperiled because of the COVID-19 situation on the one hand, but on the other hand, we recognize that landlords are people too, and that particularly our small landlords are faced with some of these same financial issues. We need to have balance, and I believe that that balance ought to come from the judiciary unless and until we do something in the legislature, and that's something, whether it be providing some set of circumstances under which an eviction can in fact be stayed. I'm not sure that we're ready to do that or need to do that at this point, since it seems that we've accomplished what we're seeking to do based on the way the judiciary is currently handling it. But the thing that I want to emphasize is I think the judiciary should be the one on a case-by-case basis who handles these things and not us.
Thank you. Okay, Judge, do you have anything more you'd like to say?
I don't, Senator. I understand that, circumstances are changing daily, sometimes hourly, certainly on our end. And if other information comes my way, I'll provide it to the committee. I'm available. Continue to have hearings to participate, and I'm glad to make myself available.
Thank you so much. So I want to move to Wendy Morgan. Could you, I know, Wendy, are you there?
I am here.
Okay, are you going to be testifying today, this morning?
No, I think you are all going to learn more from Jean Murray, who is an attorney who handles these cases on the ground, and she can answer some of the questions that you have been asking.
Is she on the line?
That would be my recommendation. Also, we're trying to cover House General at the same time.
Is she on the line right now?
I believe so.
Can we hear from her?
Jean, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you
Barely.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you speak up a little bit?
This is Jean Murray. I'm an attorney at Vermont Legal Aid. I'm sorry I joined your call just a little bit late. I don't know what question was before the committee, but I would like to take the opportunity to talk about legislation that would stay all of the eviction and foreclosure actions that get filed in the courts for the period of time that is the state of emergency and for 60 days after. There's language being considered in House General that we were talking about this morning. I don't know if this committee has that language in front of them.
No.
No.
Well, instead of talking about the language per se, unless you feel a need to do that, we'd like to just understand what the lay of the land is out there and who is, in your opinion, your clients are presently at risk. And I don't know if you heard the back and forth that I had with Judge Grierson, but one thought short of a moratorium on evictions was somehow to get further notice to people who may be subject to a writ of possession that they do have the right to go ask for an emergency hearing and stay the eviction on a case-by-case basis at that point.
So this is what I think, and why we would ask for a stay of all writs that have already been issued, and ask that the court suspend issuing any new writs, is because case-by-case basis means that people will have to get up out of their house and figure out how to get documents into the court, and perhaps go for a hearing in the court, although some hearings are held by phone. Having to adjudicate something in a court right now is incredibly difficult for my client group, which is low-income people, because just think about how difficult it is for us to communicate with each other and we have phones, and we have conference lines, and we have computers, all of which my clients don't have. So and just a little bit of background, and the way I think about it is, in the usual course of business, there are about 1,800 evictions filed a year. In state fiscal year 19, there were about 1,800 evictions filed. That's 150 a month. That's in the usual course of business. And evictions are filed for more than one reason. Evictions are filed certainly for non-payment, but they are also filed for no cause, meaning that the landlord wants to resume possession of the property, sometimes to renovate it, sometimes to move back in themselves. And then there are evictions for cause, where a tenant just may not be a good fit for the building. I know I'm downplaying that, but sometimes there are reasons that landlords want the apartment back. For all of those reasons, right now, during a public health crisis, there should be no evictions. And because in Vermont, all evictions go through the court, there is no self-help eviction, there is no landlord calls the sheriff. All evictions have to go through the court. So the court, making a temporary legislation about staying all evictions and foreclosures, is the way to stop people from being involuntarily removed from their homes during a public health crisis. There isn't a, can't we have this exception and that exception, because everybody should stay home during a public health crisis. And so in terms of the lay of the land, if it were the usual course of business, the courts would be processing 150 evictions a month. Those are the ones that get filed. Right now, and for the state of emergency, and while there's a public health crisis, none should be processed. Everybody should just stay put. Just put a pause on the whole thing. And then what we have thought about is, once the state of emergency is lifted, have a 60-day period after where everything is still paused to work everything out. There's other legislation. There may be federal assistance coming for rental assistance money, for more money for services for hard-to-house tenants. And we could use the period of time, the couple months after the state of emergency is lifted, to get everybody sorted out and housed appropriate to what they should be. Some landlords would be happy to keep tenants if the tenants can keep up with rent payments. People will be able to find a place to move for those who can find a place to move. Right now, no one can find a place to move. I have clients in my caseload who had agreed to move. They can't find apartments because nobody is meeting them at an apartment and showing an apartment, because everybody has to stay home. So, as I say, there is legislative language been drafted in a bill that is before House General that describes the details of what exactly what cases should be stayed in court. And another thing that I want to mention is litigation about eviction and foreclosure requires sheriffs and constables at certain points of time to go out and do what's called service in hand. During a public health crisis, service in hand does not sound like a good idea. So
nothing in hand sounds good.
So the idea would be to not require service in hand to start a case, that a case could be started by filing and then postpone the deadline for getting service accomplished until after the state of emergency. Just so we're doing what we can to keep people apart.
So let me ask you a question. Is there any way to know or approximate the amount of residential eviction procedures that are, I know Judge Grierson doesn't want to refer to what the Supreme Court has done as a stay, but I think it's pretty much effectively a stay, at least till April 15th on new evictions. How many are past the period where there's no more need for any kind of judicial intervention? I think you said 150 a month is what have been filed, but do we have any idea how many are out there in the state of Vermont that haven't been executed on?
Well, no, we don't know. One way there's other people at Vermont Legal Aid who are trying to figure out that information right now, because there are people who would be willing to count through docket entries to figure out what is currently pending, but that would mean the judiciary would have to share a massive amount of information with us so we can comb through it and figure it out. But there's not like a ticker. There's no data that somebody keeps on a day-to-day basis. It would have to be literally combed through by hand to figure out where all the cases are.
Okay. And you said something about the new federal law providing rental assistance. I had read somewhere, even before it was passed yesterday, that it sounded, at least in terms of housing and homelessness monies, it seemed like Vermont might get a nice share of the pie there. And I ask this question in the sense of, if there was some relief forthcoming, whether it's to pay the back rent or to shelter somebody after they got evicted, it may make the problem lesser in the term of duration. In terms of, like, if we did a moratorium, it sounds like you're potentially asking for, let's say the declaration is lasts for 3 months, and then you have 60 days after. You're asking for a 5-month stay, and we might find ourselves in that period of time with new resources to deal with this problem in a slightly different fashion.
I believe that's true. I'm not the person to talk about the more exact sources of federal funding. And my understanding is that the numbers of what federal funding is coming for rental assistance, et cetera, those numbers are not definite yet. So I believe Erhard is on the call, and he could probably talk about how much money is coming or the state of understanding about how much money is coming. But yes, the idea is using assistance, get everybody's housing issues sorted out, and try as much as possible to make essentially landlords whole for the time that would have to wait through the state of emergency.
Okay. Do you have more you would like to add? Because we're running late at this time. We'll probably be taking this up next week again, but if you had some more thoughts, we'd welcome them now. Otherwise, we'll move on to the next witness.
I can send what I've said I can email it to you in written testimony. I made some this morning. And if there's no questions of me, I'm
Okay.
good to go.
That would be great to send that in. Does anybody have any questions for Jean?
Michael, can we get the language from the House bill?
Yes, sure we can.
I have a question. Jean, it's Allison Clarkson. Could you give us a sense of the timing on an eviction for a business, or, you know, for commercial or for residential? I mean, how long does it rise? How long does it take to rise to the level of court action? I mean,
I can only speak to residential evictions. So the landlord-tenant law, the Residential Rental Agreements Act, if you want to look at it, it's at 9 VSA 4451, I hope. Has different periods of time that are required to terminate tenancy. So termination of tenancy is a written letter sent by the landlord to a tenant prior to the tenancy being, that terminates tenancy. It's an official thing. So if it's a non-payment of rent case, the time that the notice has to be is 14 days. If it is a for cause eviction, it has to be 30 days. And if it is a no cause eviction, it has to be somewhere between 60 and 90 days, depending on if there's a written rental agreement and depending on how long the tenant has lived there. So that period of time has to pass before a case can be filed. And once that period of time has passed, then the landlord can file a case. And that would be one thing that the legislation that we propose would preserve the landlord's right. If they have already sent a notice of termination and the time has passed, they can go ahead and file, and then everything just stays in that status while the state of emergency happens, and then they can pick up where they left off and wouldn't have to start over. And then once something gets filed in court, it depends on a number of things. There could be, if there's non-payment of rent, there could be a preliminary hearing that happens generally within 3 or 4 weeks to order payment of rent into court. But for cases where the rent is currently being paid, my sense is the first time people usually get into court is around 30 to 45 days when the court sets a status conference, and then anywhere from 45 to 60 days later, they may set a merits hearing. The reason it takes that period of time is because the court encourages parties to do discovery, to have negotiations to try to resolve the cases themselves. So generally, from the time a case gets filed, and I believe Angela Zykowski from the Tenants Association, the Landlords Association is on, and she'll correct me, but from the time a case gets filed until the court makes a judgment of eviction, it could be anywhere from 2 to 6 months.
Thanks. That's helpful just as we look at the arc of this crisis.
Okay, so thank you, Jean. One last question. Do you guys represent folks in foreclosures as well?
Not at this time. I don't think we're actively representing people in foreclosure, but certainly Legal Aid and Legal Services Vermont, when people call having received foreclosure process, we give them a lot of information and advice. So we have in the past done foreclosure representation. We ran out of resources to do that, but when people call, we still give them information, and people can find information about how to defend themselves and what steps they can take on our website,
Good.
which is btlawhelp.org.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to move on to Angela or Chris. Unless you think you have different things to say, I'd rather you decide among the two of you what you're going to say. And I'd prefer it be Angela, because I can't stand looking at that view behind Chris. It's really unfair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Angela will handle this for us.
Okay. So Angela, if you can talk in general, or I mean, I assume you've seen the bill that we've just been sent and are dealing with in the House, and what are your general thoughts, if you could give that to us?
Sure. Thank you for allowing me to come testify regarding the situation. My name is Angela Zykowski. I'm the director of the Vermont Landlords Association. I'm also a practicing attorney, and the primary focus of my practice is representing landlords throughout the state of Vermont. So I have been in communication with many folks around the state, and I will say the primary concern for landlords right now is their rent payments and whether they're going to receive those rent payments or not, or how that is going to look and work. I know the House bill that everybody's been talking about has a pretty substantial, I know it's a placeholder allocation, but a pretty substantial allocation that would allow tenants and presumably landlords, depending on how it ultimately is crafted, to request funds to have rent paid while this crisis continues. And for, landlords need many times that money to pay their mortgage, to pay their taxes, to pay the carrying costs, the maintenance, and any, emergency repairs to buildings. And so that's a critical component here. I will say that the legal aid proposal that is in that bill is actually quite fair to all of the parties. It sort of breaks out by category various points in which an eviction could be at any given time. I do have some specific feedback on some sections that I am working on crafting and can circulate that as well, just related to some specifics. But I think overall the sentiment of the bill is incredibly important. With the governor's stay home, stay safe order, we can't have people being moved out of their housing right now, but we need to find a mechanism so landlords are protected, so tenants are protected, and we have some balance for both sides.
Okay, and what is the balance for the landlords as you see it in that bill, given that it sounds like there would be a significant stay on any evictions going forward at this point?
Well, the balance for the bill for the landlords is sort of twofold. One, it doesn't relieve tenants of their obligation to pay the rent. So the bill is very clear in that regard. The balance also comes with the funds that would be made available to tenants and landlords to help with this rent arrearage or rent arrearage issues. It also doesn't prevent landlords from sending termination notices or filing cases. So landlords can still take advantage of those processes. It just, once it hits the courthouse, it stops.
Okay. So it sounds like your position is that you recognize the public health crisis here and you want to do right by the tenants and the community and not spreading the disease, but you also need some assurances that you're going to get paid.
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's helpful. Do you have anything else you'd like to add, Angela?
No, I think this is a difficult issue and sort of unprecedented that any of us have ever dealt with or seen, and it's challenging. And there's a lot of issues, and there's greater issues at play here with public health and safety.
Michael, could I ask a question, please? Angela, Are you then saying that there is a need for us to go through with legislation as opposed to just letting the court take care of this with their ruling?
I think what would be incredibly helpful is to have a systemized and uniform approach. I appreciate the judiciary's administrative orders, and I appreciate what they are attempting to do. They do have lots of other cases that they deal with, but sort of a piecemeal approach, county by county and judge by judge, doesn't necessarily help us in this situation. I mean, we need a statewide, this is what the rules are, this is what everybody needs to do, so we have consistency.
And is your association talking with the administration about implementing this?
Well, this bill is brand new. The most recent draft was only available at 9 a.m. this morning. But my association and I have been in communication with members of the with members of the administration about housing-related issues.
Thank you.
The members of the administration, you said?
Yes, specifically housing and economic development.
Okay, well, we have Josh Hansford.
Josh is on the phone.
agenda. Okay, well, I appreciate your time, and we're going to move on with a few more witnesses that I'd like to get in the next 20 minutes. I may jump around a little bit here. Mayor Weinberger has joined us, and I know he has a particular concern. I think that may have a little bit to do with local control, so I'd like to hear from him next. Mayor, are you there?
I am, Senator Sorokin.
Good. So we've been talking about the pros and cons of a moratorium, some hybrids of that. I think you might have a slightly different local take on what you might want the legislature to do. So I'd like to let you express that to the committee now.
Well, great. Thank you for including me. These are unusual and remarkable times. And so we're all moving quickly. And so, Senator, what I was mostly prepared to speak to was a related issue, a little bit longer term. Like I hope you do whatever needs to be done to ensure that evictions just cannot go forward in the immediate term while we figure out this new reality. I just think this is absolutely the wrong time for anyone to be being evicted for non-payment, given the public health crisis that we're facing and the fact that people need shelter and need to be staying at home. They're in fact ordered to stay at home. We don't believe the city has the ability in our municipality to stop such evictions, or it's not clear to us how we do so. We've set up a resource center so that anyone who is imminently facing eviction, we've asked them to contact us and we would help them on an individualized basis. We haven't gotten any such calls so far, I don't believe. But we don't think we have the legal ability to actually stop evictions for non-payment. So we are looking to the state to do that in some way. I can't advise you on the best way to do it. I do have some other thoughts about that look out a little bit longer term to June and then August on, and if you, that would be helpful at this time, I can kind of bring you into what we're thinking about on a little bit longer time frame.
Well, we're short for time, but if you could do that in 5 minutes, that would be great.
Great. Here's what we're thinking. We think that our constituents have been hit very hard. Many of our constituents, maybe a majority of our constituents, have been hit very hard by this economic crisis, and we would like to take bold action as a municipality to assist them. Am I still? You guys can still hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. The actions that we are considering is basically saying to any person that owes us property taxes in June, on June 12th, we are thinking about saying to them, if you will sign an affidavit claiming, stipulating that you have been impacted by the COVID-19 emergency, we will give you a deferral without any interest or penalty until August 12th to make your property tax payment. and this is coming back to the renter issue in a moment, but let me just lay this out. Further, we're looking out a little bit further, and I say this is real time. I'm giving this to you. We have not completed our financial analysis. I'm not convinced we will be able to do this as a municipality, but we're trying to do this. We then are looking at the August payment. We think some people are going to be in no position to make a double payment in August as a result of this emergency. And so at that point, we would work out with them a payment plan where they could pay off over some number of years, and we haven't set the years yet, these two tax payments. And the way we would fund such action would be to go into the credit markets right now, where my understanding is money can be borrowed very inexpensively. And we would borrow millions of dollars, maybe tens of millions of dollars, in order to fund these payment plans. We would, in the August payment, I envision we would require some documentation that would be means tested, if you will, at some level, because people would have to show us that they actually, document that they had been hit by this. We would we would need to charge, I think, as a city for these essentially multi-year loans at that point, but we would do so on a very low interest. We would pass along our low interest borrowing. We wouldn't try to make any money as a municipality on this. So we think we could get much lower loan rates than constituents would be able to otherwise get on their own, and likelihood. And so it could be valuable to them in that way. And then the final key piece of this that we're working out is, I think we would make it clear to any property owner that had a tenant, whether it's a residential tenant or a commercial tenant, a small business, if they want to take advantage of this city program, these deferrals and payment plan, they would have to make a binding commitment to us that they could not evict a tenant for non-payment until the city was made whole. Lots of details to be filled in there, but that's basically what we're thinking, and I'm optimistic about it. It seems to me like it should work, given the city's authority, powers to ultimately ensure that we will be able to get payment, because we have significant property, rights, as we get paid before any other creditor. So we think we could do this pretty safely without putting other property taxpayers at risk. And I say all this to you so that you're aware we're thinking about it, but I also, it would be an even more valuable and meaningful benefit to people if we could do the same with the state's ed fund portion of the property tax. I think it could similarly be done on very safe, low cost, low risk basis. But I think the city we couldn't do that without, as I understand the legalities, I don't think it would be legal or appropriate or feasible for us to do that without state agreement. But I guess I did want to say, if this was something that the legislature wanted to consider doing together or doing on a statewide basis, we would be very interested in those conversations.
So thank you very much for that. Your beginning comments were appreciated as well. So until you got to the end, I was assuming that the ed fund portion would be borrowed and paid for by the city as well. Is that something is that a financial complication? It obviously is more challenging, but do you see a legal problem as long as somebody pays the ed fund what they're due?
So my concern there is just about, at some point we would probably start to run into limits of what the credit markets would be willing to lend to us if it was, we're talking about a lot of money. If it's just the municipal side,
right.
It's more than twice. It would trip. We would be borrowing 3 times as much if we were borrowing for the education side as well. I'm not sure we're going to be able to do that, but I also think there could be. I think we have obligations. I don't understand all the legal obligations fully yet either. I think we have obligations to make payments to the state, regardless of whether we've received the payments at a certain point. And so how that all works out would require additional work.
Right. So I appreciate your time. Thank you. Can you keep us in the loop on your thinking? Because maybe we can spread that idea around the state. I know in our finance committee, we're looking at all different elements of people's debts, and property tax is one that we just talked about yesterday. So this is a pretty creative idea, and we'd like to keep abreast of what you're doing.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Well, each municipality is beginning to be everybody's beginning to be in touch about this big issue, and everybody sadly has a different payment schedule. But Miro, you're spot on. This is the next huge issue other than income that people are facing financially.
So I'm going to let you sign off, and thank you for coming.
Okay, thanks for including me.
Bye from Windsor County.
Yes, I send my best to all of you down there.
Bye.
So is Michael Pichak on the phone? Okay.
Hi, Senator, I am.
Oh, you are? Okay. I was not entirely sure whether we invited you or you had something to talk about vis-a-vis this issue, whether it be foreclosures or evictions or forbearance. But I always welcome the opportunity to hear from you, Michael.
Well, thank you very much, and I appreciate that. I welcome the opportunity to speak to the committee. So maybe I'll just be brief and talk about the perspective from DFR's viewpoint. So we at DFR, along with our federal counterparts, did issue guidance probably a week and a half ago now to our member institutions, our banks and our credit unions, providing them flexibility to defer loans, to have scheduled missed payments, to waive fees, and all of the flexibility that they need to serve their communities without any regulatory consequence. We also encourage them to be flexible to obviously all industries, but in particular, the industries that were hit the hardest by the COVID-19 pandemic. Obviously, you know what those industries are. So we have seen our banking and credit union institutions respond. I mean, we have seen that response in terms of flexibility for current clients and members. We've seen a number of institutions respond with new loan options also for new clients or new members. So that is certainly encouraging. That, as it equates to this issue, certainly gives residential mortgage holders more flexibility. It certainly gives landlords more flexibility, and then hopefully they are passing that flexibility down to their tenants as well. But certainly on the mortgage piece, there is a willingness on our lenders and our mortgage servicers too, if, beyond just the Vermont banks, to provide flexibility. Another thing that we're doing is analyzing the federal actions to date. So there has been a moratorium on foreclosures for loans that relate to Fannie or Freddie Mac. Those, we understand, are at least 60% of the market nationally, probably at least 50% of the market in Vermont. So there's already a moratorium on foreclosures. I understand the federal stimulus bill will expand that to include evictions as well for 90-day time period. So we want to get a better sense of what's happening at the federal level from that standpoint, and then also what type of stimulus.
Michael, did you say there was a 90-day stay on evictions?
If somebody has a loan relating to, so if a landlord has a loan relating to Freddie Mac or Fannie Mae or various other federal loan.
There will be no evictions by those entities. Okay.
Yeah, so it's not sort of a moratorium broadly, but basically, if you have your loan with any of those entities, you get, I think, certain flexibility so long as you don't evict. So, that's something that we want to understand more clearly as well. And then I guess as we view this, one other point on the federal action. So the federal stimulus will also have, obviously direct money into people's hands potentially, but also some loan forgiveness around rent and landlord payments. and costs that they might occur related to COVID-19. So we want to get a better understanding of that and how that might impact renters and landlords in Vermont. And then last, I guess we view, the fact that the judiciary has structured themselves in such a way under this emergency that the normal process for evictions and foreclosures, really can't proceed as it normally would, and that would likely keep individuals in place during the shelter-at-home emergency as a practical matter. But I do recognize the chair's point about foreclosures or evictions in particular that might have been underway prior to COVID-19 being declared a pandemic and the state declaring a state of emergency. So those are just the considerations that we're taking into account. I think the governor obviously is very concerned about individuals having a place to shelter during this pandemic. We continue to get more clarity on some of those points. I think the decision-making process will become more clear in the short term.
Okay. So I think that's code for the fact that a moratorium is still under consideration by the administration at some future time if it's warranted.
You can break my codes now, I guess.
One of the reasons I asked that is because we also have Josh Hanford on, and I'm trying to save some time here, and that was the question I was going to ask him, but you're both representative of the administration, so I just wanted to know that that's still being looked at. So I appreciate that. Okay, I appreciate your time. We're going to move on to, do you have anything, does anybody have any questions, or do you have anything more, Commissioner, that you'd like to say?
No, I think that covers it, but happy to answer questions here or offline as well.
Can you, when you get a better idea of what the federal law says vis-a-vis forbearance and foreclosure and evictions, if you could send a summary along to us, that would be great.
Sure, let me make a note of it.
And also, Michael, any protections for landlords that are coming through either the feds or the state?
Absolutely.
Great.
Okay.
Well, be well, everybody.
Thank
You too.
Thank you.
Jed Davis, have you hung in there the whole time?
I am here, yeah.
Hi.
Hello.
Jed is CEO of the Farmhouse Group in Chittenden County, I think. I don't know if you go broader than that, but he's written me a couple of emails, and I wanted to give him the opportunity to testify from a perspective of a restaurant owner who has leases, I guess, with landlords. So why don't you take it away, Jed?
Yeah, I mean, as we all know, restaurants, small business owners are in a state of panic. And I'm really, I guess, speaking for people other than myself, although I am in a state of panic too. But there are people out there whose situations are more dire than mine, restaurant, small business owners. There was a lot of question about timing. Right now, there are restaurant owners that are coming to the very quick realization that they are out of cash. They're done. They will not have cash to reopen. They will not have cash to pay rent. Therefore, they will be in default of their leases. That will happen. Most leases have cure periods, 10 days, 14 days. But if you're out of cash, you're out of cash. Commercial leases, as you all know, are personally guaranteed generally. And there's very real concern amongst people that I interact with. A personal guarantee on a lease essentially means if you're out of business, you still owe us rent. It can be a truly a life-altering financial event for someone, particularly as we likely enter a climate where there's not going to be a lot of market for vacant restaurant spaces. So I can easily imagine a situation where someone's paying rent to a landlord for quite a long time. I don't know the solution, but I do think that we just have to view this as an unacceptable outcome. to be forced to close your business, rightfully because of a public health concern, but nonetheless to be forced to close, and then just imagine continuing to pay rent until you can't, until something happens. Those stories are coming in. I'm getting emails from friends that are saying, I got nothing left, and April 1st is coming. And I just think it's, if nothing else, I just want to bring to all of your attention the urgency of that issue.
Thank you, Jed. Our own constituents and businesses in our areas are making this very clear to us.
So, as I understand it, it's probably unlikely that any kind of eviction is going to start or proceed going forward, as the court's order applies to commercial evictions as well. And that at least goes forward until April 15th, and I assume will be extended to the extent the COVID-19 issues continue, which sounds like they will. So one of the dilemmas we face, obviously, and you face it firsthand, is it's really hard to understand at this point, a few hours after, I don't even know if the bill's been signed yet, but there's a lot of pieces, moving pieces, a 600-page bill. And I just hope there's some relief for small businesses like your own in there. But until we get a real handle on that, it's hard to see what, if any, role states or municipalities might have in fixing the problem. But rest assured that we're aware of it. So I thank you for writing and for staying in the loop, and encourage you to stay in touch.
Thank you.
Does anybody have
Thank you.
Does anybody have any other questions for Jed? Chris, you're our last witness, but three of us have already heard from you in finance, and you're getting in the way of our bathroom break. So,
or lunch break.
I think we know what you're going to say, and we thank you for the forbearance that your members are showing, and we'll probably be taking this up again next week, and we can have you in then. I hope that's okay with you.
Yeah, that'd be great. I would really like to visit with the committee and give you more detailed information. Foreclosure is completely different from eviction.
Right.
Foreclosure processes in Vermont take a heck of a lot longer. And I can assure you, we're not throwing people out on the street. So blanket moratoriums become a little bit of a challenge because we're now not able to direct resources to where they were absolutely needed. So I very much would like to meet with the committee when you take it up next week, because there is a lot more information that's happened since we last met with the finance committee. So appreciate it. Thank you.
You got it. So committee,
Senator,
why don't we take 12 minutes to 1:35? I guess, Faith, are you on? Do we just hang up and go through the process again?
Senator Soroka, did you want me to try to be available again? This is Commissioner Hanford.
You can be, well, we can hear from you now, Josh. I was basically going to try and ask you about the administration's position. I think we got that from Mike. So
sure. Well, I think we have some, spoken directly about it quite a bit. That the EO is still being considered. The governor's looking at it, as well as thinking about how to add in this commercial lease piece. But the legal aid proposal that's in the House bill, there's a few concerns that we want to make sure is addressed. It's for all evictions. There's a public safety element to this that we've been receiving issues daily from someone renting a mobile home, with an unsafe person that's, destroying other people's property, and how are they going to be evicted? So there's elements that for some public safety, there may need to be evictions that proceed. For lack of payment, that's completely understood. So that's an item I just wanted to put on the table that should be considered, as well as the language from the federal bill that just was approved. It's a 120-day suspension of all landlords prohibiting initial legal action to recover possession of a rental unit, to charge a fee, penalty, or other charges related to non-payment, where the landlord's mortgage on the property is insured, guaranteed, supplemented, or protected or assisted in any way by HUD, Fannie, Freddie, Rural Housing Voucher Program, or Violence Against Women's Act. So there is a potential that there's a number of properties that will be protected by that federal issue, as well as the funding that may come through. The other piece that we're concerned about is many of these programs that come from federal funds, or that even the House $5 million that's there, that probably is not nearly enough. How those get transferred to the 80% of rental property owners that are the smaller private, that, during this period of not collecting rent, how they filling up the oil tank, or, just necessary repairs, some sort of program to offer assistance, 0% loan, grants, whatever it is, it needs to be developed to go along with the rental assistance that looks like some of that is coming in the federal relief. It probably will go out as housing vouchers, which that has a process through the public housing authorities and state housing authority that would need to be developed. So that's sort of my high level, just adding on to what you've already heard.
Josh, that's very helpful. And we'll definitely will have you in next week. I mean, we've gotten some emails as well from neighbors of tenants that are like creating a nuisance or party house or things like that that have nothing to do with non-payment of rent, where they, in some ways are causing a health issue of another kind. So there may need to be some flexibility built into this, though obviously it's a balancing act. So we'll hear from you next week, and we'll see what the House is planning on doing as to whether they're going to send something over or we need to act first. But I appreciate your time and all the witnesses' times. And if we could take 10 minutes now and be back let's take 13 minutes and be back at 1:40. And that means you got to get back on at 1:35 for all the
No, you could just stay on. You could just keep it going and then go off and do it, whatever you're doing.
Is that right? Faith told me she didn't want to do that.
This is Faith. You can stay on. I'm going to shut the YouTube video down and then pick it up again when you start. So everybody else can just stay on the line.
Okay. Right. So you don't have to re-sign in.
Thank you.
Leaving.
point out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I want to hope gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 366th edition of Energy Week. Today, as we're recording, this is the 9th of April, 2020. We're starting with the 2nd of April, 2020. Every day I go to the internet and I collect a set of articles, do a synopsis of each, and a link to the original article. 10 to 15 of these are put up every day at my blog, which is geoharvey.com, geoharvey.com. You can go there and find links to the articles that Tom and I are talking about and read them in depth if you wish. There's also a site called energyweeknews.wordpress.com, which has just the articles that we're talking about and nothing else. Sorry, I'm clearing my throat. And that particular site is linked through the magic of BCTV at its site. So I guess we're set to go, Tom.
Well, yeah, we'll just talk about what I do here. So George, as he told you, selects a number of articles. He lets me know in advance what we're going to talk about, so I will read them and make comments or have comments ready to make. And some of these articles are well worth following up, so I'll try and mention some interesting things like a lot of pictures or something like that you may want to look up afterwards and click on the article and examine it in depth.
Good. I didn't introduce you properly, Tom. I should have told people that it's me and the amazing Tom Fennell.
In the flesh.
In the flesh. Okay. Well, we're starting with a picture of a solar array out in the countryside of France.
That's what it says.
And we have an article from PV Magazine, Australia.
Okay, and since it's from Australia, it's done with an Australian slant. But it says Power Ledger, which is the name of a company, to give French customers their choice of energy.
Power Ledger, a peer-to-peer energy trading pioneer in Western Australia, unveiled a project that will allow French customers to customize their energy mix. Green energy retailer EK Watteau is partnering with Power Ledger on the project, which is the largest of its type.
Well, what's interesting about this is this Power Ledger technology. It allows the customers to switch and mix their energy sources, such as a remote wind farm or their neighbor's rooftop solar. You got to realize this is happening in a part of Australia where there's not much of a grid.
But the customers who are doing this are in France. This is a French.
Yeah, that's right. Duh. Well, they still have the choice, and that's what it is. This technology gives them the choice of where they're getting their energy from.
Right, and what the Australians did was they had a lot of experience with, well, unusual situations. But what it would mean in Vermont if this happened, or California or wherever, would be that a customer could sit down and say, I want to get all my power from the Brattleboro landfill solar farm. You know,
yeah, that would allow. Theoretically, this will allow that.
Yeah. So that's what that's all about.
That's interesting. Yeah,
it is. Are you set with that?
I'm set with that. Let's move on.
Let's move on. We have a picture of a neighborhood pump jack.
It looks like a pump jack to me.
You know, what it reminds me of is when I was in, I don't know, grade school, maybe a little older than that. This would have been in the 1950s. I remember seeing a photograph of the Oklahoma State House.
And they got one of them on the front lawn.
They had them on the front lawn. They had pump jacks on the front lawn of the State House. And I just thought, what in the world are these people doing? But there it is. And we have a,
off the top of my head, I would imagine that makes more noise than a windmill.
I would imagine. Anyway, this is an article from CNN. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that right? Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is from CNN. I was just trying to check that out. Well, this is an interesting thing, and it says the world could soon run out of space to store oil. That may push prices below zero. And just as a takeaway, it was $100 a barrel in 1980. It's less than $10 today.
Yeah, it's the price of oil is going crazy.
It's very volatile right now.
Yeah, the unprecedented.
This article, by the way, has some interesting videos on it.
Yes, the unprecedented collapse in oil demand has sent crude to 18-year lows, and yet a trade war between Saudi Arabia and Russia keeps the oil coming. With all that supply and little demand, the world could soon run out of room to store the unneeded oil.
Well, they're talking about putting it on ships and just leaving the ships floating there full of oil.
There was an article that appeared today. We'll talk about this next week. A really interesting article about oil tankers just sitting there waiting for somebody to.
It sounds like very much the same thing.
It's just a continuation of the same thing. Yeah.
Well, there's an interesting thing here is oil producers in some cases have to pay someone just to take the oil.
Yes, and we saw that last week. I think it might have been the week before, when one grade of Canadian crude oil was selling for below $5 a barrel, and it was actually selling for a price that was below the cost.
Below the cost to take it out of the ground.
Yeah, of transporting it. It's crazy,
Well, what they're saying here, by May, some 7 million barrels per day of homeless crude might literally have nowhere to go.
Right.
And the price is trying to go to a level where they force companies to keep the oil in the ground.
Yes. And the companies don't want to keep the oil in the ground. But
well, they got expenses too, They got to sell the oil to just stay in business.
If they don't
have a conundrum here.
If they don't have any sales, they don't have any cash flow.
Yeah.
So they're a lot of them are in trouble, and I've seen projections that in this year, possibly as many as 90% of American shale oil companies and fracking companies will go out of business.
Well, it costs too much to get it out of the ground.
Yes. Yep.
The times they are changing.
Yeah, they are. We have an article from Clean Technica now.
A nice picture coming up of an electric cement mixer. Who'd have thunk?
Who'd have thunk? I keep seeing these things that I don't expect, like electric mining trucks that will hold 40 tons of ore. And well, here it is, an electric cement mixer designed to go on the roads. So this is from Clean Technica. What do you have for a title?
Liebherr, which is the name of the company, releases its first all-electric cement mixer.
Yeah, the Swiss construction firm Liebherr recently announced that an all-electric first for heavy-duty construction at sites. The Meet the ETM, a 5-axle semi-truck mixer based on the new 670 horsepower all-electric Volvo FM. It's the world's first electric mixer that's 100% electric, and it's 100% off cost. And the reason why they say the 100% thing is that in the past there have been electric trucks that were cement mixers, but they used fuel to power the.
That's correct. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Just going to say that on a conventional cement mixer, the truck is powered by a diesel engine. Then there's a second combustion engine spinning the drum. But in this particular case, it's the first time an electric mixer drum drive has been mated to a fully electric truck chassis.
Yeah. And, this is a big truck. It looks to me.
It's big.
Yeah, it looks to me like that first axle obviously is the axle that tells the truck to turn, but I'll bet you that second axle turns too.
Probably does. I'm trying to figure that one out, because how can they turn the front of the truck without that big drum giving them problems?
Well, you know,
Really got it worked out.
yeah, looking at this thing, the hindmost axle, if you look at it, only has one tire on each side of the truck.
I noticed that. Yep.
So it's probably retracted, jacked up while the truck is moving, unless there's a real need for it.
Yep.
But
I would say that's right.
yeah, but that second axle, I can't see how they could turn that truck without turning the wheels on that axle. So this is a fairly complicated design.
Yeah. Now, do I have any more notes there? I think I read them already.
Okay. Well, that means we're up to Friday, the 3rd of April.
Wind turbines in Spain.
That's the picture. Isn't that a lovely picture?
It is nice.
Yeah, the thing that makes it nice, though, is the sky. I have to.
Well, what it says is Spain's renewables share hits 50% in March. Now, that's interesting.
Yep, this is from renewables. Now, renewables generated 50% of Spain's electricity in March and 44.7% in the first 3 months of the year, according to the latest estimates by the Spanish grid operator, Red Eléctrica de España. Spain has been under a stay-at-home lockdown since March 15th to slow spreading coronavirus infections, and that, of course, has reduced demand for almost all energy.
Yeah, we're in some strange times, I think, right now. Well, demand for the first quarter of 2020 declined by 30%.
Yeah.
And this article has lots of numbers in it for geeks. If you're a geek and you like numbers, this article's full of them.
You know, one thing, as long as we're talking about the coronavirus here, I've been reading about the need for America to be ready for a pandemic probably for 40 years now, or 50. And why are we not ready? We had the warning.
That's a very good question.
We had a warning that it was coming 2 months before it did.
We've had all sorts of warnings. We've had people talking about this for years.
Absolutely. And, it's not entirely Donald Trump's fault that we weren't ready. I could blame a bunch of other people, but nevertheless, we were not ready. And you know who I really blame, Tom? I blame Ayn Rand.
You're gonna have to explain that one.
Well, Ayn Rand, of course, was the person who came up with the idea of objectivism.
Greed is good.
Greed is good. That's right. And so everything is about the bottom line. And the problem is, you cannot prepare for a pandemic and make money at the same time. The only thing that you can do with a pandemic when it comes to making money is making money during the pandemic. And
that's interesting.
So no money was going to go into preparation for the pandemic any more than her followers want money to go into preparing to defend the environment from damage. And there isn't any money in it, at least not for private organizations that are devoted to that exclusively. They have to get their money from the government, and the Ayn Rand followers don't want the government to spend that money.
They basically have an idea that if you're not making a profit on something, it isn't worth doing.
Exactly. And of course, that means prepare for a pandemic? No, there's no profit in that. And the result of that is that we're spending $2 trillion, trillion with a T, making up for the economic losses from this thing. This is not smart. This is...
There's going to be a lot of shakedowns from this.
Yeah, but, it's Donald Trump said he knew that this was bad when it was coming, but he's a cheerleader for the United States, not a person who he wants to start panics. And there's been a lot of comments about that. Should we move on?
I think so. Time's a wasting.
We have
nice pictures of some Teslas.
We have a picture of a Tesla Model 3 and a Tesla Model Y, and an article from Clean Technica.
Why are they talking about Tesla? Well, because Tesla has had the best ever first quarter. They sold 102,000 vehicles. They produced 102,000 vehicles. They delivered 88,400 of them.
Yes, and part of the problem there is they couldn't deliver as many vehicles as they produced at the end because of the coronavirus. But,
Is that why there's so much of a difference, huh?
yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, Tesla has yet again broken some records. It produced 102,672 vehicles and delivered 88,400. This despite the COVID-19 virus. Tesla's Fremont factory and its Shanghai factory were both shut down for periods of time last quarter due to the coronavirus pandemic. I don't think they've opened those two factories up yet again.
I wouldn't know. But a graph on this article shows nearly exponential sales growth.
Yes. Yeah.
It's doing something right.
Well, yeah, the only thing is you have to be prepared. I have a feeling that Elon Musk knows you have to be prepared for a sales growth that looks exponential to flatten out after a while.
I think so.
Yeah.
But I got my phone.
Also, are you ready for the next one, Tom?
Yeah, I got it. It didn't go far.
Okay.
Picture some fish.
Fish. Coral reef fish in the picture. And this is an item from CNN.
And it says marine life in the world's oceans can recover to healthy levels by 2050. Well, that's encouraging.
Yeah, it is. Researchers found that in spite of marine biodiversity losses during the 20th century, the population losses have slowed and in some cases have even seen a resurgence during the 21st century. Scientists nodded to a series of successful interventions. Again, this is something where you have to make money or it has to be done in the public interest, or public good.
Well, that's what they don't say it quite that way, but they basically are saying a substantial recovery, their words, could be achieved within 2 or 3 decades if pressures on the world's oceans, including climate change, are addressed.
Right.
And then it says the important part of it here, time is of the essence.
Time is absolutely of the essence, no question about it. Yeah. So, do you have notes on that, or?
That was the note.
Okay. That means we're up to Saturday, April 4th. And we
got a picture of a convenience store.
We do, a Sunoco convenience store and an item from Clean Technica.
Gas stations face bankruptcy as demand plummets. Well, it's interesting with electric cars coming. Gas station, I wouldn't invest in a gas station right now.
Well, yes. Let me read this. With falling oil prices followed by loss of demand in a lack of profits may force a number of gas stations and convenience stores to close, especially in rural areas or markets dependent on commuters. And like it or not, that presents a big problem for everyone.
But what it says is here is the gas that many of the smaller independently owned gas stations have in stock was bought weeks ago when prices were still high.
Right.
So fuel retailers are having to maintain pump prices at previous levels. So they're losing money.
They're losing money. And you know, that picture is recent and that shows gas prices above $3. I went on a walk a couple of days ago. I don't drive, but I do go out and walk for exercise. And I went by a couple of gas stations that had prices below $2 a gallon.
It's been below $2 a gallon for a long time.
Has it been?
Yeah.
Shows you how smart I am.
Well, you don't have a car. You don't worry about stuff like that.
Well, when you don't have a car, you don't have to worry about stuff like that.
Good point.
You know, there have been a number of times in my life when I just decided that cars were so expensive, you know, and at one time I had a good job, paid well, doing software engineering in Massachusetts. And I was only about 3 miles from my job. So I decided that I would walk every day both ways. And the amount of money that I saved turned me from being, a middle-class person. It felt like I all of a sudden was rich.
When I lived in New York City, I figured out it wasn't economical to have a car.
Oh, boy, is it?
I stopped having a car, and about 3 months later, I bought another car because of the convenience.
Yeah. Okay.
We got a picture here of the coal strip plant in Montana.
That's right.
That's just a coal mining no, that's a power operation. They're not mining there.
Yeah, that's power operation.
Yep.
And this article comes from Bloomberg Environment.
Okay. U.S. coal likely to be spared as demand dims in 2020. So the coal, we're going to be able to save the coal.
Yeah. Coal producers' revenue will largely be spared this year. That is to say that coal producers' revenues will probably not go down this year, not much, despite the coronavirus reducing consumption.
That's just this year.
Just this year. Coal companies have supply contracts and utilities are still buying the coal even if they don't need to burn it. But prospects for 2021 look far more dire.
I think they do. As much as 90% of the 2020 power plant coal is already committed. That's just what basically they're saying.
Yeah.
Electricity generation from coal is expected to decline. Duh. Next year, inventories could be through the roof. If you have excess coal, it would be very difficult to sell.
Yeah, and what was maybe you remember maybe you have the figure in front of you. My recollection was only 37% of the coal companies have contracts that go through next year.
I don't remember that, but the time's coming where they won't be able to sell it. That's for sure.
I think that's true. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Still Saturday, April 4th, we have an article from Renewables Now and a picture from SB Energy. It's a Mitsubishi wind farm in Japan.
That's in Japan, huh?
Yeah.
That's kind of pretty.
It is. Yeah.
I don't find wind powers that objectionable.
I don't either. You know, my son, Jeffy, went to, he was driving through, I think, Arizona several years ago. He told me, he came back here and he said, you know, those wind turbines are dangerous. And I said, what do you mean? And he said, well, he was driving down a road, went over a hill, came down the other side. There was a big wind farm in front of him, and the turbines were just slowly spinning around and around and around. And he watched those turbines as he went down the hill. And
he got hypnotized.
He noticed that the car was making a funny noise, and he looked down. He was going over 90 miles an hour.
He did get hypnotized.
Yeah, he got a little hypnotized, I'm afraid. But
well, it says Toyota and Chubu Electric to form a renewable power venture. This is interesting.
It is indeed. Japanese carmaker Toyota Motor Corporation is to create a green energy unit to acquire and manage renewable energy plants and supply it with power.
They're all using it themselves, or they're using it all themselves.
Yeah. The company entered into an agreement with local utility Chubu Electric Power Company to set up Toyota Green Energy LLP. They're buying up wind farms and solar farms and using that electricity for themselves. It's basically very much like what Google and Apple and so forth are doing in the United States.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, when you use that much electricity, it really makes sense to manage it yourself.
Absolutely it does. Yeah. So any more on that, Tom?
Well, the Toyota Environmental Challenge 2050, that's their words, aims to cut the environmental impact from automobiles to as close to zero as possible.
Yeah, and in order to do that, they're going to have to move away from fossil fuels altogether.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. Well, we got a picture here of an Appalachian coal, I guess it's a slurry pipe.
It's what it looks like. I was puzzled about that. I couldn't find a good explanation of it.
No, the article doesn't explain it. The article's talking about underground coal.
Yes.
Underground coal mine, Appalachian coal. Well, we'll talk about that. Appalachian coal communities brace for coronavirus. It's going to wipe us out. That's what they're saying.
That's what they're saying. This is from Huffington Post. At least 1 in 10 underground miners has black lung disease, according to Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. But experts say the actual number could be higher. The thought of adding coronavirus to their problems is terrifying to these workers. The pollution that you get in a coal mine is severe. It's largely
big time.
And then, of course, you've got other people who are at risk who are people in areas with, you got funny noises going on, Tom.
Yeah, I'm hearing them too. Not happening here.
It's not happening here. We've got a gremlin in the telephone line, I guess.
Sounds like it.
The people who live in areas with high air pollution and people who smoke are very much more susceptible to problems from this coronavirus. And
I think we're going to touch base on that again before the show's out.
we're going to be getting back to this for quite a while in the future, I think.
There's an interesting video on this site.
Yes.
And the takeaway here is miners with black lung disease, which is scarring of the lungs caused by years of coal dust inhalation, are at a high risk of suffering from the coronavirus.
Right.
As the lung scar, it becomes harder to breathe.
Yeah, and unfortunately for these people, going underground means that they have to be in close contact with each other, which means that social distancing is not really an available option.
Well, they didn't even touch base on that one, but that's true.
Yeah.
They're really basically talking about people who have already a hard time breathing, getting hit by something that's going to make it worse.
Yes, and that's a problem. So, are we moving on?
Yeah, we got a picture of some rooftops in Perth. Interesting picture because almost every house in that picture has rooftop solar.
Yes, that's right. That is right. Okay, this is from Renew Economy.
And what it says is Western Australia, which is a big state in Australia, puts community batteries at the top of a new energy roadmap. That's a good idea.
Yeah, I think so. Western Australia is, which they call WA''S, WAS.
Oh, do they? Yeah.
Well, you know, the Australians also refer to their country as Oz.
Yes, I know that.
They always spell OZ.
Yeah.
Western Australia's Labor government unveiled an energy roadmap that puts community battery storage at the top of its proposals. It aims for a wholesale switch to such energy sources as rooftop solar panels, EVs, household and community batteries, and microgrids.
Well, they've got what they call a distributed energy roadmap, and it deals with this switch. And rooftop solar is installed in 1 in 3 households there.
Yeah.
And it generates up to 3 times as much power certain times a day. Well, any solar does.
Yes.
And the DEW, the Defense Energy Roadmap, proposes new community batteries. Good idea.
Yeah, good idea.
They call them power banks to be installed in towns and communities. Solar households can access virtual storage for the excess power from their solar PV systems.
Yep. Which all spells a lot of income for places like Tesla and BYD and Sonnen and the other big battery makers.
It does that, but it certainly makes life easier for the people living there, too.
It sure does. And you know, when I say that, I want to point out, dealing with climate change, you know, people who oppose dealing with climate change, and there are plenty of them, say it's going to cost too much. There's a flip side of that argument, which is...
Don't deal with it, it's going to cost too much.
Yeah. But dealing with climate change is the biggest business opportunity that has ever happened. Okay?
Never thought of it that way.
Yeah, it is a huge business opportunity. And guess what?
It would seem it would be.
Huh?
It would seem that it would be.
Yeah, and dealing with it is going to make everything cheaper. You know, why don't we do that? Well, it's because there are certain people who are banking on and have literally banked on, because they've got investments in fossil fuels. And they, by the way, have got the ear of people in Washington because they've bought it.
Yeah. Money talks.
Money talks. Okay, any more on that?
No, but we got a picture coming up of an OPEC meeting.
Of an OPEC meeting, that's what it is. And you notice there's no names on any of those nameplates.
I didn't notice that, but I guess they all know each other.
I guess they do, but that means they must recycle the nameplates. Or they may expect that the people behind them are going to get replaced. Oh, well. Okay, this one came from NBC5, Dallas-Fort Worth.
Sounds like a television station to me.
Sure does.
Oil prices set to crater. Duh. As Russia, Saudi Arabia meeting delayed amid tension.
Yeah, the virtual meeting between OPEC and its allies, scheduled for Monday, was postponed as tensions between Saudi Arabia and Russia mount. Sources familiar with the matter told CNBC. One analyst said oil prices are probably going to crater. Probably going to crater is quoted. And you know, this makes me think about what people do when they get to be scared. And these people at OPEC and Russia are starting to look like they're scared.
I think so.
That's why they're arguing with each other.
Well, what it says here is the oil industry is divided on whether it should contribute to production cuts in an effort to stabilize prices or not.
Yeah.
And at the March meeting, OPEC proposed cutting production in an effort to combat the demand. But Russia and I guess the Saudis rejected these cuts.
I think the Saudis actually suggested them, Tom, but Russia.
I think Russia rejected them, right?
Yeah, and the Saudis said, okay, if you're going to produce, we are too, because we don't want you to take over take our market share. And there are people who suffer as a result of this. The United States is suffering because you've got two big competitors, both trying to outcompete each other in a market where it doesn't hurt them very much, but it sure does hurt us. And in that, we are right there with Venezuela, which is getting hit by this too.
Interesting.
And Iran.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, oil's getting hit doubly, I guess, by the downturn in economies due to the virus, and the fact that it itself is being less desired.
Yes.
It's being replaced by things like renewables.
Yes. Yes, and you know, I think it was it last week that we talked about renewables having 72% of all new generating capacity in over a year period was renewable.
How funny you should mention that, because we're going to talk about something very much like that right now.
Maybe I was thinking about that for this year. Oh yeah.
Renewables surged by 176 gigawatts. 176 gigawatts. 2019.
Here it is. I hadn't even saw this, and you know, I didn't think about the fact that it could be the next article that we were talking about. It isn't last week; it's this week. This is from Renews. You've already read the title. I'll read the synopsis. The renewable energy sector added 176 gigawatts of generating capacity globally in 2019, slightly lower than the 179 gigawatts added in 2018, according to a report. However, new renewable power accounted for 72% of all power expansion last year, according to the International Renewable Energy Agency's data.
Interesting. Solar and wind accounted for 90% of new additions in 2019.
Yes.
90% of all new power generation was solar and wind.
Of all the renewable generation.
Of the renewables.
Yeah.
65% of all generation.
There you go. And
the renewable share of all global power capacity now is 34.7%.
And it's going up. It is surely going up.
It's going up.
Yeah.
Well, why pay for power? Why pay for fuel when you don't have to?
Well, there's another side to this too, Tom. You know, if the price of oil goes negative, it's still going to be more expensive to produce electricity using fossil fuels. And the reason for that is because the mechanisms that are used, you know, consider the difference between a solar farm and a coal burning power plant. And just think about the numbers and sizes and shapes and costs of moving parts in each of those.
Yeah.
Well, what are the moving parts? What are the moving parts in a solar plant?
Well, sometimes they tilt.
That's right. Sometimes they tilt. This is not a lot of work that's done. What are the moving parts in a coal burning power plant? You got all kinds of things, and they're gigantic. And
starting with the guys who shovel the coal.
What's that?
Starting with the guys who shovel the coal.
I wonder if people do that anymore.
I doubt they do it much.
Not much. All right. Got more.
Look at that with the steam locomotive.
Oh, I used to love those steam locomotives. You know, I lived outside Chicago when I was in kindergarten through fourth grade. And it was so disappointing to me. I think it was 1953, the Chicago city council decided they weren't going to let steam engines into Chicago anymore, and that meant we'd have, diesel engines or something like that.
They're not anywhere near as exciting.
Oh, they're just
blah.
Yeah, they are. They make noise, but the noise isn't interesting. Steam engines, they're beautiful.
Yeah, steam engines. Well, when I was a kid, they scared the hell out of me, but they fascinate me, really.
Yeah, and
this is early 1800s technology. Look what the heck they accomplished.
Well, steam engines are a little bit obsolete. In fact, they were in 1953. One of the things they used to do was they'd go through town and, farm fields, if they dried out or something like that, would be set on fire by embers from these things.
Oh, yeah? That doesn't look good.
No. Okay, we are up to Monday, or actually we're on Monday, April 2nd.
We're in the middle of Monday. We got a picture here of Governor Cuomo.
We do indeed, and an article from Clean Technica.
I like this guy. I think he's a pretty smart guy. He could be president one day.
He could indeed. And by the way, his brother, Chris Cuomo, who is a television personality who talks about various things, has the COVID-19 disease, and he's
does he?
Yeah, he's doing his regular shows from the basement of his own home, and he's trying to isolate himself from his family. So
tough.
Here is an article from Clean Technica.
New York governor. Well, there's a picture of Cuomo. World's 11th biggest economy. I wonder what that is. Pitches renewable energy for COVID-19 recovery.
Yep. New York State would, by some measures, be considered the world's 11th largest country if it were an independent, 11th largest economy if it were an independent country. On Friday, April 3rd, New York announced the passage of enabling legislation for its new clean power plants.
Well, the article says here is that some key states are taking action to accelerate the renewable energy plan, virus or no virus.
Yes.
New York's Clean Power Plan makes the connection between renewable energy and economic recovery from the COVID-19 crisis.
Which I think is a valid thing to point out.
I think it's more than valid. I think they should. It's a very serious thing to look at.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And in New York, it's incentivizing renewable energy projects that repurpose abandoned commercial sites, brownfields, landfills, former industrial sites, and other abandoned or underused sites. That makes a lot of sense to me.
Actually, if you think about it, if you had an abandoned coal burning power plant in your community, Northampton, Massachusetts did this not long ago. You put solar panels or wind turbines or a station where the energy is collected. You put a infrastructure there, like hydrogen generating infrastructure. All of a sudden, you've turned something that you cannot collect taxes on to something that you can collect taxes on. So
is Northampton a place where they've got the bees?
Where they've got the what?
Bees.
Bees?
Yeah, one of these places down in nearby Massachusetts put up solar panels, and they've got beehives all around.
Right next to Route 91?
I don't know if it's right next to Route 91 or not, but
okay.
We talked about it on the show.
This one used to be on the coal burning power plant was right next to Route 91.
Yeah, I know that one. Yeah. Used to see all the big coal cars there.
Yeah, and this is something that bees, by the way, is a great thing to have under those solar panels. It's a great.
They're for fertilizing the flowers that are growing underneath the panels.
That's right. That's right. And providing honey.
Exactly.
This is something that and fertilizing the flowers not only below the panels, but they'll go 3 or 4 miles out into the field.
Adjoining farmers' fields, exactly.
Absolutely. And the bees are in trouble, so it's a good combination.
It is that.
Should we move on?
Yeah, we got one coming up here from PV Magazine Australia.
We do indeed.
Those Aussies are still at it, aren't they?
They are indeed. And they had a huge jump in employment last year in renewable energy and this is despite the fact that the federal government is working as hard as it can to keep coal going and prevent renewable energy from displacing it.
That's kind of stupid, but it's politics.
Yeah, we have a picture here of an SMA service vehicle.
I think you're going to explain what that is.
I will have to do that.
Well, the article says curtailment and queuing to end. SMA helps soothe West Murray woes.
Okay.
Explain that one.
Yeah, right. Inverter company SMA may have found a way to allow 5 severely curtailed solar farms in Western Australia to resume normal operations. They have been curtailed by 50% for 6 months. This has implications for other areas where the grid is weak. What they've done is they've figured out ways that they can use their, and I don't understand this. Maybe you do, Tom, but I don't understand. How do you make it possible to stop a curtailment with inverter? Do you know?
Yeah, I'll get right to that with what I'm going to say here.
Please do.
Disturbances to the grid, such as lightning strikes or bushfires, can trigger uncontrollable voltage oscillations, which threaten its stability.
Yeah.
So this threat was deemed too great for the group to continue generating at full capacity. So they told them they had to curtail. Okay,
Right.
so SMA has developed an inverter-based solution, which they don't explain.
Yeah.
But the interview here, this is a long article and it's mostly on an interview. It goes into details on how it works. And it's kind of complicated, so I don't remember much of it. But if you're interested, finding out how, this article will tell you.
Okay. I'll tell you what it reminds me of, which is much easier to understand. It's an interview that I did, maybe a year or two ago about battery storage at, utility scale battery storage. And the company that I was talking to was designing battery storage for, I think it might have been Abu Dhabi. It was somewhere in the Emirates. It might have been for the big solar arrays that they're putting there. But they said they could actually save a lot of money because the transmission lines were going to be 80 miles of cable that were intended to carry 500 megawatts, and that required a huge amount of copper. But you can cut that copper out if you can reduce the power going through that to maybe 180 megawatts, reduce it by 2/3, which you can do if you put a battery at the solar farm and use most of the farm's output to charge
store in that battery.
And then it means that the electricity arriving at the city is operating almost 24/7. So it's a really good solution. Well, that's battery storage doing the same thing. How they do it with an inverter, I don't understand. But there's a lot of
the inverter isn't storing the battery; it's just making these things compatible so that they work together.
Right. And so there are solutions out there. What else can we say? Okay.
Yeah.
Should we go on?
Basically, the whole reason for an inverter is that the grid operates on alternating current, and solar panels put out DC.
Right.
So you need to have an inverter turning the DC into AC.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we are up to Tuesday, April 7th, and we have an article about architecture from Clean Technica.
A very interesting picture there of a building.
Yeah.
It's called the Rainbow Tree Residential Tower. And it looks, I wouldn't mind living there. It looks like a nice place.
It does indeed. Yes.
Well, green building where they had 30,000 plants. That's not power plants. That's like vegetation.
Yeah.
3,000 plants and trees to a cityscape. So this whole building is all loaded with plants.
And that's why it's green.
Absolutely.
And it's green in this picture. The Rainbow Tree Residential Tower is stunning green architecture designed to be built in the Philippine city of Cebu, which is spelled C-E-B-U. Its architect claims that once, or if built, the 377-foot timber tower, and timber here is important too, would bring more than 30,000 new plants, shrubs, and trees to the city skyline. They're building these skyscrapers now, many stories tall. This thing is probably 36, 38 stories. They're building them out of wood. They were never able.
That's exactly. I was just going to say that.
Yeah.
They've now got wood capable of doing that.
Yeah, which is not wood straight from the tree. It's wood that.
It's kind of a elaborated form of plywood.
Yes, it is laminated, and it's laminated for strength.
Exactly.
And we actually had people.
We've talked about this.
Yeah, we've talked about this. We've seen pictures of it years ago. Somebody from Bensonwood had come down. An engineer had shown us on the TV show examples of lumber pieces that were 180 feet long, and things like that you just couldn't have done in the past. But in this case, what they're doing is they're putting trees into the cityscape, and they're turning that building into a tropical rainforest.
I guess you could say that. By the way, there's an interesting photo gallery on this site.
Oh, is there ever? That's about all there is.
Yeah, that's basically it, but it's interesting.
It is. It does not take a lot of reading to get through this article, but it does take a lot of time because you want to go from one picture to the next and look at them.
Well, it's 32 stories, by the way.
32, okay.
And it says the architects have incorporated a number of design solutions for heating and cooling that are not only passive but carbon neutral.
Yes.
And it goes into that. It's kind of complicated, but
there it is.
They got their thinking caps on.
They do. Okay, our next article is from Laramie Boomerang.
Bingo.
I don't have very many articles from them, and we have a picture here of the Eagle Butte Mine.
That's what it is. Coal production falls again, and that mine is a coal mine.
It sure is. Coal production across Wyoming continued to tumble over the start of the new year, with the first quarter output setting a 2-decade low. Data released by the U.S. Energy Information Administration shows Wyoming coal mines produced 54.6 million tons, a drop of 10.8 million tons from last year. And I will point out that Donald Trump has not been talking about coal very much recently.
Not very much recently. Well, many utility customers have turned their back on thermal coal.
Yeah.
They're looking for less expensive power sources like natural gas. And guess what? Renewable energy.
Yeah, and renewable energy is beating out natural gas.
It's starting to do that, but it's got a long ways to go.
It does, but I think that natural gas plants are just not going to be built anymore 2 years from now.
I think you're right.
That soon. And then, of course, we've got to use up the plants that we've got to some extent. Okay, should we move on?
I think so.
We've got an article now from Clean Technica, and we've got a graph. It's an interesting graph to analyze.
U.S. power plant capacity additions. Go over it real quick.
Go over the graph?
Yeah, can you?
Yeah, I can do that. There are a few of these columns. The columns represent years. There's a few of these columns, not many of them, maybe less than half, have a black patch at the bottom. Those are coal additions.
Those are coal, and they're going down, aren't they?
They're gone since 2013. I mean, 2014 and on, there's just no additions for coal. There actually were some additions, but they were so small they couldn't make it onto the graph.
Is that so?
Yeah. If you look at the 2004 bar, which is the bar that is all the way to the left, you'll notice that 90.4% of what is there is gas, which is kind of a dark bluish gray?
Yeah, it's kind of confusing because it looks black, and the black is so small you can't even see it.
Yeah, the black is, if you look at 2010, you can see the coal at the bottom, 16.3%, and that's black, where the natural gas looks almost black. In 2004, it was 90.4% of all additions. And if you look, it's been down and up and down, but it's never got back to that. And, they probably put more in 2018 because the total additions, that white line running through the middle, is the number of gigawatts actually added. And coal, the natural gas may have had bigger additions in 2018 than it did in 2004, but in 2004, it was a much larger percentage. And what's happened here is that starting in 2005, you can barely see it. 2006, you can see it. the first time it gets a number on this graph that I can read is 2010, when it's 2.3% big solar, 3.8% small solar. You can see that solar is expanding a lot across the top, and then the light blue in the middle is additions of wind power. And what is happening?
Everything's changing.
Yeah, what's happening now is I'm seeing more and more natural gas plants that are going that are ceasing operations. You can get this at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission's website, and I'd have to provide people with a path. I don't remember it offhand, but more and more natural gas plants are retiring, and fewer are set up to come online, and the drop is very fast from 2018. So I don't think we're going to see an upward tick in 2020, and I don't think we're going to see much in the way of upward ticks after that, because the orders for natural gas plants are just kind of...
They're tanking.
They're tanking, that's right.
Let's read what the headline says.
Yeah.
New power generation quarterly, annual updates for 2019. Well, we talked about that, so...
Yeah. This is from Clean Technica. Federal agencies track new power plant construction, but they have overlooked rooftop solar capacity. So the ILSR publishes annual and quarterly reports that compile data from the Energy Information Administration and, together, the Solar Energy Industries Association. And the purpose of this compilation is to account for, if you look at the graph, you'll see
renewables.
Well, not just renewables, but that area at the top of the graph where you see a dark orange for solar, big solar, and a lighter orange for small solar.
Yeah, two different solars.
That's right. The Energy Information Administration's methods of looking at of accounting for solar power never accounted for that orange section. And
now it's adding this orange section, which is significant.
It is significant. If you look at 2011 and 2012, in actually 2010 also, it was more than the utility scale going in, and in 2011 it was double. But even today, it's like 16% in 2019 was unaccounted for, and 19% was accounted for. So when they say that 3% of our electricity comes from solar, what they may be saying is that it's more like 5%, and they're not accounting for 2%.
Something like that.
I don't know.
Well, the reports illustrate the growing influence of renewables.
Right.
Which is more cost effective than existing coal and gas-fired generation.
So why would you keep coal and gas line power generation plants going?
Probably because you've invested in them and you want to get your money back, but that's a losing proposition.
It is indeed. Let's throw some money out the window. Okay, we should keep going, Tom.
Yeah, this is the last day.
Last day. We're up to Wednesday, April 8th, with an article from Clean Technica and a
picture. Got an interesting picture there. Explain what that is.
This is Alauda's air speeder, which is they call it an air car. It is an electric vertical takeoff and landing vehicle. And all the way to the right of that, you'll see a bar coming out from the vehicle, and then you see these fuzzy things.
That's the engine.
There's the engine, which I think is probably two separate motors, and then that powers two rotors, one above, one below, and I believe they're probably going in opposite directions.
They probably are.
Yeah. So there's
an interesting video on this.
Yes.
And it's worth looking at because it's kind of fun.
Yeah.
But that is a weird looking thing, and it's even weirder when you see it in operation.
Yes, it is. What do you have for title, Tom?
What do I have? It's happening. Air speeder flying car company gets a infusion.
Alauda's air speeder flying cars are going to happen. What's more, they're going to happen somewhat sooner than later, thanks to a 7-figure round of fundraising. Well, I could use one of those. Alauda's basic premise is that racing improves the breed, so it started with a flying car that can compete in races. Sorry, can't do that. Okay.
Well, they're figuring out there isn't any venue for them to race their cars, so they're creating their own.
Yes.
which is an interesting idea.
They're creating a league where they can race these things.
Yes, and then basically challenging everybody else to race with them.
Well, it says here there's 4 32 horsepower high torque electric motors on H&Es, and it can propel the cars to a top speed of 124 miles an hour.
Which is a little faster than my bicycle goes.
I think so.
You should
Wait,
move
an interesting picture coming up with some pre-printed homes or print homes.
I guess. Okay, this is also from Clean Technica.
Icon 3D printed homes for the homeless are now available in Austin. And there's a picture in there of them making one of these houses. They can put it up almost overnight. They extrude it. It looks like it's toothpaste coming out of a tube.
Except it's a very big tube.
Very big toothpaste.
Yeah. Icon has created a unique 3D printer that can create an entire home in about 24 hours using a patented material. Now the company, in cooperation with local nonprofit Mobile Loaves and Fishes, is building an entire community for homeless people in the Austin area. And if anybody is interested in finding out for themselves what 3D printing is, the video in this article will kind of show you.
Quite interesting.
Yeah.
It's costing them $4,000 to build a house. Have any idea how much it costs to build a house in Brattleboro?
I have no idea, but I'll tell you something.
About 150 grand minimum.
It's a different proposition, but houses in Brattleboro are also different houses. I don't think you could do this in Brattleboro without really improving the insulation.
Well, I think you're right there, but they are insulated.
Yeah.
The material that they make them from is an insulator.
Yeah. But the roof on these things is made out of plywood.
So they have to improve the roofs.
They would have to. I mean, if you look at the pictures of the interior, you can see the plywood in the roof areas. Okay, our last piece is coming from Offshore Technology.
There's a picture of a pump jack. Didn't we start with a pump jack?
I think we did.
That was in Oklahoma for what it's worth.
Yes.
And it says rock bottom, how COVID-19 has shattered the oil.
The spread of COVID-19 poses a significant threat to the global oil and gas industry. The increasingly drastic action taken to reduce the spread of virus interferes with many of the key sector's key processes, and uncertainty in the pandemic only worsens the market difficulties.
Well, in explaining that, workers have to balance maintaining social distancing while living and working in confined spaces. Difficult to do if you're on an oil platform.
Yeah.
Quarantines inhibit companies' ability to travel and conduct meetings, and operators need prices to remain steady at above $27 a barrel to generate enough income to cover costs. And as we said earlier, they can't get $27 a barrel.
Yeah.
The market won't support it.
I feel sorry for people who work in the coal industry, and I'm getting to be very sorry for people who work in the oil industry.
They don't have a bright future, that's for sure.
Well, you know, we've got this stimulus package that is $2 trillion. And, you know, $2 trillion means that you could hide $2,000 billion stimulus things that are just kind of given away to whoever you want. I don't know how much of that is going to go to the oil and gas industry and the coal industry. I know the Democrats were trying very hard to have none of it go to those. The Republicans were trying very hard to have none of it go to renewables. And but I think that this, as I said, the projections I've seen say that something like 90% of the American oil companies are, and most of these, by the way, are small. I'm not talking about ExxonMobil-sized companies or Phillips 66 or, you know.
Well, stay tuned, folks, because the times they are changing.
They are indeed. And Tom, we're about at the end of our thing here, so we should say goodbye to everybody. There's a final slide, and I forget what the thing says on it, but it might just say "Have a lovely week."
Everyone will have to imagine us waving goodbye.
Yeah, there you go. I'm waving right at the moment, and you can see it if you just.
I am too.
Yeah. Goodbye, everybody.
Adios.
Adios.
a big welcome to everyone. This is your House Agriculture and Forestry Committee meeting today, April 1st, April Fool's Day. I don't know. And I want to welcome everybody and thank you all for being part of the meeting. And we did send out an agenda. We are probably not going to stick completely strictly to the agenda just because some things have come up. So when I put the agenda together, the understanding was that, you know, we were going to be looking at everything, but the speaker then said that we should be really focusing on COVID-19 issues. So I know the Senate is looking at something. Mike O'Grady had worked with Bobby Starr, and they have an idea about ways to employ restaurant workers who may have been laid off and putting them to work, delivering meals to folks. Meals on Wheels are frequently delivered by elderly people themselves. And so the hope was to maybe put some of those restaurant workers who have been laid off to work, and potentially with them being paid by with stimulus money. And so the Senate is working on that. I had been thinking, I've had a couple of inquiries about farm stores and farmers markets. This has been something I've heard about by email, and you know, my just completely coincidentally, Will Stevens reached out. Will, as you know, is a former member from Shoreham, and so Terry knows him well. But, you know, one of the concerns is whether or not our farm markets, our farm stores, our CSAs are essential. And we do know that agriculture has been deemed an essential service or business. And so I wanted some clarity about that. So we invited Will Stevens, who, as you know, is an organic farmer from Shoreham. He does vegetables as well as plants, but they also sell food, you know, once their crops are in. And I also invited Abby Willard because she is the guru in all things about this. So, Will, I want to give you an opportunity to tell us what the situation is there and what could potentially be helpful for you.
Thanks, Carolyn. Good morning, everyone. My name is Will Stevens. My wife, Judy, and I own and operate Golden Russet Farm, which is an organic vegetable farm in Shoreham. And we also sell bedding plants to the public in the springtime. It's actually about a third of our total sales come from the months of May and June out of the greenhouses. As a member of the Vegetable Grower Listserv, there's been a lot of chatter on the listserv about kind of what are people doing and what's up and how is this affecting you and so on and so forth. And over the last less than a week, there have been, and others were interviewed, and you know, Jack expressed the fear that the state was going to not allow the sale of flowers. And so, again, I reached out to Abby, gotten clarification. I think I'm pretty clear on what needs to happen, you know, internally here on the farm in order for us to be able to, in fact, sell flowers and plants and non-food items, kind of as we always have, but not as we always have. So in the good old days, namely last year, people would come to the farm here, wander through the greenhouses, fill up trays of plants, come to the cash register, pay, and leave. And that is not possible now, given the stay home and stay safe proclamation. But again, my understanding from emails with Abby is that so long as we don't allow face-to-face contact, essentially, with consumers,
that, in other words, if we can set up some type of a process where we can ahead of time take orders either by mail, by phone, or by email or online, we can pull the orders. We can bring them out to a parking lot, for example, with presumably a slip or a total, load them in people's cars, and either accept credit cards or check or payment. Again, whether we kind of do a handoff on the cart that we're bringing the plants out with, or how that works exactly, we have yet to determine. We still have a couple weeks before we would have officially opened anyway, to work some of these details out. But the whole point and goal is to not have the farm be a vector, for the virus. We don't want, possibilities of cross-contamination, and I think that's the whole goal of this whole thing in the first place. That we want to minimize contact with the public, and we want to both between kind of us, our farm, our staff, and the public, as well as between members of the public. So what we're working on, what we've drafted internally, is kind of a policy that would kind of allow folks to come and be served kind of one at a time by one of us here at the farm. Again, whether it means pulling their order ahead of time, wheeling it out to the car and loading the car, or leaving it for them to load themselves. We haven't worked that detail out yet, but that's my understanding of how we can do it. I think I've got that right, and I hope I've got that right.
All right, thanks, Will. Abby, would you like to comment here?
Sure. So Abby Willard, Ag Development Director at the Agency of Agriculture, Food and Markets. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, and Abby, Mike O'Grady had his hand up. Mike, do you think you want to comment before Abby speaks, or, okay, fine. Yep.
Afterwards?
Yes.
Okay. So, this is so complicated. Not only is this a really challenging time, it's also really complicated. And we have been fielding lots of questions from farms and food businesses, greenhouses and nurseries, landscapers, CSAs, farm stands of all kinds, to try to understand where they individually fit into the stay home, stay safe executive order as of the 25th. And I will say, to your point, Will, information has been hard to receive because Agency of Commerce and Community Development has wanted to interpret guidance very broadly because that's the safest and responsible thing for them to do. And it's hard to give individual businesses very specific feedback. And so the Agency of Agriculture has tried to kind of thread that needle of sharing as specific information as we can about the interpretation of the guidance that Commerce is providing. So kind of I'll speak like in generality, and then we can talk like very specifically. So as we understand, at least as things stand as of today, and that's prior to the press event today at 11, so things could change and likely will at 11, but on the 25th, when the governor ordered all businesses to stop in-person contact with customers unless they provide critical services and functions. Businesses that provide critical services can remain open, as Will was describing, and they still need to practice the social distancing activities and guidelines provided both by the CDC and the health department. If a business has been deemed non-essential, then the ACCD retail guidelines apply to that business. The retail, and so then you have to go back to the executive order. In the executive order, there's specific business types that are called out in subpart 6, F, G, and H, referencing retail businesses that are allowed to stay open. If they were not specifically stated in those subparts, then they're deemed non-essential. and they need to cease person-to-person contact. However, if they can do sales via mail, phone, online transactions, and then hand off some sort of delivery or drop-off location without any person-to-person contact, they can continue to do that. The other piece that was clarified from the executive order is that on those non-essential businesses, that is true. This circumstance of person-to-person contact also extends to their staffing. So that means there are certain types of nurseries and greenhouses that do ornamental only and are not, and I'll get into those nuances, but are not selling to a farmer or producing food that are considered non-essential. And that requirement would be they can have no person-to-person contact at their facility. So they can only have one staff person in a greenhouse at a time, and they can still do sales as long as they're online, but they cannot have person-to-person contact for sales. So the greenhouses and nurseries so then before I do greenhouses and nurseries, so CSAs and farm stands were both identified as critical services in the executive order. Because they're based on farm and they're based as an activity of a farmer, CSAs and farm stands can continue, are deemed essential, and that would mean that they need to just practice limited person-to-person contact, but they can still do sales. Farmers markets were not deemed essential, mainly due to the fear of large gatherings in public places where viruses could rapidly spread. So farmers markets are not permitted person-to-person contact, but the individual farmers at a farmer's market can offer online, phone, home delivery, or pickup of product as long as there's no person-to-person contact. So then relating to greenhouses and nurseries, specifically, there were 4 different categorizations that Commerce provided in guidance on Sunday. And they said that if you are a farmer that grows and sells food, you are engaged in agriculture and you can continue sales with limited in-person contact. If you are a greenhouse that sells to farmers to support their, if you're selling starts to another farmer so they can grow food, that's considered agriculture, and that too is allowed with limited in-person contact. If you are a greenhouse or a nursery that's selling to a non-farm customer, so someone like me who's not a farmer, that you can care for your plants in the greenhouse, and you need to avoid in-person contact, meaning having no more than one person in your facility at a time. And in that essence, you're not deemed essential, and you need to have no person-to-person contact for sales. If you are, again, are an ornamental or a vegetable retail operation that's selling to a customer or a group of customers, again, you're not deemed essential, and businesses must follow the retail guidelines, which says you cannot have person-to-person contact even for sales. ACCD did acknowledge that they understand that as the weather changes and we get closer and closer to the spring season, that this policy will likely have to be reviewed. So, thoughts on all that?
Okay, thanks.
Questions?
Yeah, I'm going to go to Mike O'Grady because his hand is up and see what he wants to say, and then maybe we'll have some other questions. Mike?
So that was exactly what my question was going to be about, because farming includes the operation of a greenhouse, and a farm is where farming occurs. So when I read the executive order, I said, oh, that's all things that are engaged in farming, which includes the operation of greenhouses. But then the guidance says that a start from a greenhouse is not farming. Well, I don't see where they're getting that legally. I think they're kind of making that up out of thin air. And what about a CSA that sells vegetables and starts? If Will wants to be a CSA and give a potato to anybody that wants to buy tomato plants, is he okay? I mean,
Yeah, I think so. I mean, again, it depends on if Will's selling it from his farm, he would be considered a farmer that's selling food. And if in that food, there's also some starts, he should be able to do that with limited person-to-person contact.
but Will's entire operation is a farm by definition under the RAPs. So all Will really needs to do is give people a potato when they buy their starts.
Again, he can sell his starts because he's a farm. So that first kind of clarifying portion of the greenhouse and nursery guidance said, if you are selling and growing food, you can sell with limited direct person-to-person contact with your customer.
But every greenhouse is a farm by definition.
Right, but again, then the additional guidance from Commerce depended upon who your customer was. So if you were just selling to a non-farm consumer, or you only were selling ornamentals, and you were essentially just a retail operation, they were saying those were not deemed essential as of 3/25. My understanding, again, this is way out of my bounds, but my understanding is that they recognize that spring is coming, but it doesn't need to happen today, in their opinion. Same with landscaping. They're saying, wait a few weeks and you'll be able to do landscaping services once spring really, really hits. But you don't need to be selling ornamental starts or veggie starts with person-to-person contact right now. So a greenhouse close to my house is doing retail veggie starts, and they're doing it all without person-to-person contact. So she's going to make online ordering options available, and then either home delivery or a curbside pickup that doesn't involve someone putting it in my car or handing me the box, but it will be, maybe stacked outside the greenhouse, and a sign that says, if someone else is picking up their order, wait until they leave and then you can go in and pick up your box. So it's not, I think that the clarification was that doesn't mean they can't operate. It just means they can't have person-to-person contact. And those are challenging additions for certain businesses to make to their operation, no question. But many are doing it. So.
Can someone still go to Walmart's nursery and buy whatever they want at Walmart's nursery?
As of today at 9:20 a.m., yes.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to continue. My guess is we will see that change very soon.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Great.
May I?
And Mike, could you put your hand down? Could you unraise your hand? All right. Who just spoke up?
Yes, Will.
Hi, Will.
Hi. So if I can try my hand at splitting this thing, and I don't know. So, and Abby, you can clarify for me, but my understanding is that according to the executive order, if food is involved, there is limited person-to-person contact, but if there is not food involved, there should be no direct person-to-person contact.
I think that is true in the example that you're trying to give, Will. The place that's not true would be a farmer's market. So even still, if food is involved, we can't have the community gatherings that a farmer's market might facilitate. So in that case, even if you're selling food, you still have to do it with very limited person-to-person contact via your farm, not in a community location like a farmer's market.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
There is one piece of the order as Abby's described it, and again, I got clarification from her on the weekend, but I just want to bring it up, and that's the one person per facility rule that I think, if I understood it correctly, the facility doesn't refer to kind of an individual greenhouse so much as it refers to a farm. And a farm, and that is only in the case of the care and maintenance of plants. Where it gets dicey from a practical boots on the ground kind of situation where we're actually trying to keep people employed, not lay them off, is when we have multiple greenhouses and/or other kind of things going on in fields and in kind of nearby areas and so forth, for us to limit kind of our crew to one person because the farm is a facility, if I understood the interpretation correctly, that's a real problem. I can understand one person per greenhouse, and this is when it comes to just staff. I understand that it would refer to non-farm customers or for other farming customers who might stop by looking for plants for food production or something like that. But I guess it seems pretty extreme when it comes to actually operating a greenhouse/farm operation.
Yeah, so Will, I think, again, this is where everyone has a unique circumstance, and every business, or not every, but many, many, many businesses are wanting a very specific interpretation to their operation, which is difficult to provide. But I think my understanding, I certainly could be wrong, but my understanding of how this works is if you are a farm, you are deemed essential. And so if you are a farm selling food, you are deemed essential and you need to have limited person-to-person contact. If you are a greenhouse that is retail selling ornamental and other veggie starts to an average consumer like myself, you have been deemed non-essential and you cannot have person-to-person contact with the customer at the drop-off or sale point, or in the greenhouse around the care and maintenance of the plants. So this is that differentiation that kind of Michael was referring to, is that they have taken a slightly different interpretation as of today, or as of the 25th, as to what a farm is. But they're saying if you are a farmer growing food and you have a greenhouse, you can do limited person-to-person contact.
Yeah, and again, just practically, and this is totally situational on our farm, but we have two greenhouses that have both our own field starts, onions, etc., and hanging baskets in them.
Right.
That we're not going to put out in the field, and they aren't edible. And so a strict interpretation would kind of say that only one person can be there doing that. And I think if I understood your earlier email that I couldn't have one person in one greenhouse and one person in another house because the farm is the facility. So maybe I misunderstood that, but
maybe I misunderstood. I think I don't know that I know how to exactly interpret that well. I think because you are I think that the challenge in that scenario that you're describing is because you are a farm, you should be allowed to have person-to-person contact. But what you have in your greenhouse has nothing to do with your food sales, because that's like a retail side of your farm business model, right?
Well, it doesn't have anything to do with food sales, but it does have to do with the production of food, because the starts that are going to go out in the field in a month are there.
Right. I mean, and again, this is where I, personally and professionally agree with you and Michael that, even in the SNAP program, a vegetable start is considered food, and that's why SNAP benefits can go towards buying plant starts. And so intuitively, I would agree with you that that's food. I think I guess this is how I might do my best at interpreting it. So what the executive order, stay home, stay safe, does not want are customers coming to your greenhouse, walking around with other people, buying ornamental and non-essential items in the greenhouse? If they were coming to the farm to pick up their CSA share, and in that CSA share box, they had also ordered a 6-pack of peppers and onion starts and tomatoes, that would be no problem for them to have limited person-to-person contact to pick up those starts. But I think the feeling was they don't need a hanging basket today or tomorrow. It's not going to feed them. And they don't actually, they don't even really need to plant their tomato starts this weekend. They can probably plant them next weekend when hopefully the flattening of the curve has occurred a bit more and we're less susceptible of spreading the virus. So I think it was trying to like split the line of saying, we want farms to be able to grow and share food, and for families to be able to pick up their CSA share or go to the farm stand and get the food that they're going to feed their family for this week. But they don't need to do the ornamental and the retail greenhouse operations in full like public engagement right now. Does that help? Does that resonate?
Yeah, and there's, but I would extend it just a little further and say, but if arrangements can be made online, mail, phone, etc., for a pre-order type of situation, they can then sell those non-essential items as long as no person-to-person contact. Right. Okay.
Yes. And so that was really, I hoped that was clear, that it's not saying the business has to close. It's just saying the goal is to say we don't want people wandering around greenhouses picking out hanging baskets. And I can admit that's hard for me right now because I too want to plant in the garden, and I can't go buy that in the normal way that I might unless I wanted to go to Home Depot. But the greenhouse next to me is saying, okay, we will sell you starts and we're going to do it without person-to-person contact so that there's not a risk to customers or employees of the greenhouse. So yeah, you can still buy it. It's just how the transaction occurs has to be, because it's not food, needs to be no person-to-person. The part of your business that is food can absolutely have limited contact, and you can put the box in the back of their car and you can take a payment if you wish via credit card or check, and that can still continue for the CSA side of things.
Okay.
So it sounds to me like this is somewhat doable. It just, and I think an argument can be made also that people gain a certain amount of mental health and sanity from gardening.
I know.
I think flowers and other things are important. I take your point, Abby, and I totally agree about people wandering around greenhouses. But it sounds to me like farmers at farm stands will be able to do their sales, but they just have to be careful about how they do it.
Right.
So I have another question along these lines. I just had an email this morning from a state rep who asks about someone who is doing maple syrup, and can they, let me see if I can find it exactly. What's your understanding of the status on sugar shacks? Are they allowed to sell on premise or curbside? I know there are many questions about what qualifies as essential, and that someone asked about farm stands, which would seem comparable to sugar shacks, but I wasn't clear on the answer in the FAQs that have been sent out. So my answer to him was that agriculture, maple sugaring is essential, is agriculture. Agriculture is essential, and that it seemed to me that they would be able to sell given social distancing, as long as they maintain social distancing and that sort of thing. But if that's not accurate, I'd like to correct that to him.
That is accurate, as I would agree with your interpretation, Carolyn. Agriculture includes maple syrup production. And so they can do sales with limited person-to-person contact because that's deemed essential.
Fantastic. Are there other questions? Will, did you have any follow-up? Are there any other questions from committee members about this? Have you all heard about this from various folks?
I'm perfectly satisfied with kind of where things sit as of today. Again, the idea that Home Depot or Walmart can be selling plants and we with full limited contact and we can't, but I can get over that in a few minutes. I think we all have to kind of step up, do our best, and respect the fact that at the end of the day, it's not about any one individual so much as it's about the community, and I think this is what the governor's executive order is all about. And I think for me, it really just revolves around kind of what's possible, what can we do, and again, I think somehow word has to get back to Jack Mannix that in fact he can sell flowers so long as there's no person-to-person contact.
Okay, so I've been asked by someone on the call, how do you raise your hand? And so you click up above and there's a toolbar at the top and you click on more. And I can't do it because I'm a co-host here, but there's a choice there to raise hand. So, so you can try that. Rodney has his hand up and then John Bartholomew. So Rodney, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, on the maple syrup sales, we've contacted where we bulk out syrup, and they have it set up so that you can deliver your syrup back up to the loading dock. There's a buzzer you have to push, get back in your truck, and then they'll come out and unload your truck and weigh it and grade it and bring you out of slip. So that's how they're doing it there.
Okay, thanks, Rodney. Sharon, John Bartholomew is next. Sharon's having a hard time raising her hand. Rodney, could you unraise your hand? John first, and then Sharon.
I just wanted to comment on the on farmers markets, and it seems like as we come into that season, if we're still under this lockdown, we've got to find a way to get those functioning. And it doesn't make sense that if you think about it, a farmer's market, you're probably able to do more social distancing there than you could in a supermarket. There ought to be a mechanism in place where these can move forward in some way, because this is direct sales from farmers to customers. I just can't believe there's no way to do it in a safe way, and in fact, a safer way than the supermarkets. And I also have to say, I'm feeling right now pretty outraged that that Walmart or Home Depot could sell ornamental stuff, and we've got small businesses in this state that are going to be hampered and basically shut down. They've got huge investments in their plants ready to go for spring, and they're not going to have a reasonable way to sell them. So I have to express some outrage there.
So Representative Bartholomew, we did just put together some economic impact data for the governor's press conference today. And we looked at and made some gross estimations about farmers market sales in the month of March and April, were they to be operational. So there's normally about 14 winter farmers markets that would occur in March and April. And the total food sales that could occur over the months of March and April would be over 1.1, almost $1.2 million in local food sales. We also looked at estimating what the summer farmers market average assumptions of sales, and that's at the 67 farmers markets. And it would be 2.8 million monthly. So starting in May, through September, let's say, or June through September. I mean, each market starts at a slightly different time. So at a time when all 67 markets would be open, it would be about $2.8 million a month, an aggregate of all 67 markets in local food sales. So we agree with you that there is significant challenge with this determination of farmers markets not being deemed essential. And we hear daily from markets that are frustrated by that determination. And as of right now, our strategy is to say the market is comprised of farmers, of vendors, many of which are farmers, and farmers, if they can, kind of divert their sales and their relationships to online and on farm, and they can continue those activities. But it's not the same, I recognize.
But certainly you can't do a direct comparison between sales at farmer's market and sales at a supermarket, because the percentage of those sales going directly to farmers is going to be much higher. And as you say, you know, we don't know what's coming, but when we get into May and June, it's going to be much more important, in my opinion, to get these farmers markets moving in some way and they ought to be able to be safe. As I said, social distancing becomes the norm. You're outside. It seems safer to me than a supermarket, and I'll shut up now. Thank you.
All right, thanks, John. I think those are good points. I mean, it seems to me that being outdoors at a farmer's market is probably, I understand the whole indoor farmer's market issue, but being outdoors where the virus doesn't last long in UV light, and you can sort of step around each other. Although I've been to the Brattleboro farmer's market when it's been very, very crowded. People would have to be very careful. So I want to ask, Sharon, did you have a question? Did you figure out how to raise your hand? Okay. Carrie, did you have a question? Okay, good enough. All right, are there any other questions for Abby? Will, do you feel like you've gotten the answers you need?
Yes, thanks. Thanks very much, and thanks for the opportunity.
Oh, you're welcome. It's always good to hear your voice, and I hope that we're able to straighten some of this out so that our farmers are, you know, are not as badly affected as some of our other folks are going to be. So any other questions on this topic? All right, I'm not hearing any. So I think—
Representative Partridge?
Yes.
Would the committee be interested in the economic impact data that we kind of pulled together as of yesterday?
Absolutely.
Okay,
I would
I'm
love
happy
to, if you could, yeah, if you could send that to Linda, that would be fabulous.
Great. I would say
Okay.
it's incomplete, but it's you know, it's a good snapshot of where we're seeing the disruption and the challenges, and it's grave for cheesemakers to farmers market vendors, and then there's some really, I guess the last piece I'll just share, if you're open, is that there are also some really great outcomes that we're seeing. You know, so grocery store sales are up 50%. So consumers, when we restrict their markets, they're just spending more money at grocery stores. And so one of our initiatives is to try to get all the product that was being sold at restaurants and institutions, colleges in particular, to have those vendors and those suppliers make their product available to grocery stores. We're also hearing some farm stands are having the highest grossing sales days in the last consecutive 2 weeks that they've ever had. So people are really reaching out to try to find local access to food, and it is having a really kind of positive, if not at least short-term impact on many businesses.
Yeah, I know. We've been trying to help out some of the restaurants, but even those, you know, the takeout service is not enough to keep them going, and some of them are just shutting down. I have 3 hands up, John O'Brien, and then Carrie, and then John Bartholomew. John O'Brien.
Carolyn, I just had a tech question. What happened to O'Grady and Vicky? Do we only get a 3x3 grid on this? Or is everybody else seeing them?
So if you swipe over to the right, do you see the others? Have you gone to gallery view?
Yep.
I
Okay.
see Vicky and Mike. So can you
I
go to
see.
gallery view?
Yeah. But you
Okay.
can't make it smaller. So it's like a, 4x4. You always have to swipe.
Well, if you go to, you can either switch to the active speaker,
Yeah.
or you can do gallery view.
Right.
So if you do gallery view, you'll get I get 9 faces at once. And since there are more than 9 of us, if I swipe to the right, I see the rest of our group.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Madam
All right.
Chair, that's a limitation of the iPad. For users on the laptops or your desktop computers, you should be able to see everyone.
Great.
Okay.
Thanks, Ron. And Ron, I'll probably give you a call later to try and get this up and going on my laptop. That would be great. All right. So Carrie is next.
Yeah, thank you. It's really great to see everybody. All I wanted to say is before Abby joined the second time, Terry had asked some questions. And I think those questions are really highlighted in the document and summary analysis that Abby put together about the economic impacts.
In terms of farmers? Yeah. Okay. All right, John Bartholomew, you're next.
This is probably a question for Abby, but anyone who knows, I'm just wondering what others are seeing and what's being reported from cheesemakers. One of our local cheesemakers has reported that they are all backed up in the cheese cave because their orders have really slowed to a trickle or stopped. Some of that is probably related to sales to restaurants not happening, but it seems like people are still eating. They still need to eat. So are all of our cheesemakers, local cheesemakers and artisan cheesemakers experiencing this drop in sales, or do we just have an outlier here in Heartland?
So I did just send Linda the economic impact data, so you all will have access to that, I hope, momentarily. There is a update from the cheesemakers in that document that was assembled by Laura Ginsburg from conversations with the Vermont Cheese Council and probably about 20 or so different cheesemakers in Vermont. And so the results are mixed, depending upon their markets, how their cheese is packaged. And so we're seeing that, for those cheesemakers that sold to restaurants and specialty shops, their sales are likely down 80% or so. For those that are selling to farmers markets, online, farm stands, the loss is a little bit less than 80%. Grocery stores are also seeing a decline in certain type of cheese purchases. They're really looking for, because they're trying to limit person-to-person contact in the grocery, some more effectively than others. They're really looking for pre-cut and pre-wrapped cheeses, not bulk cheeses that you then, would cut in the store or whatever. So as for like economic impact, some cheesemakers are saying it's tens of thousands of dollars of loss. Others are saying it's upwards of $100,000 of anticipated loss over the past few weeks. There's some pretty bold projections. If the markets continue the way that they are, of upwards of $500,000 for some, and others that are really worried that total markets will collapse and businesses will not be able to remain operational without additional income coming in. It did sound like there's probably another few weeks before we'll have a real sense of what stores have for additional needs. So they're still working through their back stock, and whether they will reorder product or not. So yeah, a pretty grim, unfortunately, for many of Vermont's cheesemakers right now.
For cheese, yeah. So maybe we should move the cheese to the toilet paper aisles.
So I have to say, when I visited the Brattleboro Hannaford about 2 weeks ago, there was nothing on the toilet paper or paper towel aisles, and there was nothing in the cabbage cheese area. Every single stick of 8-ounce of up to 2 pounds were gone. Luckily, I buy it by the 3-pound package, and there were some of those, but it was pretty incredible. So I did include in my article a couple of weeks ago a shout out to folks who might want to order directly from farmers, and I think there are some cheese companies that do. Like I think Jasper Hill you can order directly, and I don't know about the others. But then I wondered, Abby, we had talked at some point, maybe it was on a conversation that I had with you and Anson and Bobby Starr. There was a thought to maybe try and put up some kind of a website to help create a direct market for some cheese producers, farmers, with the public.
Yeah, my understanding, and I am going to look it up now because I haven't looked at it myself, but my understanding is that the Vermont Cheese Council has done just that. And so they have created an online portal for folks to be able to order online.
Okay.
Through their website.
Okay.
And so it's a good example of kind of a resource that I should kind of probably know a little bit more about.
Okay.
But that was my understanding, is that they worked really quickly to kind of create an online. Yeah. So if you go right to vermontcheese.com, one of the top links is where to buy our cheese. And then they have it all set up as an online sales directory for Vermont cheeses and tell you exactly how it works, that you select what cheese you want, order online. Depending on where you live, it could be picked up from the cheese producer, from a farm stand, curbside pickup, or even have it delivered to your door. So it looks like they have a pretty decent system right now.
Okay, great. Thanks, Abby.
Yeah.
I have a few hands up here. John Bartholomew, did you lower your hand or is it up again? Okay, you're lowering. Okay, Terry Norris and then Rodney.
Since we're talking about the cheese, I noticed yesterday on the Jasper Hill Facebook page that they dispersed their Asher herd because of the potential downturn in the cheese economy. So I mean, I know that Mateo is pretty much into, financially being profitable, and he just felt that was not gonna, didn't see a future there. So it's kind of sad that they, that was their prime, calling card, sort of like, was that Asher herd. So I just see a future for Vermont farms is we're going to lose, I bet we'll lose half of our farms this year. Because, the price of milk is just like plummeted down to like $10. There's no profit there for farmers, and they can ask for credit, from their suppliers. But trust me, I just know that grain dealers will not hold farmers for very long, because it's, there's no profit in it for them either. And they have to watch out for their bottom line. And I just see a real problem for Vermont farmers.
Yeah, agreed, Terry. And Mike O'Grady, I'm wondering if you have any information regarding the stimulus money that's coming to Vermont, and if that might be helpful to some of our dairy farmers or farmers in general.
As I said earlier, it's really yet to be determined. Yeah. There's 9.5 billion that's going to USDA for agricultural programs, and then there's some smaller, more targeted programs. There's nothing specific to dairy. So it's really going to depend on what USDA does over the next week or so on how to move that 9.5 billion.
Okay, thanks. Okay, I have Rodney's hand up. Rodney?
Yes. So I was just wondering, we've been talking about how it's hard to get the cheese because of limited contact with people, but with people being laid off and losing their health benefits and stuff like that, some of it's probably because they just have to make choices of not buying specialty cheeses.
Yeah, I don't know. Abby, would you have a comment on that, or?
Yeah, I mean, I think all that I can comment on that is that during the 4 calls that we held a couple of weeks ago, hearing from producers and producer associations, as well as supply chain partners and service providers, it was very clear that the average consumer in this response to a time of crisis is returning to some of the basics. And so people are buying, big blocks of cabbage cheese, potatoes and root vegetables, more meat, milk, butter, some of those like very comfort related food items. And they're not having people over for dinner, and they're not, doing some of their same activities. People are kind of hunkering down and kind of relying upon some of the customary basic food groups. And so in some ways that's been great. And we saw like a real quick short-term surge in dairy product purchasing. But then, as Representative Norris mentioned, with the loss of the decline in milk price, where Diane shared some figures again in the economic impact data that you now have, that just the dairy industry itself will see 180,000 per month loss in income due to milk price decline. So, and it will, and Diane said it's going to get worse, throughout the summer. So, yeah, I think people's buying habits are changing, their socialization patterns are shifting, and milk prices are going down.
Yeah, it's really concerning. I'm wondering if there are any other questions, thoughts about this topic that we've been discussing. Rodney, is your hand up again? Okay, his hand is down. Thank you. Any other questions about this? Will, I want to thank you for being available today and to have this conversation. I think it's been very helpful. And Abby, I thank you too. I'm not trying to kick you off the call or anything, but I'm looking forward to Abby seeing your the impact study. I'll probably include it in parts of it in my weekly article this week, which will be in the Reformer on Monday.
Great.
So anything you wanted to add, Abby?
If there are suggestions that you as the Ag and Forestry Committee have for ways you'd like to see us as the agency of ag respond based on what you're hearing from your constituents, let us know. Our response efforts right now are focused on pulling together resources that are available for ag producers, posting that on our website. The economic impact data that you have or will soon see came from sort of relationships we have with different groups, but also from a survey that we received from ag producers that completed, answered a few questions, including their economic losses. We're still looking to do more calls like we did a couple weeks ago, if nothing else, to just give an update from the agency and for people to ask questions. We're trying to give the interpretations to guidance as often as we can to folks that reach out and ask. Again, we're trying to make supply connections to grocery stores for product that was originally deemed for restaurants and institutions. So we're trying to connect with producer association groups to sort of figure out what their needs might be. So if there's other things that you're specifically hearing that we could be helpful in supporting, please let us know. You can reach
Great.
out to us by email, or we can have another call, or come back in to testify, whatever you need.
Great. Thanks so much, Abby. Thanks for and please thank everybody at the agency, both you and Carrie. Thank everybody at the agency for everything they're doing to take this on. Will, was there anything you wanted to add?
No, just again, my thanks to Abby in particular for sticking with me as I try to get clarification on this and all the work that they're doing there. And thanks very much for the opportunity. I see a customer's just pulled in, so I better go wait on them. Happy April 1st, everyone.
Could I say one last thing to you, Will?
Of course.
Plant
Yes.
nasturtiums. Plant nasturtiums in all of your hanging baskets because they're edible.
Okay.
Hey, listen, good luck.
I made a note.
Okay. All right. We'll see you. Take care.
Yep. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Good morning, committee, and good morning, everyone listening in this morning. I'm sorry we're late. We had some technical difficulties that we're not used to. Also, we have to change the order of the agenda because Commissioner Harrington needs to leave us early. And so I think we'll start with Commissioner Harrington. Let us know what's happening there, and then in his department, and then probably I don't know how much time we'll have for questions, but you can let us know. Michael?
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Michael Harrington, Interim Commissioner, Vermont Department of Labor. I only have a few minutes before I have to head over to the pavilion for the 11 o'clock press conference. I need to get there ahead of time. So I'll keep it brief so we can ask questions. But what I've been sharing with others is that there are a couple different things that are going on right now that I think are posing a lot of questions for people. But to just put it in perspective, in the past two and a half weeks, we've received more initial claims filings than we do in a given year. It's likely we're going to be up over 40,000 initial claims being entered in within that 2-week period. And we'll be able to release some more numbers starting tomorrow. Obviously, that has overwhelmed our capacity and our system, both on the technology side as well as the people side. So we have done a couple different things. We've tried to automate or make electronic options for people to open those claims. So there is an online form people can fill out. That creates a number of other issues down the road, but it helps people get their initial claims filed sooner rather than later without having to wait on hold. We have upped the capacity of our call center twice, if not threefold. And again, though, personally, I think we could probably add an additional 100 people to those lines, and we would still be overwhelmed with the number of calls coming in because the volume is just so high. And for instance, there are other states that have literally turned their lines off because they can't handle the load and process the claims at the same time. We're lucky we haven't had to do that, and wherever we can, we're expanding either capacity or times during the day. As the committee knows, we are pretty handicapped with regards to our technology that we use. We use a 30-year-old mainframe system that is monitored around the clock to keep it up and running. It does go down occasionally, and luckily to date, we've been able to bring it back online each of those times. But I think we're preparing also for the scenario should something happen where we can't bring it back online. This is also not unique to Vermont. We were on a call yesterday where other states are dealing with the issues that come with maintaining a decades-old system. But we were able to get through the bulk, and I would say most of the initial claims that have been filed have been put into our system. There are still a number of claims that have issues attached to them that need to be resolved, but we were able to start issuing payments earlier this week, and another bulk payment load will go out tomorrow. Certainly, there's a lot of frustration and concern, and rightfully so, from the public that can't get through. We're making every effort to get people into our queues and process those as quickly as possible. So to make room for more people calling in, but wherever we can, we're trying to do that electronically. We are looking at other options. We are partnering with GMP, Vermont Gas, and Efficiency Vermont to help defray some of those initial calls coming in to help people file claims. So the people at those organizations are literally taking calls and helping people complete the online form, especially for people who don't have connectivity where they live. And we are looking at other third-party options for call center options should we need to increase capacity even more. I think, we're all talking about how long COVID will last, but as a department, we're also looking beyond that to see what the long-term economic impact is going to be from COVID, and expecting a long run in terms of high unemployment and pressure on our system. So from that perspective, that kind of gives you our current state. We have a number of federal benefits that are coming our way. So I just want to update the committee on those. The high points or the most impactful are going to be the $600 that people are eligible for. People will begin to see that benefit in the next week or two. Remember, those benefits are eligible for this week, starting this week, but people won't file claims for this week until next week. So it will be 2 weeks or so before people begin to see those funds in their check. There's also a component in there for self-employed and independent contractors. We are telling people that is going to take a few weeks to stand up because that is like a totally separate unemployment insurance system. Separate and apart from the one we have, because our system does not contemplate self-employed individuals and independent contractors because they don't contribute to the fund. So we are working and we'll probably end up partnering with the tax department to roll out that program. In the federal package, there's also the extension of benefits. So you'll see that as well for people who exhaust their benefits. There is an additional 13 weeks of extended benefits should they need it. And then the other component that I think is impactful for people is relief of charges for nonprofits and municipalities who file on a quarterly basis. So we have the authority now to reduce those charges by half and are working on a way to implement that into our system. So that's the high level. There is a press conference at 11 that will touch base on all of those things. But I think from the department's perspective, just what I'm using every microphone possible to share is that I absolutely understand, but can't even imagine what it's like being on the other end of that telephone or internet when people are afraid and can't get through. And I'm just asking people to be as patient as possible. We have all hands on deck, and we are working through these claims as quickly as possible. I did hear on a call today that another state had a 5-week backlog. We're lucky in that we've been able to push through most of our claims, and only those that have issues on them are needing to be resolved. But it is a concern, and it is something we're very mindful of. So we, even as early as today, are talking about how to up our communication plan to get that word out to people so the public is aware. I'm also letting people know that just because there is a lag in our processing does not mean that's going to impact somebody's eligibility or impact the amount of benefits they get. It will only impact the timing in which they receive those benefits. And we're still keeping that relatively short. It's still 6 to 10 days roughly. But I don't want people to think because they couldn't get through this week that they're going to miss out on benefits. To whatever extent we have the authority to do so, we will make benefits retroactive for people. That's a quick overview. Happy to answer any questions for about the next 15 minutes.
Okay, great. Just one quick question, Michael. We've heard, I think many of us have received some emails from constituent businesses that are worried, especially essential businesses that are worried that this extra $600 is more appealing to people, and that essential workers won't be available. Is the 600 a flat rate to everyone, or is it on a sliding scale?
It is a flat rate. So, I mean, we are aware of that as well. In some cases, there may be someone who's eligible for the full state benefit of $513 and receiving $600 on top of that, making their total benefit over $1,000 a week. But we are looking at guidance, and there is federal guidance out there in terms of should a company go back to work and offer employment back to their employees. If someone refuses to go back to work, they will have to be able to articulate and prove that there is a reasonable risk, or that they've been instructed by a healthcare provider or an authority to stay home. And if they can't provide that level of documentation or certification, then they will be ineligible for payments going forward. Or if they were paid payments, after the fact, then they would be required to repay those. So, again, we're still focused on getting payments out the door to make sure these people have the benefits they need. But yes, we are also looking on the back end of that to make sure that only in those very specific cases where there is a health-related concern or a directive from an authority, that those are the people that are able to stay home and continue to receive benefits.
Okay. Gene?
Gene, you're muted, I believe.
Sorry, I missed where you were posting any notices to independent contractors and such as to when and what's going on. Is it on the website?
Yeah, so as early as probably later today, what we're going to do is take kind of those 3 or 4 components that are significant to the public out of the CARES Act, and we will have information specific on our website. One of those being the independent contractor piece. What we are going to say is, if it is absolutely imperative for that person to file a claim, they can. They may be eligible because they may have already worked for an employer in the past year and be already eligible monetarily. But what we're going to let people know is that it's going to be about, a few weeks to stand up this system, and we will provide them with an opportunity to submit their contact information, and we will reach out to them directly to let them know when that program is stood up and ready to go.
Thank you
And they
so
can
much.
go to our website. Yeah.
I think you're doing a magnificent job in a really rough time. What more can the state give you? Can they give you more state workers? We've got a lot of remote workers with access. Is there anything we can do?
No, I appreciate that, and thank you for the support and the offer. As you know, this committee, probably more than any other committee knows, is that the unemployment insurance system is highly complex, and I think we've added to our ability any capacity that we need for kind of that initial call in. But really, the calls we're getting now that are bogging down our system are people who have very technical questions about their claims. So we are looking at whether it's going to be a third-party vendor or whether we're going to provide onboarding and training for additional staff over the coming days and weeks. But these are what's called in the UI system unemployment insurance merit staff. So they are certified and trained and certified by the federal government to handle claims. So I appreciate that. We've had many offers for bodies, but really at this point, our focus has to be on highly trained people who have the logic behind, if I receive this question, how do I resolve this issue? And so we're working on a training program. As you can imagine, training becomes exponentially more difficult now that most of our staff are teleworking, and any new staff would be working from home as well. So we are trying to manage that component as well.
Thanks. Is anyone going to ask the question that we were talking about before we went on air?
I have 3 hands up now. So
good. I'm off. Thanks.
So the next people are Charlie, then it will be Jim, and then Lynn. So Charlie.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Michael, for meeting with us. But a few quick questions. We're getting some as to the process of those $600 pandemic supplements to the unemployment. So is that just automatically going to be part of their weekly benefits so they don't have to do anything extra? Is it something you're going to administer so that they don't have to go to the federal government? How's it going to work?
Yeah. It's going to be automatically applied to their benefit again. So it will be applied to claims for this week. So again, it will be any claims that are filed starting Sunday and throughout next week for unemployment of this week. and that will be automatic, so people do not have to do anything. And that will be part of the guidance we put online, is that for that $600 to take effect, all they have to have is a regular claim in the system, and it will be added to those claims.
Okay, thank you. The other question I had was about reimbursable employers.
Yes.
So we're getting a lot of emails, as you can imagine, from nonprofits that have been reimbursable employers to this date, and they're looking for some assistance with unemployment insurance.
Yes.
What is the department's stance on that, or what are you doing with that?
Yeah, so that was not an option prior to the federal program or relief package that came out. So it is part of the new relief package. And really it's us working on the back end in our system to devise the way to essentially relieve employers of 50% of those charges. And we're going to have to figure out how to do that, because charges are actually attached to the individual, who is then attached to the employer. And so essentially we're needing to say, okay, every person who worked for a reimbursable employer who filed, between as of this date for COVID related items, essentially will be relieved by half. And that, I believe, also took effect as of Sunday night. So again, it will be as of Sunday moving forward.
So just one quick follow-up, and I know you got to go. So that means that any employee that's been laid off by a nonprofit or a municipality, someone who is a reimbursable employee at this point, should still go through the normal process for filing for unemployment claims. And then you're going to work out with the back end as to, is that employer on the hook for 50% of the charges or for whatever percentage, correct?
Correct. That does, that should not, there's nothing that the employee needs to do. They can simply just file their regular claim. There are exemptions or exceptions in that, and that's what we're needing to work through. But for instance, like religious organizations are not part of, while they're nonprofits, they're not taxable and they're not considered reimbursable. And so we have had some concerns from the religious community about that. And I'll have to go back to the federal package, but as of right now, I don't believe those are included in that reimbursable 50% relief, because they are not considered, they are waived from the entire UI system. And so we'll have to go back and clarify that. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, Jim. Don't forget to unmute your phone, Jim.
There. Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
I've got a question from Nathan Johnson, the owner of Little Britain, about one of his employees, and I'm going to run it down for you. It's kind of complicated. He says he's got a question about an employee. She works 20 hours a week, single mother with a child in 6th grade who has an autoimmune condition. My employee is concerned for the health and well-being of her child and feels she needs to stay home with her. I'm trying to sift through the options for her, but there is a lot. Do I lay her off? Does that affect my unemployment insurance rates? Or does she qualify for unemployment on her own because she is staying home to take care of her child? Or am I now suddenly able to offer her paid sick leave that gets paid back to me from the government?
So there's a lot there, and there's a lot of, I could answer that with the standard, it depends, but I'll do my best to just give some general information. So depending on the situation, there may be some opportunity for paid sick or family leave there. The other thing that we're letting people know, part of the issue there, sir, is that so she's a part-time employee. So it's likely that she will not be monetarily eligible based on those numbers. Again, I don't know that without knowing how much she has earned in the prior 5 quarters. So again, she may not be eligible for standard unemployment insurance because of the limited numbers of hours that she has worked. What this employer should look at is, and this would be through the Agency of Commerce and Community Development is that my understanding is that through the relief package and the Small Business Administration, employers are eligible for forgivable loans to maintain
if they keep them employed. Yes.
Right. So in this case, it may be in the best interest of this employee for that employer to apply for a loan to maintain, to keep her on his payroll, even if he's not operating for the public, and then maintain her as an employee throughout this period and possibly be forgiven for that period of time. So that may be what's in the best interest of the employee. Other than the sick time, which is a little bit more complicated, and I can't necessarily answer that straight off, but there's a concern that she may not be eligible for UI given the limited numbers of hours that she has worked.
Mm-hmm. But in order for, what she's claiming is that because of her child's autoimmune deficiency, she has to be home with her. So therefore, how could she then qualify as an employee?
So my understanding is that we are still treating people. So if I'm an employer and I send my people home, as long as I continue to pay them wages, they're an employee. So I don't believe that the federal package requires them to continue to operate as a business, right? So let's say I'm a business that has 25 employees, and I say, okay, we're going to suspend work, but you're still going to get paid your wages. As long as you're paying wages, you are eligible for that loan. And that is because you're following the directive of the governor's executive order, as well as the CDC and other health advice, and she is as well. So if he's saying, listen, I'm going to continue to pay you as an employee, but under federal guidance and under state guidance, you're to stay home with your loved one, given the situation. That again, those are questions I would ask to the Agency of Commerce and to the who's initiating the loan. But my understanding is that it's not based on whether you're continuing to operate as a business publicly. He could simply be operating privately as a business, not open to the public, and continue to pay wages.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Last question, Lynn.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. We discussed earlier the forgivable loan, the SBA loan grant can be converted. And one of the questions was that if somebody chooses to not come back to work because they're making more money with this unemployment, when the employer wants to convert and hire everyone back, first of all, do they have to hire everyone that they had previously back? And number two, if someone chooses not to come back in and work and remain on UI, does that mean they're no longer eligible if they have an opportunity to be coming back to full employment pay?
So the general answer is yes. So if an employer opens back up, if the executive order is lifted, then they would be, and there's no immediate, no severe risk to the employee. So again, what we're trying to countermand that with is that under H742, which was just signed, someone who has a reasonable risk, and reasonable is defined as, should an employer not be following guidance from VOSHA or the health department in terms of operating, and that is putting undue risk on the individual, then they are able to refrain from working and remain home and remain eligible. So as long as the employer is following all best practices and is able to open back up and bring people back to work, should someone collecting UI not refuse to go back to work, that would in and of itself make them ineligible to continue to collect benefits.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Charlie, Jim, and Lynn, can you drop your hands, please? And Michael.
Amy has to do that, please.
One last thing. In 681, we had some language that talked about businesses having to be compliant with OSHA COVID-19 rules. And if an employee felt that they were at risk, then that gave them, they could leave their employment and still receive unemployment. What happens if an employee leaves that employment and the business is compliant with OSHA?
So again, it may be that the individual, it will come back to the reason the person left, right? So under 742, if they left to care for a family member, if they left because they have a compromised immune system and were instructed by a healthcare professional to stay home, if they left and could demonstrate and that the employer is willfully, violating a best practice or a directive, then those would all make them eligible. If they simply said, nope, this is too scary for me, and I'm just going to stay home, again, that was part of our conversation. And what we tried to do in that bill is they have to ground that concern in some type of fact-based evidence, and so it would be incumbent upon the claimant to provide that evidence to support their need to stay home.
Okay.
And
now,
to make them eligible.
Yeah. Right. Now, if they were found to be ineligible through state UI, would they still be eligible for the $600 a week?
If they were found eligible, yes, for the state UI, it's anybody who is found eligible for state UI is then eligible for the $600.
Okay. I'm cognizant of the time. Do you have time for one more question, or do you need to leave?
No, I can do one more question, and I would just ask Amanda if she'll just let the governor's office know that I'll be a few minutes late.
Okay. Stephanie, last question then. Thank you.
There we go. Commissioner, thank you so much. I have a quick question, just want a little bit of advice on seasonal businesses that are going to be opening up this summer. Specifically we have a lot of summer camps, children's overnight summer camps in our area. So where best would I send these people to discuss? They have some full-time year-round employees, but the vast majority of their employees are seasonal. And is it something that Department of Labor can help with, or should I send them to ACCD?
So it depends on whether the question is regarding whether their people would be eligible for unemployment, or they're asking as a business. We're happy to assist either way, and we can also direct them to the right place. But what I would say is, if they are contemplating laying people off, or again, maybe it's a summer camp and they're not planning to open this year, right. It really depends on a person-by-person basis, because you have to be monetarily eligible for benefits. So you have to earn a certain amount of money in the past 5 quarters. So if this person, only works part-time for the summer because they're a high school student or a college student, they're likely not going to be eligible for these benefits. So again, they have to have regular work, at least earning minimum wage, if not more, for a period of time leading up to the separation from employment.
Yeah, and in this case, in this case, it's the owners of the camps. There's 2 camps locally. It's the owners. So perhaps they're just.
So they are likely eligible as long as they were receiving a regular paycheck. I mean, part of what we're also going to run into, just so everybody is aware, is that many independent contractors and self-employed individuals typically record losses at the end of the year on their taxes, and that is going to impact their eligibility for benefits. And it may not determine that they're ineligible for benefits, but it's going to put them on the lower end of the benefit scale rather than the higher end.
Interesting.
But they will still be getting the $600 on top of that. So again, that I think is designed to help defray some of that worry there.
Yeah, and I know there's a lot of resorts that are sort of seasonally open, and I think this is going to be a problem with. So, thank you.
Yeah. Yes. Sure. And so to answer your question, though, if they have specific questions about benefits, they should call our technical assistance line. The other thing they can do is, because can only imagine the volume that that technical assistance line has, is that if there's any doubt, they can certainly open a claim. We will process the claim and determine their eligibility after the fact, but I don't want them to feel like they can't get through and therefore that held the process up. They can always open a claim and then we can talk eligibility after the fact.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Michael, thank you very much. Please put forth our appreciation to all of your staff. Excuse me, you all at the department, I think, are doing a fantastic job. It's a very difficult situation to be in for Vermonters and for the Department of Labor, and we just ask that people have patience and it'll all work out. I'm sure that your staff will process as quickly as they can, and we really appreciate it.
Thank you for that, and I just appreciate everybody's support. Happy to come back to the committee at any time. But yeah, we have a great staff here. Many of them are not only participating in mandatory overtime to clear the backlog, but are even volunteering for additional overtime. So literally working 7 days a week, and you know, giving up time with their families in order to make sure that people are getting what they need. So it's a great team we have over here, and I give them a lot of credit.
Well, thank you. I'm sure that as the Small Business Task Force gets off the ground, we'll be in contact with you quite often.
It sounds good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's switch to Chris. Chris, thank you for taking time to talk with us today. We appreciate it.
Happy to, Mr. Chairman. Just for my own benefit, what's your timing for the rest of the morning and discussion?
I think we're on till 11:30, so you've got
Okay.
50 minutes.
I hope not to take that long, but thank you. Good morning, committee members. For your record, Chris Delia, President, Vermont Bankers Association. So I think we met 2.5 weeks ago, and it's an understatement to say, oh my God, has the world changed so dramatically, and certainly here in Vermont. I think what I'll do this morning is to give you a quick update on what's going on in the banking industry right now and how we're meeting the needs of customers under the executive order. We'll talk a little bit about the foreclosure bill or proposal, and then we'll get into the federal stimulus package and some of the provisions that are included in that and what my industry is expected to do for implementation with regard to that package. So where are the banks today? We are following the governor's executive order, which allows us as an essential persons, if you will, essential industry to stay open for business, but stay open in a very different context. So all of my banks have looked at their footprint and have made the decision to go to closing their lobbies at this point. They will conduct business via the ATM, via drive-up windows, online banking, mobile banking. And in the event that there is a transaction that cannot wait or cannot be conducted by one of those other vehicles, if you will, then the customer can call the bank, set up a time. They can go into the branch. They will be the only individual, public individual in the branch. They will have minimal interaction with the bankers. And we are expected, like every other industry, to make sure that when they leave, we are following the CDC guidelines, the Vermont Department of Health guidelines for making sure that the facility is cleaned. I know I've had some conversations with Representative Kimball and a couple of others where we have situations that a branch is in a community. The branch does not have a drive up. The branch may or may not have an ATM, and that branch has been closed. And that is in direct response to the governor's executive order and our needing to comply with that executive order. That said, we are, the banks have posted on their websites and tried to notify as best they can their customers as to, again, access to banking services. So we know in that particular situation, we're working with Charlie, that customers down there could call the bank and get access to the lobby on a case-by-case basis. For example, we know some people have safe deposit boxes and have items in safe deposit boxes, sometimes cash that they want to get access to. So we're trying to make those accommodations while still protecting the health of our employees, the health of the customers, and following the guidance as best we can. We're also tracking Homeland Security guidance and U.S. Department of Treasury guidance, which helps to inform us in times like this. And we also have some guidance that was issued by the Department of Financial Regulation here in Vermont that gives us a little bit more clarity on what we can be doing with our branch operations. I'm going to stop there. Any questions on that right now?
Gene?
Hi, Chris. Any possibility that in that situation where you've got a bank that does not have a drive up and does not have an ATM, is there a way you could get one of those portable ATMs that you see in Quick Stops and program it for that branch?
Not in a timely fashion, no. The best they're going to have to, the best the individuals customers can do is if it's in a location that have other branches within a reasonable drive time, they can look at that. But I've got some branches in rural communities that do not have an ATM, do not have a drive up. And because of the size of the branch, we're also having to deal with the social distancing piece. So it just becomes a challenge, and those portable ATMs are not going to be readily available at this point.
Thank you.
Yep.
Jim?
Hi, Chris. It's Jim Carroll. Chris, when we last met in committee, I brought up what you thought it was an absurd idea for giving people's loans. And you see, I know it didn't work out well on your end for that, with that respect. Nevertheless, what you did suggest, and what I've been passing on to constituents, is to call their lenders. Don't sit on your hand. Ask them to work with you. Now, with respect to one of my constituents in particular, she's getting a stiff arm and it's a third-party loan, remote lender. What can she do? What can I tell her?
What I would ask you to do is send me some information in an email so that I can have some additional context. And I've been doing this with other legislators, that if they have constituents who've been outreaching to them, to send me an email. I will take a look at the circumstances. If it's somebody that is a member of my organization that has a physical presence here in Vermont, I will engage in those conversations. If it's a third-party entity, they're more than likely a licensed lender, and I've been passing some information off to the Department of Financial Regulation. And just so I clear, I think what I responded to was, we didn't want to put in writing everything that the banks were going to be considering, because it creates a higher expectation on the part of individuals. What we want to be doing and what we are doing is responding on a case-by-case basis.
Right. Chris, can you send me your email?
Yep, I will do that after we get off.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay,
Any
anyone
other
else?
questions?
Zach?
Hey, hey, Chris. Following up on Jim's question, I guess I wondered if there was any consideration, now that the Fed has reduced rates quite a bit, if there was any talk about potentially offering lower interest rates for existing loans.
Yeah. So that's a good segue into what we're doing now for borrowers. So I'll go into that. So how are we meeting the needs of customers right now? And I'm going to put this into three buckets. I'm going to put it into individuals, businesses, and municipalities. And I'm going to start with, if there is an easier one, the municipalities. So for those folks who were on the committee back in 2011, Tropical Storm Irene came rolling through, and we had a number of communities that lost bridges and culverts and roads. And there was an immediate need for capital to rebuild infrastructure. And our institutions worked with the Treasurer's Office, with the Municipal Bond Bank, and we made available to municipalities, the short-term capital that they needed to do the rebuilding. And then the bond bank came in and took out the long-term financing piece. This is a little bit different in that we're talking about cash flow. And we're talking about cash flow because many people won't have the funds to pay their property taxes. So we have been working with the Treasurer's Office. We've been working with the League of Cities and Towns to get a sense of what those numbers may look like, at least on a preliminary basis. And all of my members but one, and that's because they do not have a municipal lending program in their bank. So all but one have said we are either ready and willing and able to have conversations with municipalities, or we are already having conversations with the municipalities to try and address the short-term capital needs. So that is bucket number one. Bucket number two is the individual piece, and Representative Ralph, this gets to your question. So when the crisis became much more apparent, our regulators stepped in, and our regulators being both state and federal, stepped in and gave us the flexibility to provide relief for our customers. So that could come in any number of different ways. Could be forbearance, it could be interest only, it could be restructuring loans, it could be refinancing, it could be fees, whatever we needed to look at could be on the table, with the caveat that it is done in a safe, looking at the bank's safety and soundness. Because what we don't want to do is provide so much relief that we're jeopardizing the safety and soundness of the institution. We also have behind the scenes some guidelines and requirements that we need to follow as far as troubled debt restructuring, and that has implications for banks as well. So what are we doing today? Anybody who's coming into us today, we are working with them to understand what their circumstances are and how can we best address those circumstances. Is it everybody in the household has now been laid off? Are they on unemployment? Is one person still working? Do you have any capacity to make payments on your mortgage? And on and on and on. At this point, and I guess I'll stop there on the individual piece because any other comments get into the foreclosure discussion, which we'll have in a couple of minutes. On the business side, we are fielding calls from a lot of our businesses that have closed their doors, that have either gone through or going through their cash flow to pay their bills, in particular their employees. And what can we do to work with them? And again, the same level of assistance, the same discussions are going on right now, deferral of payments, forbearance, interest only, whatever makes sense for the unique circumstances of that borrower. And again, everything is done based on what Chairman Marcotte's circumstances are, Representative Ralph, what yours are, and the other committee members. It's all done on an individual basis because we have learned from the economic recession of 08, we have learned from Irene, we have learned from last year's government shutdown. One size fits all do not work. It has to be tailored to the individuals that we are working with and who our customers are. I should note in this conversation, it's not only our direct business borrowers that we're dealing with, it also gets into the issue of those property owners who lease out to businesses that have mortgages with our institutions. So we're seeing it on all sides. That's true on the residential piece, if you will, when you've got tenants who are in buildings and those landlords have mortgages with banks. How do you deal with those circumstances? So we're seeing it from all sides and all different types of borrowers out there. But for individuals and businesses, we are working with them now. We have been. They are getting as much assistance as we can give them on a case-by-case basis. I now want to go back to the individual piece because this brings up the foreclosure discussion. And then what I'll do is go into the programs that have since been passed at the federal level, particularly providing relief for businesses.
Okay, Chris, before we get into that, Jean has a question.
Yes. You're on mute, Jean.
A few years ago, we did payroll cards, and we got a tremendous amount of testimony on the unbanked. And I was surprised, as we all were, about the number of unbanked in Vermont. And I'm seeing more and more that the stores are only accepting debit cards. So are you seeing any of that? Do you have any sense about what that population looks like?
I have not looked at the statistical data recently on the unbanked. The conversation about unbanked has come up in the context of the federal checks that might be sent out.
Yeah.
And if you receive one of those checks and you don't have a bank account, where are you going to be able to go to cash that check? And that's something that we're aware of. In fact, it's on my list of items that I need to have a conversation with Commissioner Pichak and his folks in the department. It's not unique to Vermont. These are questions that are popping up all over the country. So I don't have an answer for you as far as the payroll card. The payroll card has not, as I understand it, been widely adopted in Vermont. We have very few see, Zach, we have very few businesses that utilize it. And for those that do, there is a bank involved. It's typically a bank outside of Vermont who has the payroll account, but a payroll card can be presented at any one of our institutions. And because it is tied to payroll, we need to give that individual free access to their payroll. That might be on.
Pardon me, Chris, would a payroll card go through a debit machine at a supermarket?
Yes, it can be treated as a debit card.
Oh, good. And my other, and I'll finish with a question is that in your conversations, have you had a conversation of possibly, this would be expensive and I'm sure the state would have to pick up a lot of the cost, but issuing like you do with a gift card, but issuing plastic, a $600 card that they could use in lieu of cash, since so many people are asking for no cash.
Yeah, well, cash is dirty to begin with, as we all know, and this just compounds the problem. I think that's a better question directed toward perhaps the Department of Labor. I know, for example, Gene, to help you with this, the EBT cards that are issued to individuals, I think those are reloadable cards. They're used in grocery stores and other places. Those are widely accepted. Payroll cards are reloadable cards that you as an individual, if you wanted to put money on it, could put money on it.
Yeah, I remember
but I
that.
think it's best
Yes,
directed
Chris, I
toward
remember
labor
that.
as far as the $600 benefits or others that might be available.
Well, I was just thinking about workarounds so that people who get a benefit, they get a check, they don't have a checking account, but if they presented a federal check to one of your member banks, if they could just give them what is effectively a $600 gift card.
Well, we don't, my institutions, if they're state chartered, none of them are doing gift cards right now because of the statutes in Vermont. So
Okay. I didn't mean a gift card per se gift, but I was saying that technology. I think I'm belaboring.
It would have to be a gift card because if they're not opening an account, the only way I'd be able to give them a card is if they open up an account and it's a debit card. Otherwise, it's technically a gift card that they have to get.
Got it.
And our guys aren't doing it because of the statute.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Any other questions for Chris at this time?
Zach, did you have one? Because I saw you waving.
Zach's hands up. Go ahead.
Sorry, Chris. I was actually waving to Tristan to say goodbye because he had said he was leaving. But I'm glad I made you laugh. That always makes me joyful inside. But I know I actually did have a question. I know you said you were hesitant to put some of this on paper because you don't want to make promises you can't keep, and I understand that. But I do wonder if you would be okay maybe sending a general summary of the businesses, the individuals, and municipalities, just so I could refer to them. I missed some of what you said about the municipality because somebody had come in and talked to me at that moment. Would you be?
I'm happy to do that. I've had a couple of other requests, and if you can just bear with me, really the only time I'm going to be able to do that because of the volume of calls and information coming out from the feds is over the weekend. But it is my intent to do that over the weekend and then distribute it to all legislators so you have an update on what we're doing, the buckets, and other appropriate information.
Thank you. And the other piece I was just thinking about, you know, I obviously we don't want to tell your industry how to do things because you're already doing a lot. But I feel like if I was in your circumstance, which I'm not, and the interest rates were so low, I'd be taking out some pretty low interest rate loans right now from the Fed and paying off my current debts. And it feels like instead of having to deal with each individually, in each circumstance individually, that the banks could really be a really valuable asset in terms of just coming straight out and, you know, being able to reduce interest rates by 1 or 2% or whatever you're able to do, just in general, again. So that feels like it would be easier than trying to address each circumstance individually, but also because we are in need of that assistance and people are, you know, pinching pennies, as I'm sure you know. So I think the banks are in a position that they could really be a hero in this situation, you know, and we obviously don't want to have to tell you what to do.
Well, I appreciate that. Let me try and answer it a couple of different ways. One, from the banking industry's perspective, we have gone into this crisis in a very, very healthy position, a very well capitalized position. So while we are in good shape now, the longer and deeper this goes, it becomes a very difficult challenge. We do have access to funding sources through the Federal Reserve, through the Federal Home Loan Bank system. So we feel very confident that our capital sources will be there during this time of need. For the individual circumstances, the real difficulty, Zach, is everybody's circumstances are different. And I'm still working. Should I be asking my institution for relief on my loan when that's going to divert their resources, time and attention and financial resources to be working with me when we have so many other people out there who are impacted by COVID that are desperately needing assistance? So for us, the blanket approach, again, learning from experiences over time, over the last decade, the blanket approach creates more challenges rather than doing it on an individual basis, because you're creating that expectation out there and people read what they want to read. People go into these discussions with a great deal of anxiety and a great deal of fear and not knowing what's going to happen in the future, especially in this particular case. So creating, I guess we're trying to manage the message as best we can, but again, working with those individual borrowers. The interest rates are at a low. Our pipeline was so big before this hit 3 weeks ago of people who wanted to refinance because they wanted to take advantage of the rates, or people who were looking at getting involved in real estate transactions because what a great time to buy a home. That pipeline has been severely impacted for a number of reasons. One, when the governor's executive order came out, and I state this, no criticism, rightly so, the executive order came out, so please understand that. But it basically put a real chokehold on real estate transactions because town offices are closed, or they don't have the technical capabilities to do things online. We have lawyers who, if they don't have the capability to work from home, can't be involved in real estate transactions or wills or end-of-life directives or trusts. We have the appraisal community who, while they've been given guidance that they could do desktop appraisals, no longer can go out and visit homes. And again, rightly so. If the appraisal community doesn't have the technology at home, like we are benefiting from today, they can't do anything. We're trying to figure out, how do you conduct real estate closings when the parties aren't in the room and you need people who have to have powers of attorney? We now have remote notarization guidance from the Secretary of State's office. All of this on top of the backdrop that we have a secondary market that has been dribbling out guidance on how to respond, because we don't even know what the risk appetite is with a Fannie or Freddie if we engage in those loans, and whether they're willing to take them on. So there's so much going on. I agree with you. I think there are people who can benefit from refinancing, getting lower rates. We're going to do the best we can in that area. But if it's a loan that's not held in portfolio, we are subject to all of these other circumstances that are going on out there. And we're still trying to figure out how to address all of those challenges that are in place. Unless there's another question, I think that's another great segue, Zach, thank you, to go into the discussions about the foreclosure issues here in Vermont. And I want to thank Representative Stevens for allowing me to testify in his committee, for allowing me to spend time with you and you folks taking this on. I had an all brief conversation in Senate Economic Development, and I'm trying to get back on their agenda. And I'll focus on the language that was included in David Hall's draft. I think it was 8.1 is at least the draft that I saw yesterday. And it does have foreclosure language beginning on page 10, running through the remainder of the bill. And I've looked at that language and I've thought long and hard about it. And I said to the committee, House General, that at this time, I don't see the language as being necessary, because with all due respect, the marketplace has passed you by. I didn't say it exactly in those terms to the committee, but I'm saying it now. Why do I make that statement? Because we as an industry have already taken steps to stop foreclosures. I have my members who are not foreclosing on properties right now. I have banks like Bank of America and JP Morgan Chase who have made me aware that they have put moratoriums on foreclosures across the country, including Vermont. We have the secondary market, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, that has put a moratorium on foreclosures. We have any federally backed loans that have moratorium on foreclosures. We have the courts in Vermont that may be accepting filings, but have made it very clear they are not going to move forward with foreclosures. I would include evictions, but we're also only dealing with foreclosures because that puts people out of their homes, which we don't want to do right now, but you can still file. And we also, so that's of course, I'm thinking there's one other that was in there. Oh, we also know that sheriffs will not be issuing foreclosure notices to property owners. What does all of that mean? It means foreclosures are done right now. It's a discussion, while I greatly respect you as policymakers feeling the need to do things during times like this beyond the work that you do typically in a session. Again, foreclosures are done right now because of all of those decisions that have been made by entities in the marketplace, both lenders and others that we interact with. Again, I'll go back to the lawyers. If we have a lawyer who doesn't have the technology and the capacity to engage, they're not drafting foreclosure documents. So my comment to Representative Stevens' committee was I do not see the need for this language in the bill. We have passed the legislative process by at this time. I'm thinking if there's anything else that I missed before I get, and so let me stop there, questions, and then I'll get into the stimulus package and the Paycheck Protection Program.
Chris, do you think that there's any way for any any financial entity to slip through the cracks that could try to foreclose on someone? Doesn't
Well,
sound like to me how you've outlined all of this.
Yeah, I think the issue becomes, you know, the third party providers who are out there, again, recognizing I'm speaking on behalf of my banks, third party providers may not have taken the same position that my banks have as far as not moving forward. But even if they were to file paperwork with the courts aren't going to do anything with it. So the courts have shut it down. In fact, the other thing I did forget, Representative Sullivan, you know, in your area, if you haven't heard this, Chittenden County Superior Court issued an order basically saying foreclosures aren't going to go forward. So even if they wanted to, Mike, the courts aren't going to allow that to happen.
So if language goes into the statutes for now, are we doing more harm than good by going forward with that?
Well, again, it gets down to what's the messaging we're sending. Right now, the messages are being sent by all of those parties that I outlined, and we're following through based on all of the guidance we've been given and the way those parties have responded. What I get concerned with is when we deviate to a one size fits all, and this goes back to Representative Rouse's question earlier, when we deviate to the one size fits all, then many people have the expectation that this is going to occur, whether it should or should not under their particular circumstances. So we're trying to manage, if you will, those expectations which have grown over time, are about to skyrocket in the business community when we start to talk about the Paycheck Protection Program. So that's why I have taken the position on behalf of our industry that I have. We're beyond the statute right now. And does the statutory language muddy the waters anymore? Some may argue yes, some may argue no. That is a fair answer. I would say we don't need it at this time, given where we are.
Christy?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Good information there, and I appreciate the efforts that the banking industry is doing for our constituents. Question, I know it's hard to predict the future, and the state's done a very good job about trying to head off the spread of the virus by being proactive. What do you envision this is going to look like when we come out of this, and the people that have had or have missed their payments on mortgages or loans? What do you perceive it's going to look like for foreclosure or loan defaults after the virus has the orders have been subsided?
It's gonna look horrible, and the longer it goes, it's gonna get worse. The failure to make payments on your mortgage, you know, we figure that out by typically putting those on the back end of the mortgage, so you extend the term out a little bit longer. If you can make interest payments, even though that typically is the higher portion of your payment, that's better than nothing. But my real fear, as Representative Stevens asked me this question the other day, my real fear is this goes for a long period of time. This gets even more widespread from the standpoint of impacting individuals out there. We saw in the government shutdown, we saw in Irene a crisis, but it was a short-term crisis. And its impact was on a much smaller scale than what we're seeing today. The volume is so dramatic out there. Will we get through it? Absolutely. I'm a firm believer we will get through it. The positive signs out of places like Italy and China and what we see by stay-at-home in other locations in our country and how the curve is starting to bend slowly. Those are all great signs. But we're going to be in our homes till the end of April, maybe longer than that. We're not going to be sending people back to work anytime soon. That compounds the problem as every day goes by. So I understand my bank's going to be absorbing losses over time. Hopefully those losses don't create a situation where we begin to see bank closures like we did during the economic crisis of 2008 or the financial crisis. I don't think we'll see that in Vermont, but I'm also fearful that if banks get so stressed and overextended, what we did see coming out of the crisis in New England was a movement toward more consolidation of the industry. They had no choice. You position yourself to acquire or become acquired. And for some of our institutions, depending on how long this goes and how deep it is, that might be a reality over time. And that's not good for our state. It's not good for our communities. It's not good for our customers if we start to experience that again. But I'm really fearful of how this plays out when we start to come out of it.
Thank you, sir.
Charlie?
Thanks. You and I've had a few conversations regarding bank closure or a branch closure, or also the appraising industry. So I've got a couple questions on that. And I don't think anything's changed since we last spoke on the appraising industry and how they're not able to do their desktop or even the drive-bys. But talking about the issue of land records, and it's not the purview of this committee necessarily, but it definitely does impact commerce and the ability of commerce to continue if we don't have land records that are digitally accessible from remote locations. And it is really inconsistent across different towns as to how those land records are made available or maintained. And so I'm wondering if you think there's a push to make those more regionally available or available in the cloud, or I know there would be a lot of resistance to that type of thing as well in terms of at the local level having towns work on a regional level or something. I'm wondering what your thoughts are on that.
My thoughts are, I think there's going to be a push on groups like mine, those in the title community and others, that we need to move forward with a land records commission, and we need to address digitization and access online to land records once and for all. In communities that have digitized their land records and they're online, the issue of the town clerk's office being closed goes away to some extent, because a title lawyer can do their search sitting in their living room when you can access the records online. That is not the case for the vast majority of towns in our state. And this, in my opinion, needs to be an absolute top priority coming out of this. We have got to come up with the resources to move toward digitization in Vermont once and for all. And all of those parties who have an interest in this, quite honestly, need to be locked in a room and figure it out and drop your oppositions and let's move forward with this, because right now we are the victims of not doing that prior to a crisis like this. And I don't mean we as an industry, we collectively, property owners, homeowners, others are not able to do things that they would like. And we're just realizing how vital access to land records are.
Yeah, thank you. And this quick follow-up, and we're going to be speaking with Darcy Carter this afternoon from the SBA about the payroll protection program loans. But your institutions are already positioned, I would guess, to make those loans. But have they received guidance directly, or is this, it's really waiting? I know Darcy said yesterday, we're really waiting for further direction from the federal SBA as well. But what's the attitude among your member banks towards the PPP loans?
Wow. So we got the guy, we've been following this obviously since the legislation was introduced down in Congress. We've been keenly aware when the House passed it last Friday that this was going to be a move as quickly as you can. The Treasury over the weekend basically took over the program and decided to draft the guidance that our industry and SBA would follow. SBA was a party to that, but it was really Treasury that was driving the bus during that period of time. We got the guidance late yesterday afternoon, and the guidance is 4 documents. The guidance, I think, for any of those documents, maybe the longest one is 5 pages. It's designed to provide information to the borrower, the borrower's application, information to the lender, and then a program overview. As you can imagine, Charlie, given your days in banking, guidance and clarity, rules mean a lot. And I can drive the biggest steamship through this guidance right now because it creates so many more questions than we have answers for. That said, we know there is an incredible expectation being placed on the banking industry to get the money out the door as quickly as possible. We have learned, or I have learned this morning, that Treasury has been working on the details. They are in the process of finalizing those and getting them ready for clearance, if you will, to send out to SBA and to send out to the lending community. We hope to get those by the end of today or tomorrow at the latest. When my members know that they will be approached by businesses to take advantage of this program. The program is going to try and use the 7A SBA infrastructure to work through that process. We have been told, start taking applications by Friday, and you will turn those applications around pretty quickly, working with SBA and start to get the money out the door. Sounds good, but the problem is, okay, we get the application. What do we need to get from SBA to approve that application so that it's enrolled in the program? So that when we make the decision to fund it, it's covered under this PPP Act. We've got so many questions on payroll issues. When do you bring employees back? How do you deal with business owners who took a disbursement, not technically a salary? How does this work with the EIDL loans, disaster loans that are out there? All of these questions are circulating. So we are very hopeful that the guidance that comes out later today, tomorrow, will address many of those questions and begin to relieve some of the anxiety that the banks are feeling right now. If you are getting questions from your businesses, I responded to an email from a legislator this morning. I would please ask you to give us 24 hours to at least review what we got yesterday. And then on top of reviewing what comes out today or tomorrow, because we've got to make sure that we internally as institutions have the right system in place so that we're working with the borrower effectively, but also communicating with SBA effectively. Because one little hiccup could make the difference between whether somebody qualifies for the write-off of a portion of the loan or not. We don't want to screw it up, is the bottom line. So I sent them a copy of the borrower's document. I sent the legislator a copy of the borrower's document. Please pass this on to your constituent. Please give us till Friday to reconnect with the bank, because the borrower called them yesterday morning and the bank's response is, we don't have anything to share with you. We don't have anything from the feds. So it's this, it's again, managing expectations, because right now, you know, the press is out there and many are out there saying, well, we've got the PPP program, go to your local bank, they'll be ready to do it. Well, that's all well and good, but we need the information in order for us to do it. I'm happy to share with you a link, and probably Darcy will anyway, happy to share with you a link to the Treasury's website for those documents so that you can see what they look like. I do not see any changes in the application coming down the road. Those applications will be available through Treasury or the SBA, so you could download them and then walk them. Well, sorry, you won't be able to walk them in. That's not correct.
No.
You'll be able to give them to your financial institutions so that they can begin the process. Underwriting standards have been kept to a minimum, focusing more on payroll. So please provide the documentation on your payroll. Provide brief documentation on your mortgage payments, rent payments. I'm trying to think of what else was in there. Mortgage, rent, or something else. I'm blanking on it right now. Minimal documentation so that the bank has it in the file so that we know how the funds are going to be used. And then when it comes time to writing off a portion of that, we've got the appropriate information to do that.
All right, thanks, Chris.
Yep.
Thanks, Chris. I think there's a lot of anxiety out in the world right now. And when I've talked to people, I ask them to please be patient, that all of this is, I know how anxious they are, but this is going on for a long time. And this needs to be worked out right at the beginning so it's done correctly. We want to make sure that, I'm sure same as the bankers are, that we're not setting businesses up so they fail at the end of this.
Well, that's a very good point. And that's a difficult point because, you know, I sit on a twice a week conference call with the Agency of Commerce, and the volume of businesses that we're outreaching to them is staggering. And there will be businesses that 4 weeks from now, 6 weeks from now, will not be with us. They will not have the capacity to reopen. And a loan program is not going to help them. A grant program, which this can become, done properly, may make the difference. But it is a cruel reality that the longer this goes, we will lose some very, very good businesses in our communities throughout Vermont, and giving them a loan is not going to make it better for them.
Yeah, agreed. Is there anything else that you had prepared, Chris?
Not at this time. I will follow up with Representative Carroll with my email. Representative O'Sullivan, I'll noodle around the pay cards or gift cards piece a little bit more. Representative Ralph and others, I'll work on that document over the weekend that I can share with you. I would say, I'll close with this. If you have constituents that are calling you and you have questions as it relates to banking, do not hesitate to outreach to me. It's not quite a 24-hour operation. I got to get a few hours sleep, but I'm trying to respond as quickly as possible to those types of emails. We want to make sure that nobody falls through the cracks for individuals and borrowers, businesses, municipalities. So please do not hesitate to outreach to me at any time.
Thanks, Chris. There are a couple of hands that are up now. Before I go to Zach, when you have, can you send the link you were talking about to Amy? Yep. And also that document that was asked for by Zach and others, that you're going to prepare over the weekend, so that we can, I'm going to talk to Amy to see if we can put something on our webpage that is COVID-19 documents and information, so that people can look on our webpage and get information on banking and Department of Labor issues, and so that would be helpful.
Well, if for what it's worth, I think you don't have to reinvent the wheel. What I would recommend, if you haven't done it already, is to go to the Agency of Commerce's webpage, and they have an extensive listing of COVID-19. I have said to my banks, probably I've got a dozen websites that they should be checking every day. Commerce, Labor in Vermont are those sites. I did ask the Commerce Department on Monday when I had a call with them and Commissioner Pichak to please create a one-pager that provides links and a one-liner on every financial program that might be available to businesses. And I'm including in that revolving loan funds, intermediary relending programs, community loan fund, and other groups that exist in Vermont, so that if I were a business owner, I could see the depth and breadth of organizations that are out there and then begin to click on links to see what may or may not work best for me. And I believe they were going to go ahead and do that. So that might be very helpful for you, and just linking to that page.
Okay, that's a good point. And I think as this new task force gets up to speed, I think centralizing information is going to be a big part of that. That there is such a huge amount of information that's out there that's scattered, so I think if we're able to find some way to bring that down into small one place where everybody can go to get all their information from, or links to get the information they need, that'll be really helpful, I think, to everyone.
Yeah, I would agree. And just be mindful that information is changing hourly.
Yeah.
We got documentation, well, we got a briefing Friday evening and then Monday from our national trade on the PPP program. And a portion of that had changed when the guidance was released yesterday by Treasury. Not insignificant portions, I might add. So unfortunately, documents, information is changing so quickly. Anything that goes out, we've tried to caveat it with, it's only as good as the time that I'm sending it out to you.
Yep. Right. Zach?
Thanks again, Chris. I was just thinking about this, and I apologize, this question isn't well formed. But for folks that perhaps are having challenges with making payments on mortgages, and I know we're not, there's a lot of help to make sure that we're not foreclosing and the courts aren't letting it happen. But I'm curious about how this might impact credit scores of individuals and credit ratings of businesses. And if we need to put some, I don't know if this is automatic, or if we could potentially should be saying that, we shouldn't be reporting these types of things on credit scores, so that people aren't coming out of this with awful credit scores,
Yep, already done. We have guidance from our federal regulators, and also hearing from the credit bureaus have this guidance as well, that we will not be reporting during this time any negative consequences or outcomes as a result of COVID-19. So that's already been addressed. Yep.
Great, thank you. Stephanie?
Chris, thanks. I just wanted to sort of confirm with you that we have many, many small businesses in my community, like 1 or 2 people.
Yep.
And when I've said, like last week before all this federal legislation came out, that there are these SBA loans that are available, and the quick response is that we don't want any more loans. Like we can't afford to have any more loans. And I my heart goes out to these people, and I absolutely agree with you. Like, I really do believe that it's intolerable for them to have taken a loan out. So if they can make this thing work for grants for very small businesses that have 0 to 1 employee, I think it would be great.
Yeah, I hear you, and I think that although Darcy may have more information later on when you meet with her, I think that may be part of a problem because the Payroll Protection Act is for payroll. And if you're the only one on the payroll, we do know this is, we've been told that we're going to deal with this in tranches, if you will. So we're going to be working with those businesses who have existing customer relationships with financial institutions, who have greater number of employees. Then the next tranche will be sole proprietors, independent contractors, and so on. I don't have, I hear your comments. I will make sure those comments don't get lost when we continue our meetings with SBA and others. I just don't know what the answer is right now for those folks. They need a grant. I guess is the answer. They need a grant. And I don't know where that's going to come from at this point. And what I don't know is if they apply for PPP and they're the only employee, are they still eligible for that 8-week portion being forgiven at some point in time? I don't know.
Okay. Well, anything you can do to help on that, that'd be great.
Yep.
It's just,
On the
I'm
list.
sure everyone's communities have many small businesses with the 1 or 2 person shops.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Jim?
Hey, Chris. I've been hearing from several inn and motel owners who are just beside themselves. I talked with the commissioner at ACCD yesterday, and I want to bring whatever pressure we can and you can, and we as a committee can bring to bear to work along the same lines that Stephanie just talked about with respect to grants for those businesses. Now, keeping in mind that the governor's directive either yesterday or the day before was that hotels, motels, and inns were told not to take reservations. Right. Now we're coming up on graduation time here in Bennington, and that's a huge portion of their business. So can you give any guidance or hope as to the likelihood of grants with respect to this? It's going to be a drought like they've never known before.
Absolutely correct. If you, I know for my daughter who's a senior in college, they are doing everything remotely online now, and graduation has been canceled. That rite of passage was a difficult afternoon in our household for her, and will be for many others out there who are expecting it. And for those business communities who were counting on family and friends coming up to go through those types of exercises. I was speaking with a hotel on Monday that we actually have a contract with for a program in May. And I said, how are things going? And he said, well, you know the size of my hotel? And I said, yeah. He said, we have 4 people in it right now, 4 staff, nobody else. We've let everybody else go. That entity would be eligible under the PPP program. It's going to be a loan, but again, if they use a large portion of that loan for covering payroll, then after an 8-week period, they can petition to have that portion of the loan be forgiven. It's, is that helpful? Perhaps. Again, it may not be helpful if it's a situation where it's just compounding the problem for the motel or hotel owner. The only thing I can recommend to you right now is that I would say Friday, they need to contact their lender and learn more about the PPP program to see whether it is going to be a good fit for them or not. Beyond that, I don't, and again, maybe Darcy can give you more information later on. She's been great to work with, as has everybody. I don't know where there are other grant resources at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Chris, thank you very much for taking the time to chat with us today. I'm still waiting for you to say April Fools, that this is all a joke.
Yeah. I wish it were having a positive test in my house, so it's not.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're in, I think, hard days to come.
Yeah. Please know that I'm available anytime if you need me to come back and meet with the committee. I'm more than happy to do that for you and give you updates on an as-needed basis. And don't be shy about sending me emails.
Thanks, Chris. We really appreciate it.
How are we determining non-emergency? Because what we might not think is an emergency might very well financially or safety. I mean, there are lots of things that could fall into that gray area. And so I'm wondering how it is determined and if people have any recourse if they're put in the non-emergency category and feel differently.
Yeah, we have spelled out a number of different matters in which the courts should schedule and hear the parties' concerns. Including, and I've got the list, and I could send you electronically the administrative order, but there are probably a dozen and a half of these specific matters, including juvenile temporary care hearings, criminal competency when the initial evaluation supports a finding of incompetence and related hospitalization hearings, requests for search warrants when electronic means are not available. These are the kinds of things, and again, there are about a dozen and a half of them that we've specifically identified, but we've also said in this administrative order 49, and I'm going to read the language to you so you understand. It says, notwithstanding the above, courts may in their discretion, et cetera, et cetera. So we've recognized the importance of the discretion of the trial judges in individual matters to exercise that discretion based upon beyond what it is that we've specified. And some of these specifications, by the way, expressly referred to the judge exercising their discretion. But this is allowing the courts, the individual judges, to exercise discretion in matters that they see and that they perceive require court intervention or to be addressed through judicial proceedings is something that we've recognized in the order.
Thank you. So my other question is this. We've been, as you know, entertaining having people be witnesses on Skype or other mechanisms. Does it make any sense to look at doing virtual court hearings more in this time period, or even as you're going to have that huge backlog? Like, are there?
Yeah, right. This is exactly the kind of direction that we're going in. As a matter of fact, on the conference call we had with the judges at noon, Jeff Lower, who's the head of IT for us, was talking about the effort that's being made to ramp up the ability of individual courts to hold video hearings so that their virtual contact can be made. And I think this is the direction that we need to be going, and we all recognize that Jeff talked about it, that we need to be going as fast as we possibly can, and that is what is happening. I can't give you a timetable. Like I say, we are having hearings telephonically right now, and some of the courts will even, and Judge Grierson, who's going to testify next, I'm sure will be able to give you more specifics, but there are some courts that are having hearings of sorts in courthouses in one way or another.
Thank
Thank
you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you for the
Appreciate
question.
it, Your Honor. Thank you. Judge Grierson,
Will.
welcome.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, Brian Grierson, Chief Superior Judge, and it's good to see everyone. I think the Chief probably said it as simply as any of us could, and that is, since I last saw all of you, we are operating in a completely different world. And I guess I would start by telling you that the AO 49 that he talked about does list a number of proceedings that the Supreme Court has identified as emergency proceedings. And to respond to Representative Rachelson's question, what do we do about the gray area where there might be a question of something is an emergency? I think you're probably looking at the gray area. The order, after it lists all of the emergency proceedings the court has allowed, there's a catch-all that says any other matter where the Chief Superior Judge concludes that the interest of justice require that the matter be heard during the course of the suspension, I can order those. So I don't determine the merits of a particular proceeding, but if it's something that doesn't fall within the provisions of AO 49, the judges can forward the request to me, and I will make a determination of whether or not it's something that should go forward if it's not specifically listed. The reality is we are working with a substantially reduced staff because there are a limited number of proceedings that are authorized under the administrative order. We are operating with many fewer judges. There just aren't the hearings that require a judge to be in a court every day. We've set up a schedule depending on the different courts. For instance, where there are 3 judges in a particular county, you would not find a judge in every one of those courts every day, all day. So they're rotating their schedules, and I've left it to the individual courts to work out a schedule that works best for them. Literally, the landscape changes every day, and that's particularly true with staff. We have set up also a reduced staff schedule, but even beyond that planned reduction to try to accommodate the stay-at-home order, individuals are impacted by this differently, and so the staffs have been reduced even beyond what we had planned. And just by way of example, in one court, they were left with 1 staff member, and it didn't make sense to keep the court open with that 1 staff member. So they've suspended operations with that court, moved that staff member over to another courthouse in the county that's still operating. So we're trying to take advantage of not only in judges assisting in other courts where they can, but also staff perhaps going to a different courthouse to keep operations running. But clearly it is a reduced workload for everyone. And we're doing things differently. To the great extent, everything is being done remotely in one fashion or another. There still are some in-court proceedings when it can't be avoided. Obviously, we're addressing arraignment proceedings, juvenile emergency hearings, RFA requests, mental health requests. So a lot of those are still coming in, and where we can, we try to do it remotely, but they don't all lend themselves to that. And by remotely, I can tell the committee that We are now connected by video with all of the separate DOC facilities throughout the state. And that means they are connected to the courts of Wyndham, Windsor, Caledonia, Orleans, Washington, Franklin, Chittenden, Bennington, and Rutland. And in all of those courts, my understanding is that they have now gone to video Rule 5 proceedings. And understandably, many of those courts had not used video before. So for the attorneys, whether state or defense, or even some of the judges, it's a new process, new procedure. And I'm sure there have been some hiccups, but we are putting all of those video capabilities into operation. We have tried, and I think my sense is that the state's attorneys and the public defenders, defense attorneys, have been working, understanding this is a new world, and I'm not going to use the term embracing video, but they understand that that is a way that that we have to proceed for the time being, to the extent that we've expanded it into other areas where we can, with, for instance, changes of plea or sentencings. If there is agreement of the parties, in other words, they're still not used for contested proceedings, but where parties have a plea agreement and we can get consent of the defense attorney and the defendant, we will go ahead with these proceedings. And sometimes they are certainly to the benefit of the defense, where an individual might be detained in a facility, and because he's on he or she is on a pre-plea status, they cannot get into programming. So in some situations, we're going ahead with sentencings via video that allow the person then to begin programming. So I think collectively, we're trying to find as many ways as we can to expand the use of video within the rules and certainly due process in mind. Where we're not using video, there is certainly much more phone participation. And we're attempting to use that essentially when someone requests a phone contact, the courts are allowing that. Again, these are, with the exception perhaps of temporary care hearings and or relief from abuse, those are the contested hearings that we still, the courts are open if that's the only way someone can access those courts. But it certainly is a different landscape, and it sometimes changes every day, and we obviously issues arise that we hadn't anticipated, and we try to make accommodations for that. I can stop now and take questions, or I can, whatever way the chair wants to proceed.
We have about 2.5 minutes left.
Great, thank you. Any questions? Again, looking for hands. Okay, I see Will.
Thank you. My question is about the drug courts. So, is there anything in place? Is there any substitute, even if it wouldn't be as helpful for folks who are, trying to improve themselves through drug court? I mean, I know the structure and whatnot is very beneficial for them. Is there anything that is currently being done to sort of make up for the courts being closed and the drug courts not being available?
The short answer is yes. The longer answer is that, again, through remote means, all of the drug courts are continuing. The treatment teams are meeting remotely. That never required a court record being made. So that's in some respects is the easy part. The difficult part is maintaining contact with the participants. And so what each of the courts have done is to establish an ability to talk with these folks remotely. And it's usually by telephone because they don't have access to video. But in my view, if we don't find a way to do this remotely, then these courts will end. We have to maintain that contact with the participants. So all of the treatment courts and the teams have been working hard to come up with a process to maintain that. And it's in play now, and it's working. Obviously this is a difficult time for those participants. So we're trying to maintain that contact. In other words, they do end up talking one-on-one with the judge in those sessions because that's what we think is necessary to keep it going. So it's like everything else, it's difficult, it's new, but we are trying to maintain that contact with the participants via telephone.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. I think we are going to move on for now, but certainly, Judge Grierson, I'm hoping that we can visit with you next week.
Sure.
Thank you much. Thank you. Okay.
Yes, Chair, I'm going to sign off if that's all right.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you again.
Great.
Bye-bye.
Take good care. Okay.
Thank you, you too.
Great. Thank you. James Pepper.
Hey, great to see all of you. James Pepper, Department of State's Attorneys and Sheriffs. I know that our time is very limited, so I'd like to just talk quickly about how our offices are maintaining our continuity of operations internally, the kind of policies and guidelines that we are giving to law enforcement about how to proceed with prosecutions, and just some of the concerns that state's attorneys have identified for us, and then I'd be happy to take any questions. With respect to continuity of operations, all 14 of our offices have created a staff plan that allows for remote work, and there's limited essential personnel going to the office in person every day. It's typically state's attorney, deputy state, maybe one deputy, an admin, victims advocate. That being said, all offices are available around the clock. They're still responding after hours to emergency situations. All hearings that can be conducted over the phone or by video are, though there's still a very limited number of hearings that are requiring in-person appearances by attorneys and witnesses, so that's still going on. We at Central Office are having weekly conference calls with all of the state's attorneys and then also our executive committee just to discuss any issues that are coming up and trends that they're seeing on the ground. With respect to our policies, we don't generally talk about our internal policies. However, many of you have probably seen, or maybe not, the Attorney General recently released guidance on prosecution. I think he did that yesterday. It's a fairly accurate restatement of what's been going on the ground for about 2 weeks now. Of course, it's a dynamic situation. We're continuously trying to balance the new information we're receiving and keeping our community safe. But in general, for all new nonviolent offenses, those folks are being cited for between 6 and 8 weeks out. And of course, that could change. That includes for violations of conditions of release that don't directly impact public safety. We've been reviewing all of the citations that are currently outstanding, and we've been reciting people for that same kind of window, sometime in June, generally speaking. We're continuing to flash cite and lodge individuals as appropriate for listed offenses, violent offenses, violations of conditions that directly impact public safety. We've been reviewing all active warrants to see which ones can be quashed, where the public health concerns outweigh public safety. We've reviewed the entire list of pretrial detainees, excluding the hold without bail and the federal detainees. And we've made recommendations to either strike bail or strike other conditions or impose conditions to make sure that people are getting out of prison to the extent possible. We've been reviewing and resolving pending cases for time served where appropriate. And currently we're reviewing the entire incarcerated population for people who might be able to be released. You may have heard, but there's a number of motions right now for resentencing that are ongoing. They've been consolidated and we're looking into those individually. The outcome of all this work, I think you may have seen from DOC, they gave me data yesterday. The kind of baseline data that they're using is from February 24th of this year. The population on that day was 1,671. the population as of yesterday is 1,463. So that's a decrease of 208 inmates. And, you know, it's huge accolades to all people in the criminal justice system for getting to that. You know, just to put these numbers into context briefly, you know, the justice reinvestment package of reforms was designed to reduce the prison population by 135 people over the next 5 years with a $200 million investment. And, you know, that's been done largely over the past 2 weeks, which is incredible to think about. I only mentioned that as a way to kind of segue into some of the concerns that we're seeing. You know, one thing that we're closely monitoring is how the pandemic is impacting essential services, community-based services like our community justice centers, our domestic violence shelters, sober housing, juvenile residential programs. We've seen some closures already or programs refusing new intakes as a result of COVID-19. The state's attorneys have reported kind of an increased difficulty in finding alternative housing for victims of domestic violence or responsible adults or at least defendants too. Of course, this is an incredibly stressful time for people who are losing their jobs. Childcare centers are closed, schools are closed. Parents are often being asked to fill these roles. There's limited access to household necessities. So we're closely keeping an eye on domestic violence, child abuse. We saw actually an initial spike in DV cases initially when the school closure order happened, but it's level. It seems to have leveled off in the past 2 weeks. So that's, but we're still, you know, concerned that this might intensify as the pandemic extends. It's something that is really of great concern to the state's attorneys. The state's attorneys are also very concerned about backlog in the courts when the situation stabilizes and the kind of normal operations resume. And, you know, just a very general concern about the kind of impact on crime rates that this kind of economic downturn generally will have. So, you know, it's something more for more long-term planning, but certainly something that, you know, could have a long-term impact. I think that's about it for my update, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. We just have about a minute or so. Any questions? Not seeing. Not think I am seeing hands. Have I missed anybody?
I have a question. I'm wondering, Pepper, if there are any particular initiatives or anything we can do with respect to the domestic violence issue that you raised.
You know, just making sure that the programs are open, that the shelters are open. I mean, I don't know, I've been hearing talk on the Senate side about potentially hazard pay for essential workers, just to make sure that these places stay open for people. They are essential services. I know that there was a question in the governor's order whether they, you know, some of these shelters counted as essential services when he ordered the nonprofits to close. And the governor's office did confirm that they are. And so, you know, just we'll keep an eye on it from our end, and we're happy to report back as much as possible about anything that we're seeing, any trends that we're seeing.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you. So I think Deputy Commissioner Herrick, would you like to go now?
Yeah, if that's okay. I apologize to those I bumped in line. I'm actually the EOC manager today and have a bunch of calls coming up. Which I'll be glad to never talk on the phone again, I'll say that. I think what I can tell you is the governor just announced that the modeling that we've been operating under in terms of expected patients as a result of the COVID-19. The projections we're working off on our worst case scenario. we have no other choice but to plan for the worst and hope for the best. But we are seeing the actual trends are moving in a direction that are, I just want to be careful, but they're better than the worst case scenario. So the folks, people staying home, social distancing, all those things are working. We're seeing it with the actual number of cases and sadly the number of deaths that we have. However, with that in mind, the modeling still projects a peak or an apex around mid-April. And that surge, if you will, that's what we're most concerned about, is that the number of patients will exceed the number of available beds in the hospital, that the number of ICU units will be exceeded, and the number of ventilators in the state that we have that are going to be needed will be outstripped. Through that effort, we have been buying or trying to acquire ventilators like crazy. We are looking at how can we modify, and I say we, working with UVM Medical Center, the experts there, to have multiple patients utilizing one ventilator, extending what we have in the state. We've also, the governor just announced the surge plan that we've been working on, aside from Patrick Gym, where there will be a site at the Essex Exposition, which could accommodate 400 patients. Rutland down at the Spartan Arena, 150 additional patients. We already have Patrick Gym set up, and the methodology there is UVM would place folks with COVID who aren't in acute, needing high level of treatment. And then there are 2 sites already open in St. Albans and Barry, but they're not open. When I say they're prepared, is what I mean. The next fight for us is finding staffing for these locations. The National Guard will provide medical support. At the Essex site, the Rutland site, we're going to augment Rutland personnel by utilizing volunteers and the Medical Reserve Corps. And so those 2 sites should be coming online over the next few days, so we're prepared ahead of time. My goal is to never have a single person in there. The other thing that we're working with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, and we've purchased 4 56-foot trailers. They're refrigerated trailers. And these are temporary mortuary services. One is at the Brattleboro Memorial Hospital. One will be at Rutland Regional. One will be at UVM Medical Center. For the life of me, I can't remember the 4th one. It's a grim planning thing that we're doing, but it's absolutely necessary. And hopefully those will also go unused, but if the mortuary services are exceeded, we have that built-in capacity. The way to look at this from my perspective, and it's not just me, people way smarter than me. When you look at the modeling, if the apex is planned mid-April, if you look at it like a bell curve, we started these actions back in early March, apologize. We're going to have to be probably in the same posture on the backside so that we don't have a resurge. But the things we're doing are working, and to the extent possible, we need people to comply in terms of really protecting each other and washing your hands, social distancing. And so I don't want to eat up my whole time. I could go on for probably 3 hours on everything that's going on. It's significant. Every state agency is involved. my 35 years in the emergency services, I've never seen anything like this, and I hope never again. With that, I'll answer any questions the committee might have.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Looking for hands. Am I missing anybody?
Somebody's got their hand up.
I'm sorry, I'm just not seeing.
Selena.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Well, first, thank you for everything that you're doing. And I think not for this time, but in the future, it would be good to understand, like I just read through a very long briefing about all of the scenarios that are planned for law enforcement and what they'll be able to enforce under different scenarios and just how that's anticipated to work. And I think like our time is very limited today, but if at a future date, it might be really good to hear.
So I can address that really briefly, and I can be prepared. And that might be the thing to do, Madam Chair. If there are questions people want to give me ahead of time, I can be prepared. But from law enforcement, we are not looking to enforce any of the stay-at-home or any of those orders. It's education. But let's say we ran into a situation where a bar was ignoring the order. The best way to, we're not going to arrest people, but the best way is educate. And if they continue to be non-compliant, liquor can pull their license. Or there's other administrative ways to ensure that that doesn't continue. Frankly, most people get it, but I understand your question. But law enforcement's not looking to enforce these things at all.
And I think my question too is just not, that was my understanding as well. And I really appreciate that and think that is very much the right approach. So I've been really encouraged to see that. I think I saw it's hard to remember, we get so much information every day, but a briefing maybe from the Capitol Police Chief that was like, even just more generally about what law enforcement will and won't enforce and prioritize under different scenarios. So I don't think we need to hear about that today, but I thought it was interesting and then also maybe raise some questions for me.
We still have about a minute and a half in Chris's time.
If there are no questions, I'll sing. You don't want that.
I'm hoping somebody comes up with a question.
All right. Again, I'm looking for.
I will tell you this.
Yeah.
I never thought I would say this, but I miss seeing you all.
Thank you.
I can't wait to the day when the biggest thing I worry about is what might be happening in the State House. It puts everything in perspective.
Right.
We're all in this together. So if there's anything I can do, every one of you can reach out to me. I think you all have my contact information.
Thank you, Chris.
Very much appreciate it. Yeah. Take good care. Thank you so
All
much.
right. You all be safe.
Yeah. Thanks. You too. Okay. So Marshall. Let's go back to Marshall Walls.
Hi. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marshall Paul from the Office of the Defender General. So the impact of COVID-19 on our office has been pretty similar to what everyone else is reporting. You know, it's slowed our caseload to a crawl, which doesn't mean that our caseload has gotten any lower, because we are not only are we not adding cases to the caseload, but we're not resolving cases. So really, it's just sort of ground the normal churn of cases to a halt. But that's really not sort of reflective of a lack of work, because really what's happened is everybody in our system has shifted their focus from the normal churn of oncoming cases to looking back at cases that have already been closed, that have already been, clients who have already been sentenced, and trying to figure out whether we have vulnerable people who we've represented in the past who are currently in facilities that we could get them out of, because frankly, that's what the people in our system are the most concerned about right now. Is we all have clients that we can think of who are serving stretches of time that for one reason or another may not be appropriate given this current context. Just sort of off the top of my head, I have one client that I've been working to get out who's, in his 70s and he's already passed his minimum sentence. And that's the kind of work we're doing. That's taken up, that one case has taken up most of my time in the last 5 or 6 days. And it's not necessarily an easy thing to do because we don't, the court system was never designed around this issue. We don't have laws in place that really allow us to respond to these types of concerns about already sentenced people. And so what we're doing is we're using a lot of tools that are kind of designed for other things, writs of coram nobis, writs, petitions for extraordinary relief, things like that, to try to accomplish the goal of getting some of these people out. So that's really been the focus of our people during this crisis, and that's where I'm seeing most of our energy being put. As far as the concerns that we have, like the state's attorney's office, we're very concerned about what happens as this problem eases up, and what are we going to see as far as a backlog of cases coming into the system. And so I think that's the primary sort of looking down the line, long-term concern. And then just as far as the present concerns, we do have concerns about the consistency of practice around the state. I think what we're seeing is that things are progressing differently county to county. We're hoping that as time goes on, things start to come together and we start to see a real consistency of practice. But at the moment, what we're seeing is, as usual, whenever things change and whenever there's not been a lot of time for people to sort of crystallize guidance into, some sort of best practice that's adopted all over the state, we're seeing people state by county, prosecutors, judges, DCF offices, everyone kind of interpret the situation differently and move in different directions on it. And so that's a concern of ours. That's also something that we are expecting will sort of resolve on its own as this, I don't want to call it a crisis, but as this situation unfolds. So I think that's a big piece of it. And then I think finally, there's been talk about a potential legislative remedy that would allow state's attorneys and defense attorneys to put together sentence reduction packages, sentence reduction in appropriate cases. And we support that in concept. It ended up in the Senate bill not heading, it was apparent in the Senate Judiciary Committee that there was not going to be a way to get it out of the committee without a lot of restrictions on it, which probably would have actually had the effect of limiting current practice rather than opening up some additional practice. So while that's something that we are very much interested in and very much concerned about and would like to see some tools available to us in addition to what's already there, it is important that anything be written in such a way that it's not actually reducing our abilities to move people out as opposed to expanding them. And I think that's the concern with the language that was suggested in the Senate. Other than that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you. Barbara, I see your hand is up.
Actually, my hand was up earlier, so I apologize for that.
Okay, all right, sorry.
I'm good.
Oh, I have a question.
Selena, yep, Selena, and then Martin.
I had a question, Marshall, about, I know in the past the Defender General has had concerns about the video arraignments, and as we're expanding those to more courts and looking at the possibility of other proceedings moving to various teleconferencing technologies, I'm wondering if there's best practices that can help us do that in the fairest and best way.
Sure, I think there are, and I think that, we continue to be concerned about the use of video when it's done inappropriately. I think that in this context, there are many more appropriate uses of video than there have been in the past. I do think that the video teleconferencing systems that the courts use are very limited. They allow for one thing, which is for a defendant who is in a facility to have two-way communication by video with the courtroom. I think that when it comes to the problems that we're going to be seeing during this outbreak, we're going to be needing solutions that allow everybody to join in on the same video. Honestly, something more akin to Zoom than to the video systems that currently exist. Something that would allow all parties to participate by video. And I've actually seen some interesting video captures of those types of systems that have been in use in certain jurisdictions that are pretty impressive. Things that allow defense attorneys and defendants to communicate privately during the, just by hitting a button in the middle of a hearing, things like that. So honestly, I hate to bring it down into the nitty gritty, but it really is sort of the practical problems of video that are the barriers here. It's do we have the technology that allows both a whole bunch of people to communicate together, but also defense attorneys and defendants to have private conversations at the same time, things like that. And I think that, depending on how long this situation goes on, we're going to be exploring those options and developing some new technologies to rely on.
Thank you. Martin.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you could comment a little bit about what this is doing to diversion opportunities, or maybe it's not happening or not a concern because things are slowing down, but if you could just comment on that.
Honestly, what we're seeing is that cases that would be appropriate for diversion are not being brought at all, or if they are being brought, they are being postponed for such a long time. Frankly, we don't see them when they're postponed. We don't even know they exist until the information and affidavit is actually filed in court. So we don't, to the extent that this has had an impact on pretrial court diversion, we may not even be aware of that. To the extent that we're talking about things like Tamarack or post-arraignment diversion, what we're just seeing is that those are cases that aren't being brought in the first place right now.
All right, thank you.
Great, thank you. I'm not seeing any other hands. Am I missing anybody? Nope. Okay, great. Great. Thank you so much, Marshall. Okay, we'll now turn to the Center for Crime Victim Services.
There we go.
There you are, Chris. Hello.
Yep.
Yep. And we also have Carol, I believe.
Yes. I don't know that Carol's going to have anything to add. I just wanted to make sure that she would be able to participate if we needed to.
Great. Thank you.
So
welcome.
I want to start by thanking the committee for being interested in what is happening during this very unusual time. I think that the one thing I would say that is really clear to me is how all systems sort of touch each other, and that definitely has had something to do with our work. So what we have through the center is that we support the victim advocates, and who are in the state's attorney's office, and they are doing an incredible job. They are being able, what we discovered the first week when I worked out of the office, but everybody else basically was not working out of the office. What we discovered was that the advocates were calling me, which was fine, when they needed to get some kind of an immediate response. I wish that crime stopped when, if everybody, but then we all know about domestic violence. So, but the very first couple of weeks, there were a couple of murders, and they were complicated cases. I'm happy to say that our compensation staff are on, there's one person who's on call. She came in and worked almost 15 hours over 2 days to work with an out-of-state family to ensure that that the claim was processed and that we were able to arrange for some transportation. The same thing with the second one, another out-of-state parent arranging for working with the major crimes unit and the state's attorney's office, the advocate there, to ensure that the body was taken care of and then sent to the parent. So those kinds of things are still happening. In addition, that our comp staff have a full caseload, and they're coming in, they're staggering. So it's one person every day who are coming in and making sure that calls are returned, or we reach out, that we process payments, that we are paying a lot of attention, and we came up with a new protocol for the victims of sexual assault who have rape exams done and who have security concerns. And all of that is done through a confidential fax, so that we can work with the hospitals and their billing departments to ensure that bills aren't sent, that service information is not sent in those cases. So we are doing that on a daily basis to ensure that nothing falls through the cracks there. So our claims are being paid on a weekly basis. We have administrative staff, Carol as the finance director, coming in one day a week, and they collect all of that and then process it. So it's not quite as fast as we used to do, but things are getting out. Likewise, because the courts have slowed down, our restitution work has also slowed down because there aren't a lot of orders coming over that we need to work on, and we're not doing any kind of assertive collection right now. Doesn't seem like the time to do that, but we do have a lot of offenders who are paying through credit cards, or they send money in, and so we are processing those credit cards and their money on a weekly basis. Also, victims, we're getting calls from victims who were collecting on their behalf, and that's something that as an organization we're going to have a further conversation about, because I don't know how that is going to work for victims when people can't pay their restitution. So it's sort of on the back burner. Well, not even on the back burner. It's on the burner to have a conversation about whether we need to look at, for individuals, not businesses, but for individuals, whether we can pay above that 5,000 mark before we collect it. Right now, we can go up to $5,000 and pay victims without anything being sent in by the person who owes it, but it stops at 5,000. So we may have to look at that again and see if we might need to raise it. They also have 1 to 2 people in every day to do that kind of processing. And then finally, we have been in touch with our grantees, definitely the network who represents the programs, to try to make some of the administrative functions go easier on the federal level. We are getting guidance and we're getting dates moved back so that the pressure is not on the grantees to have to give financial information and that sort of thing and the program information on certain dates. We're getting some leniency on the federal level for that. It feels like we make plans about every 3 days now, which is better than at the beginning where I felt like I did it every day. I changed the plan. We're trying to do everything we can for victims. The whole time we're also sort of holding our breath because we know all of our special funds are going to be down. We got notification today that we got a 25% cut in our VOCA award. And so just trying to figure out, I think it's going to be a difficult time coming forward, but we're doing everything we can to get money out and ensure that victims are assisted.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Again, I'm looking for hands. Barbara.
Hi, Chris.
Hi.
So thanks for letting us know what's going on. I'm wondering a couple of things. One is, or in any of the conversations, either at the state level or even with our congressional delegation, I don't know if anyone's people keep talking about people not being able to pay their bills, but I don't know if there's been anything specific brought up, raised around the issue of people not being able to pay the restitution and it hurting the victim. So I'm just wondering if that conversation is happening at other levels, or is that something we might help initiate as a committee?
I think I haven't heard anything on that national level. I would be surprised, which is why I think we're going to need to fast track our thinking about that. So, and we might need some legislative fix around that, around what we can pay out to individuals, that individual victims, to see if we might need to raise that $5,000.
About 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll try to be super quick. So when people are going to get examined, if they've been a victim of a sexual assault, are we having those exams happen outside of a hospital so that we're not jeopardizing, like I know nobody wants to go to the hospital these days for anything, and I'm just wondering if we're able to move those off site where people might not be exposed so much to sick people.
Sarah Robinson might have a better answer because they run that, we fund them to run that program. I would be surprised if they were doing them anywhere but in hospitals, but let's check with her when she presents.
And my last question, which I was going to ask a couple of witnesses ago, is we hear a lot now about gun sales being up. So I'm just wondering how that is impacting everybody, and in particular, you know, thinking about your organization and your grantees.
Well, I think it's interesting with people being much more confined to their homes. I don't think we know what that really means yet. I know that I got notification from DCF that when this started, they saw an uptick, and then they didn't. And so I think none of us really know what it is. I know that, you know, just because we have some formerly battered women who are on our staff, that we have had an increase in sort of crazy contacts to me from the person who has the no contact order against them. You know, that it feels like things are a little wonky for people. And so I imagine that, and I bet the network programs know this, that there might not be a whole lot being reported or called in right now, but because people are trying to get through it. But I have no basis for saying that.
Thanks.
And my cat says hello too.
Thank you. Okay, great. So let's move on to Sarah. Welcome, Sarah.
Welcome. Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Sarah Robinson, Deputy Director at the Vermont Network Against Domestic and Sexual Violence. And I should be able to answer some of those questions that came up for Chris, but my goal is really to tell you a little bit about what we're anticipating the impact of COVID-19 to be on victims of domestic and sexual violence, and especially the systems that survivors rely on, and how those systems have been impacted. And I think, as a few of the witnesses have already mentioned, there's good reason to be concerned that a pandemic such as this and the social distancing recommendations that are so important to public health can actually put survivors at risk. And some of you may have seen a joint press release that came out last week from the Vermont State Police, the Vermont Attorney General's Office, and the Vermont Network, highlighting these risks and really asking and encouraging survivors to continue to reach out for help when they safely can. So we know that the very kinds of abuse that we're so concerned about, domestic violence, child sexual abuse, really thrive in secrecy and in isolation. And the economic impact that the pandemic is having on so many Vermonters is really exacerbated for victims of domestic and sexual violence, where economic challenges can really make the difference between them seeking safety or leaving an abusive situation and staying where they are. So I wanted to talk a little bit about how the landscape has changed for victims of domestic and sexual violence over the past few weeks, and then happy to take any questions. First, I just wanted to make sure that everyone knows that the statewide domestic and sexual violence hotlines continue to be answered 24 hours a day. There's been no interruption in services. All 15 of our member organizations continue to operate and provide comprehensive services to survivors, though some advocates are working remotely. And domestic and sexual violence advocates were declared essential workers. And so they have continued to support survivors, and really the work that's happening throughout the state at these programs is remarkable. And what we're hearing from survivors is, as you would imagine, it's harder, what we're hearing from our programs is that it's harder for survivors to be reaching out in these times, especially if they're isolated in their homes with an abusive partner or an abusive family member. And that what we're hearing right now is that calls are actually down, but that the folks that are reaching out for help seem to be in greater distress than they were perhaps just a few weeks ago. And at the direction of the Department for Children and Families, who kind of oversee all homeless shelter operations in Vermont, including some regulations related to domestic violence shelters, shelter intakes are being limited to prevent the sharing of bathrooms and other common spaces. And while our shelters are uniformly working to implement that public health guidance, it is severely curtailing the already limited capacity of shelters in Vermont. So medically vulnerable survivors who were already living in shelters have been rehoused in hotel and motel rooms at the direction of the Department for Children and Families. And most of the new intakes coming into shelters, those individuals are being housed in hotels and motels. So as a result, what we have is in effect scattered site shelters, where our member organizations are providing advocacy, providing food and other basic needs to survivors in multiple isolated locations, which does pose some challenges. And we're watching with interest what is happening to domestic violence shelters in places that are a few weeks ahead of us in this pandemic, in Washington and in New York State, where some domestic violence shelters have been forced to close, and we're working diligently to prevent this from happening in Vermont. And due to the judicial emergency that you heard about earlier, there are also new processes for accessing relief from abuse orders. So after hours, access is happening completely remotely. And in some counties that was already happening primarily. And so it's been less of an adjustment in the after hours context. During court hours, relief from abuse order paperwork can be accessed in several ways. If someone has access to a computer, they have internet access, they have a printer, they can print that paperwork off, either scan it or take a photo of it and send it by email to a court clerk. They can also go to the court, pick up the paperwork in the lobby, complete it, and return it to a drop box. And survivors can also request that hearings are happening by phone, either directly to a court clerk if they are a pro se litigant, or by a motion through their attorney if they're represented. And as of right now, those orders, relief from abuse orders, continue to be served by law enforcement throughout the state, and we're very grateful for their partnership and for their continued work to serve those orders. As Chris noted, there have been some changes in accessing sexual assault exams and child abuse exams in the state over the past few weeks. Sexual assault exams are continuing to be offered in hospitals. That is generally where the trained SANEs, by and large, they're all emergency room nurses. And we have developed protocols with hospitals throughout the state so that those are happening in safe locations, that survivors who are seeking that care are not being exposed to patients that are seeking care for the coronavirus. But one of the major changes is that victims can't bring any support people with them for those exams. And only emergent child abuse exams are happening at Vermont's only child abuse clinic, the Child Safe Clinic at UVM. And the clinic is offering phone consultations to non-offending parents for non-emergent cases. Finally, the last piece I wanted to highlight for you all is that domestic violence accountability programs have all suspended their operations because they rely on group formats. And so we're investigating whether telemedicine may be able to use for those treatment groups, but as you might imagine, there's really wide opinions across the country on the efficacy and safety of offering those to offenders in their home settings when family may be present. And so we're consulting with some national experts from the Center for Court Innovation and others on what the best next steps are. But what's really needed most, I would say, on the community level is flexible emergency funding for member organizations to be able to meet the needs of survivors in the way that they need to be met, given the limitations of the systems of support at this current moment. And so to this end, we have been in conversations with the Center for Crime Victim Services. As Chris referenced, the federal funders at the Department of Justice have significantly lifted a lot of restrictions on making budget adjustments if grant funds haven't been expended. Grant funds that can be used to provide direct help to survivors haven't been expended by the grant period. They're offering extensions, and we're hoping that the state will mirror the feds in many of those ways and do the same.
About 2 minutes.
I'm done and happy to answer any questions that folks may have.
I'm looking, let's see, not seeing any hands. Sarah, as you were talking about how victims of domestic violence can access the courts, and you were going through the orders about printing and filling out forms and all of that. Again, how likely is that to happen given stay-at-home orders?
I think this is the challenge, and this is really the role that our member organizations are hoping to help facilitate that for survivors. But I think that we can, what we hear from our counterparts in states where they have had natural disasters, which is probably the most similar circumstance, is that often survivors aren't seeking the support and safety that they need in this kind of emergency phase, and that we ought to be expecting and prepare for a wave of people to be seeking support in the months up to a year after this event.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else, again, looking for hands? I'm not seeing any other questions.
Yes, I had a.
Oh, I'm sorry. There you go. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Sarah, thank you for your work. And what I found that was interesting, Madam Chair asked me to check on the border to see what the border organizations were looking like. And I had a very long conversation with WISE, Women's Information Services for the Upper Valley. And their domestic violence coordinator shared very similar information as to what you did, with the concern that this isolation is actually acting as a almost like a hibernator for what's going on. There was a pretty big arrest that went on last weekend that she referred to that had made the local news here. And it was interesting, the difference in lethality assessment between the two states. But that whole discussion around what's going on because of the isolation and the response that victims have, especially, and not feeling comfortable, about accessing. That's going to be an interesting thing for us to deal with, I think, collectively. But I just wanted to share that that discussion that we had just a couple of days ago.
Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. Great. Thank you very much, Sarah. Great, thank you. Okay, and we will conclude with David Scher. There you
Good
are.
to see you all. Thank you for having me on today. I apologize that I haven't been able to be on much of this call so far. I had an emergency call that I had to be on. And so I'm sorry that I haven't heard what some of the other folks involved in the court system have been testifying to, but I thought I would go through a brief overview of what our office in particular has been working on and dealing with and approaching the situation. And I'll try to keep that pretty brief and then open it up for questions. The Attorney General's office as a whole is working under a mandatory work from home order. So virtually everybody in the office is working from home, dealing like most people are with remote communications, and working obviously with respect to court appearances and so forth, working with the court orders as they have been coming out in terms of the AO 49 and the other social distancing measures that are going on. And along with other entities, we are doing the best we can to maintain continuity of operations where necessary in terms of court hearings. One aspect of what our office is working on is assisting the governor's office and the Department of Public Safety with enforcement of the executive orders and their various addenda and directives. One thing that we are all cautious about is maintaining the governors and the attorney generals in agreement with this. We really want to maintain the education first approach to the enforcement of the executive orders. To that end, we will fairly soon be releasing a guidance or a directive to law enforcement that lays out the process by which law enforcement can consult with our office to determine whether court action needs to be taken on an executive order violation. Again, we would view this as a rare circumstance, not something that we're eager to do, but in order to make sure that we have a uniform approach to this across the state and to make sure people are being treated fairly and in the same manner everywhere, we are going to be directing, in cooperation with the Department of Public Safety, we are going to be directing the cases where law enforcement believes they may need some court action. All that will be coming through the Attorney General's office, and by statute, the Attorney General's office is the only entity that can bring cases for injunctive relief. And there are the possibility for criminal charges for violations, but again, we would view that only as an extremely rare, very much last resort circumstance, not something that we are looking to do at all. To that end, we are, as I said, going to be releasing a guidance and sort of funneling stuff through the AG's office. If there does need to be some sort of injunctive relief, we will work with law enforcement to do that. But again, our first approach, even in those conversations, I think is really going to be, all right, have we done the education that we can do? Have we talked with folks to get them the help they may need to get to abide by social distancing regulations and stay-at-home orders? Because we assume that a lot of what's going on here is really a matter of need and not a matter of sort of willful violations. A couple other pieces that
Actually, excuse me, David, before you continue, I see that Martin has a question.
Yeah, so David, as far as the enforcement, you're mainly talking about, it sounds like the stay-at-home orders, but what about, well, let me give you an example, something I've heard from several people of going to grocery stores, and grocery stores don't seem to be following any of the directives that they've been receiving, such as making sure that individuals are staying 6 feet apart and that there's appropriate cleaning of surfaces, et cetera. I mean, is that an area where if certain stores just are not getting their act together, that there's some sort of enforcement authority behind these executive orders, or is it really just the stay-at-home order?
I think for any of these, it's not, I should say as a blanket statement, it's not only the stay-at-home order, it is also the essential businesses aspect of it. With respect to that example, again, I really think the approach for something like that is, let's work with you to get you what you need to do the right thing. It's hard to even say what kind of court enforcement would be effective in something like that. So I think it's really going to be a case by case. Let's work to see what we can do. Does it mean a phone call from law enforcement, more talks with them? Does it mean a phone call from somebody in the AG's office to talk about what they might need to do better? And some of the issues, I think, with people staying 6 feet apart, there's only so much policing, if you will, I use that in quotes, that a store can do. And we do need to rely on Vermonters to do the best they can too. And I think they mostly are. So I think, again, it's going to be an education first approach. And the point of having this centralized system is more just to make sure we have uniformity and fairness, not so much that we expect a heavy hand.
Yeah, no, I'm not certainly looking for any criminal charges against our important grocery stores, but as the AG office, do they work closely with VOSHA on following these kind of issues? Because I know that's a first point of contact that certainly I'm giving to people who are calling about this particular issue.
I think that's a really good first point of contact, and I recommend continuing that. I will say, honestly, we're ramping everything up right now. You know, this isn't, as everybody knows, it's not a normal circumstance. It's not something that we've dealt with before. And so we're in the process still of establishing connections with the various state agencies who can help with particular problems. We've certainly been working more with the Agency of Commerce and Community Development than we would on a standard day-to-day basis, because they're really in charge of issuing a lot of the guidance under the governor's orders. So yes is my short answer. That's a good direction to go in. And we are also working to strengthen connections and the sort of inter-bureaucracy connections.
And I would strongly urge at least that particular connection be made because again, this is, I mean, different parts of the state are getting lots of different questions, but this has been one question that I've heard a lot about. And what I'm concerned about is that with the stay-at-home orders, that is the main place where COVID-19 could still spread in the stores that are still open. And that's primarily grocery stores where people have to go there. So that seems to be that one really big risk area still. So I hope that the AG office will work with VOSHA to see how they can help in making sure this gets done. Thanks.
We will. Thank you for that. I will, after I get off of this call, I will, there's a group within the AG's office that's really dealing with these issues. That's been assigned to deal with, tasked with dealing with these issues. So I will send an email to that group about how best to establish that connection and make sure we have a line of communication there. A couple of other aspects that we've been working on. I'm sure that this
about 2 minutes.
Covered. Gotcha. I'm sure this has been covered with extensively already, but really talking about the issues of minimizing incarceration and making sure that we are not incarcerating unnecessarily. We've worked cooperatively with state's attorneys, Department of Corrections and others to really, and law enforcement to really try to memorialize some of the practices that have already been put into place. And I do want to give credit to those entities for making considerable efforts to minimize incarceration. And the numbers certainly bear that out. I think that one thing that we all need to do is make sure that we are speaking plainly and clearly about what's going on and some of the policies. And we've tried to put that out there so that folks understand what's happening. But we do give credit to the entities that have been working hard on that. The final piece I'll bring up really briefly is with regard to the office more broadly, there's some aspects of the office that have slowed down, like standard civil litigation, and other aspects of the office that have sped up wildly, like all of our Agency of Human Services legal counsel division is really working overtime. And so lawyers have been shifting around quite a bit to take on work that they don't normally do for those lawyers for whom things have slowed down. And it's really been a team effort, and people are working well together in unexpected ways in these unexpected circumstances. So we're working hard and adjusting like everybody else is, and we're grateful for all the support.
I see
happy
that.
to answer any questions.
Yep. Coach, see your hand up.
Good to see you, David. Just in order to get back to Martin's question a little bit, having served on a different committee that had different jurisdiction, the Department of Health and the Chris Herrick's jurisdiction as well as deputy commissioner, they do a lot of the inspection pieces. So as far as the cleanliness and following those protocols, the Department of Health and the deputy commissioner's office have that piece of the puzzle from a jurisdiction perspective. So it might be worth at least checking in with them if they're not already coordinating within your office around those inspection type issues. Just a thought.
Thank you. There has been some coordination on that, and the Vermont statutes actually do give the Department of Public Safety special authority for inspections when it's warranted under the executive order power. And so we're, again, in the middle of coordinating that stuff. But that's a very good point. I appreciate that. And we'll continue to work with public safety and the health department on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I am not seeing any other hands. If I'm missing anybody, please speak up. Nope. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you, everybody, to all our witnesses. I think this was really helpful, and our committee will have some time to follow up on this and see what other information we do want and do need. And certainly in the interim, if any of our witnesses do think of anything that would be appropriate legislatively, please reach out to me. And thank you.